Futures to the downside and oil to the upside to kick off this Monday morning. Of course, lots of geopolitical headlines over the weekend. We had this meeting in Pakistan with Iran and the U.S., and now it might apparently result in this blockade at the Strait of Hormuz in Iranian ports at 10 a.m. Eastern today. So big headline here. I mentioned, of course, oil strong. Here is oil to the upside. So again, geopolitics specifically as it relates to USO, that's going to remain on watch all day. Keep an eye as well on some of these antipathy plays for oil, like names in the travel space that do rely on oil and jet fuel. I also want to mention here, it's not just oil headlines today. We have a lot of tech-related headlines. Palantir is going to remain in focus. Some Tesla news too. Good morning. How are you doing today, Sharif?
Good, Adara. Thank you. It was a good weekend. Yeah, as you mentioned there, Tesla is certainly in focus with FSD possibly getting the nod in Europe. Lots been made about them only having autopilot, not really getting the full gauntlet of the FSD options. FSD 14.3 in focus. Also, Apple apparently interested in making AI-powered smart glasses. Apparently, there's a bunch of different versions of these smart glasses being developed internally. We'll have to can't forget about the China tariffs, Adara. Possibly 50% China tariffs if they continue or they sell weapons to Iran.
Headlines throughout the day as we've had over the last couple of days and weeks now. But what are you guys looking at right now, Neil and Sean?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, good morning.
You got to look at oil. You got to look at Goldman. We're not off. Didn't want to happen would have been, beat. Big numbers for Goldman Sachs, and they're down anyways. So down 3.5% there, and then we got oil up 7.5%. So that's like neither one of those things terribly well for us to start the week. That said, in 2 hours, we'll see if we get this blockade or not. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got some kind of a message or some kind of a response, maybe that could turn the sound. We'll see. You got to keep your ear to the ground. It is what it is. You can't anticipate these types of things. We'll react to any post that does come. But for now, it's kind of a rough start for the market. Don't forget, there was good news on Friday for Palantir. Than that one, regardless.
It was still down though on Friday, wasn't it? I think.
Well, we got it came right into like a one level where obviously someone was really interested in taking $29 because it just kept going 129, it would stop, 129, it would stop. There, over that level. So as long as it's over that seller, I like it for some long. Yeah, it means a lot to look at, but as usual, we're going to be keeping our ear to the ground. Headline-driven market. Something's never changed.
Yeah, we had Rory there win the Masters, which is good. I was able to, I had Scheffler winning without Rory, so he came in second, so that was a good one. So we cashed in on that bet. There was a pretty good weekend. The Jays, I guess, lost yesterday. But did we go 2 and 3?
Oh, goodness.
1 and 2.
I had like one of the happiest moments at a game. I think third base coach threw a ball into the stands, and then someone behind us like completely duffed it.
Yeah.
And it bounces, and then a guy in front of us duffs it, and it falls at my wife's feet.
Right.
So she just picks up the ball, of course,
and your daughter
hands it to Aaron, and then Aaron
gives it to somebody.
Aaron saw there was a boy in our row. It was his first game. He's probably a couple of years, maybe 6 or 7 years old. First game ever. Hands him the ball. He's all happy. The mom's practically crying. Comes in the stands behind us. The guy behind us catches it, and hands it there and says, "Because you gave it to the boy." And it was such a sweet thing. And I'm like, you know what? You don't do it because you're trying to get rewarded, but you do the right thing because it's the right thing. Always give it to the kid.
Yeah, for sure. No one ever keep a ball like that. That's good. That's great that you guys were there and able to enjoy the game. Here's at all. We have now officially broken through everything, and I have an order to get out some this morning, so that will, we'll fill that out. There's Marvell right here. This is its past peak, back in February of 25 of 127 or so. We're going to be up to 133 and change right now here, just busting through. So yeah, it's good to see Marvell going as well. And then we have, of course, the blockade. So I have an offer for 20% of my holdings out on Marvell here this morning. So hopefully that won't continue to make a move down, and we can get back up here into 133, and we'll be able to get filled on that one. So that's going to be a good little take there. But yeah, no Brendo today. It's Adara and Sharif over there at heading into the weekend there. But today should be busy, man. The Qs right now, the NASDAQ down 0.73. We're having a problem with our futures ticker feed this morning. So I'm just going to be watching the Qs and the SPY 0.7. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens at 10 a.m. I mean, I don't know why we're expecting anything different than what's already been happening. I mean, it's 10 a.m. is when the blockade, I guess, starts. I don't really even know how you could give time to it. I mean, I guess it's already sort of there now.
There's already nothing going through. So
yeah, so I don't know how that's going to react. But there's oil with a straight shot up to $104. We'll see if that can keep momentum long today. Oops. Well, we just did have oil up here, and I don't know where it went. So we'll get that back very, very soon. But for right now, yeah, we have.
Is it NYMEX too?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was just up there a couple seconds ago. I don't know where it went. But right now, we have oil upside. We can check out USO as well. We might be having a problem with some of the quotes here this morning. But there's USO 100. Yeah, see? 124. There it is. Okay. $134 right now for USO. So US dollar. Got a couple names in our mind. You mentioned Palantir there. Nice uptick. Got Marvell there today. Everything moving around. So it should be yeah, I don't know. I haven't made the I haven't created the sticky note quite yet, but it's coming up. So let's go back over to Neil.
Also, everybody, if you're an equity trader in today's markets looking to scale, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset prop trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free, and get started today. And hopefully it will be a good day, but you can't really know. He's always.
I mean, it's not a great day for the banks already. Goldman Sachs.
No, stupid Goldman.
Yeah, they're down 4% right here. So yeah, posted revenue $17.55 a share, beating $16.55 a share. So they're up $1 on the EPS. Their banking fees came in good as well. Net income, interest higher, $3.56 billion. I don't really know what the problem is. It says it's fixed income, currency, and commodities results fell short of expectations. So there goes Goldman Sachs. Nice rebound. They're not going to start for some of the banking names that we were hoping for to start the week. I mean, it's now back into earnings season right here. Q1 going to be reported and kicking out. There goes JP Morgan to the downside. All the banks probably. I haven't looked at them all, but all starting to head south down, I would assume, here with that nasty report from Goldman Sachs. It wasn't that bad. It's just down 4% isn't great. I mean, you don't like to see these kind of moves here for the banks. So, yeah, Goldman Sachs right here is kicking off the first of the big earnings that's coming through here. Goldman Sachs today down 4%.
It's dragging down that XLF with it because things were looking pretty good for the group. Not so much anymore. See, you were just finally maybe breaking out as they were under the 50 period. Well, they're just the first. We get the swath of them. We get the swath of them tomorrow as well. So we'll have plenty more. But I feel like when Goldman, this is what happened last cycle as well. Like if Goldman gets hit initially, they almost all get hit initially. But we have seen in the past, at least most recently, almost all, like Morgan Stanley did it as well, where you'll have that initial move down. You got the calls going to be at 9:30, I believe, and you'll get that potential bounce back. Oftentimes, you'll see the banks and they'll just sort of trade down on earnings, and then by the time you look back at them at 9:45, 10 o'clock, it's like all systems go, we're like $900. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they caught a bid, but you got to wait for that conference call at 9:30. That'll be an important one. And JKL, just in time for the super chat, like absolute clockwork. Throw it up there, Andre. Let's see what we got here from our good friend JKL. Leg day report. Hey, get those squats in. Still adding to SILJ, that's silver miners on dips. Swing trade for months, holding off on shorter trades with Trump tweets all over protecting capital. Yeah, so like that capital, still like that, still Jay. I know we had a bit of a. I mean, obviously you have a bit of a pullback today in the metals, and that's with the overall market as well. But you know, you're still holding a bit of an uptrend still, Jay. There, SLV probably the similar chart as well. Off the bottoms, but just slowly grinding higher. See if it can put in another higher low after a bit of a dip today. So yes, stick to your guns. That's what it's all about. But you know, you're dead right to say that we're one Trump truth away. And who knows? But we'll be locked and loaded and ready to go. I haven't seen Sharif, I haven't seen anything pop off in small cap land that's really caught my attention. Anything that you're at?
Check the scanners here, Neil. Number one gapper here from what I see is RMSG. At least, yeah, it's closing in on that dollar. This is not too bad. Almost up 109%. Bunch of topping tail candles through that dollar. It looks like it's trying to make the move there above. Definitely be keeping an eye on there if it holds above the up during the midday.
Yeah, no, it actually is a 47% short float as well, so nothing to scoff at. I want to talk about another name here before we move on to talking about oil headlines in a little bit more detail. I saw a lot of people in the chat mention this Revolution Medicine, so I wanted to touch on this. RVMD, this is up about 40% right now. This name might be familiar to you because back in January, Merck was reportedly in talks with the company for a buyout, and then those talks fell through. Revolution Medicines announced some results for its phase 3 study of a clinical trial evaluating a drug called daraxonrasib. There's additional, I guess, data here as well. So RVMD with positive trial results. Good look for this one. Let's talk a little bit more about USO. We're going to mention this again on the rundown, but I do think this bears repeating because straight at 10 a.m. we could have a bit of an update for this blockade.
It's going to be big, Adara, if it goes through. They announced a naval blockade of all Iranian ports, obviously here to put pressure on the income-generating parts of their economy. The move follows failed peace talks between the U.S. and Iran, which were brokered by Pakistan's Sharif over the weekend. The U.S. is targeting, though, all their maritime traffic into and out of the all Iranian ports, with enforcement to begin immediately after the 10 a.m. deadline. Tanker has collapsed essentially from about 100 vessels per day down to a trickle, a few here and there. We must note, though, that the vessel traffic that's being tracked does not include the Shadow Fleet, which operates heavily with a Russian twist. President Donald Trump, Adara, said he's considering further military action, including renewed strikes. So we'll have to see how this all works out.
What are your guys' thoughts here? And we mentioned oil a little bit, but any other oil plays you could look at as well here with this headline in focus?
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, there's always plays that you can look at. I just feel like what we've had in most of the pre-markets, whether we've gapped up, down, left, right, center, whatever it is, you have a look at USO, and more or less, whatever we're doing early, we tend to have these solid reversals of it. It's just a matter of it's really just a matter of when. Like here, sharp reversal and uptrend. This one, there's a couple of days where we just kind of maintained or didn't really do anything, but then slight uptrend, break, and then go down. We were trending down on Wednesday, I believe it was, and then broke out. We were trending up in the market here and then fell. Here we have just a complete inside sideways day. I feel like you're either waiting for a headline or just waiting for some move to revert, in my opinion. Because otherwise, you just get caught in a little bit of a malaise. Individual names are a different story, I do think. And example of that would be Oxy here. You'll have some levels to work off of with some of these, and then you'll throw in the fact from the highs, Oxy put in its first low. It's not going to be all the way down at the earnings 50 support or at the 50 period. So I'd say it's not the biggest level in the world, but it's a good bounce play. Hit up bottom last week, hold some higher lows at that 58 level. That seems like it could be a dip and rip. And you maybe want to if you're looking at the energy names, have a look at some energy names that will give you that chance to show a little bit of extra strength. Fundamentally, again, they had a good report last month, so it does put them in a pretty solid spot. And then the other way that I'll always look at this, anytime we're gapped up, the first thing I'm thinking about was, that battle stock, the small cappers, that came all the way back 100% retracement from the start of the conflict. So if it's gapped up today, my first thought is it just a simple doesn't break the high, short it for the rest of the day kind of move? But the thing we should also do is say hi to Randy.
Oh, hey, hey,
brother?
hey. Oh,
Fantastic day.
hey.
Randy needs a.
Thanks,
He's gonna get that buzz cut going again.
Oh, he's got to get that going on again. We didn't have a great situation here with some of these dark pool prints, but yeah, no, I was looking at USO as well here. I was just trying to fix this little. See, when you have some of these bad prints, you got to get in there and fix them, but I'll do that in a second. Yeah, no, oil. So yeah, here we go, man. Up another 7% today. Just looking at USO, there's the gap through. So you're kind of just looking here. The last time we were up here, we stopped around 137, got that drop back on the ceasefire news back into 120 and change, and then just bounce around and now gapping back through this 134. Obviously, we got a little lower from last week. I think we just go long today. I don't, this whole 10 o'clock thing, like that's an hour and a half. I don't know why exactly there is a time on this news blockage. I believe it is going to happen, and I don't see how oil falls back in on anything here today. So all we want this stock on weakness, or this ETF here, and or trading oil, and or any of the names that we're going to see today. I think it's a continued. It immediately, wait for it to move around. Gold down 1% here today. Silver here. I want to say thanks to Joe. Joe, my whole layout is completely great right now. He thinks I was talking sarcastically this morning, but you know, we had issues there on Friday. To move higher in the dollar, so we're just hovering around 99 right now on the DXY. The dollar today, a little bit of a kickback, trying to bounce off the 200 period moving average. So just a little bit of a look here around this 98.40 mark here. But as far as macro is concerned, I think a lot of us are worried. Let's see what happens here with silver today. Maybe if the U.S. dollar can get going, silver will, you know, retrace back into the downside. So we'll have to look at that relationship there. But yeah, I really like oil. XOM, you know, we just had Randy over here. That's been a big equity. That could be some sort of a trade here today. We have those imbalances. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything yet. Nothing on the big side of things, but this is XOM. On Nokia there, 155.50, so up another 2%. And look what they're doing too, bouncing. We almost got into a on the oil front, but yeah, it's 8:18. We should have. I didn't.
You'll
check.
believe it or
We
not.
should have Michael Noss today.
You just mentioned Nokia. I think for the first time in about a bajillion years,
Yeah.
Nokia is actually on our watch list today.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Up a point, but they did catch an upgrade, and basically with strong demand for AI data center buildouts. And don't look now, it isn't even a bad looking chart either. Like Nokia's been on a trend for a while. Like it just made fresh top on Friday. All right, well, the candle doesn't look very good because that's actually a rejection of the high at 970 in a pullback. But the daily chart looks a heck of a lot. You get the upgrade, but that doesn't look, it looks like a reversal candle more than anything else on the daily chart. But lo and behold, it's actually on there. You don't see that very often. Just heard Netflix is making a small move. Not really sure. Cents. Maybe a little something happening here with Netflix. Remember, Netflix was strong last week and bouncing. Still not hearing any news and bouncing all week.
Nice.
Higher lows, more higher lows. Netflix is potentially headed to, I think it was 118 was the level. Come on, signal.
Wow, that's a huge move back up.
It's a pretty good move here.
Great move, yeah.
So I'm thinking we get to this 50 period at some point. Oh, sorry, 109, 108 period there on the weekly. I think he got some room to get there. Not really sure what the story here. we'll call it minute pop, but it's up 1%. The market's down and Netflix is up. And it's been a fairly decent have red days and then Netflix will be absolutely fine. I might want to add this one to the list on some relative strength, especially if we end up having a catalyst here that's causing this. Like it's got 102.5 is a good level. This wick top 103 or 102.70 is legitimate. So yeah, it's got some good support. So yeah, Netflix gonna be on the radars now. Let's go over and talk a little options with Joe.
All right, guys, what's going on? I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's take a look at from Friday's session. Of course, we have to kick things off with Palantir. We should have put it in brackets there, just due to the fact that Mr. Donald Trump himself decided to truth out the name. With that being said, of course, you're going to see an increase in options activity, implied volatility, and also we're going to see a lot more going on with that. So with that being said, guys, open interest, just overall activity sitting around 12,200 there, and volume also around 44,900. That's going to be on this Friday's expiration cycle. One thing that I wanted to know is that the appreciation within these contracts comes in a little bit, but when something that's expiring relatively so close and you see that spike, that's obviously due to some form of catalyst. Now, once again, we're sitting on a $2 spread. That's not bad at all here for Palantir, considering there's a lot of volume. It was about 4th on the overall volume list on Friday's session, so that's substantial. You have the SPY, then you have the Qs, and then Palantir sitting in that 4th spot. Now, as for the delta, guys, we are still slightly out of the money. That's why our delta exposure isn't going to be that high, 0.26. For every $1 change in the underlying asset, you're going to see a $26 change in the contract. But we do have an uptick in implied volatility, obviously due to the catalyst. You have that initial spike and then some continuation after. All right, now moving on to the next contract, we are going to take a look at Tesla. Tesla's contract not looking too good. The one that is expiring this Friday, guys, we're going to be looking at that $370 strike price. Open interest with 13,200 and volume around 8,160. Now, this is going to be the most amount of open interest on this expiration cycle. Once again, we're at that $370 mark. One thing before we go on to our Greeks and take a look at the bid in the ask, one thing that I want us to focus on is that at some point this contract was worth $7,600 or in options terms, $7,600, and now it's only worth a couple of dollars, not worth very much at all, $1.40. So you can see that it has a 98 depreciation in price from February. So that's not good, and obviously due to time, the contract will never regain any of that sort of value. You can still see some returns, but nothing substantial. The market also looking relatively weak this morning. Now let's look into some of our Greeks here. We're going to be sitting at that delta. Considering out of the money, not too much exposure, 15 delta there. Gamma, and then your at the money IB sitting at 39.4%. All right, moving on to the next contract, we are going to look at multiple down the line, and we're going to kick things off with Micron continuing to climb higher here, guys. Open interest at that $415 mark. All of them are going to be expiring this Friday. Open interest 14,000, volume 2,840. Contracts opening closed on Friday's session and once again expiring this Friday. This thing is not far off of the all-time highs, only a couple percentage points now. So maybe we can continue on that trajectory. Now, as for advanced micro devices, the chips were strong on Friday, NVDA as well. Open interest sitting around 18,000, volume 17,400 with that, $250 strike price. Apple also on the list, $270 strike price. This is going to be the most amount of open interest and volume at that specific level. We will be back momentarily, but for now, let's go see what Neil and Sean are up to.
You said the chips were strong on Friday. AMD was a rocket off the open. An absolute rocket ship, like straight away, right into 250 and rejection of 250. So it was Friday. The expectation of getting past a number like that, obviously, it was just talking about the 270, but you're going to have to shoot through 250 first. Accumulation that was done at that $200 and the 200-period moving average, bit of a coincidence, has resulted in trying to fill this gap in. So it's almost in the middle of nowhere. I think this week anchoring off the 250 level is going to make some sense. We've seen it have this kind of strength before, kind of catch a bit of top of that, caught a 225 top, wasn't able to do anything, and then when it gapped over, that turned into support. So for now, I think you've seen a bit of a rejection of that 250. Be a little short under, and maybe we see a similar thing where once we can climb over, you can bounce off that and look for longs. But until proven otherwise, kind of ran into a temporary roadblock, let's say, at that round number, and looking to head a little bit in the other direction here for advanced micro prices. It wasn't the only chip name that was strong, but obviously it stood out at that number.
Yeah, the one thing that I talked a little bit about these guys off the open. I do have a order to get out here as Marvel's broken out. So Marvel is now, it broke out a long time ago, but this is now getting to be well extended here one more time. And this is like, remember, it was funny because last week you had a little bit of a dip buy opportunity because they got passed over by the S&P 500, but you can see Marvel doesn't really care too much about that. Breaking now out through this 128 level that was the past high, 128.50. Now this morning you get up and you wake up and you see another 3% added to this name. Not really any movement here off the news source, but nice little kick there higher for Marvel ASICs, custom ASICs starting to work out. And like I was saying, I have an offer to get out at 20% of this trade. It's a big one for me, so we're going to see if we can get out of some Marvel there. In our TFSA account, don't want to pay any taxes on this kind of a win, so that'd be a good one. Good account to have it in. Marvel upside, we still have some in our long term, so we're going to keep that. But just to let you guys know, Marvel up to 133. I think you got to ring the register a little bit here if you've been tailing on Marvel. And then I think the next name, like Marvel's already gone. And I know that, I've always sort of equated Marvel as the little brother of Broadcom. It seems it might be the other way around right now, not market cap wise, but performance wise. So I think Broadcom is potentially ready to break out as well as Marvel. So there's the break on Broadcom through 355, starting to get going now 367. You want to play momentum. You want to buy strong stocks, not weak stocks. We're lucky enough to have a strong opinion on Marvel. So when it was getting beat up, we layered into it. We believed in that name, and then it popped. And I'm just feeling kind of the same ways now about Marvel and NVIDIA and all these kind of names that are down there. AMD is just such a roller coaster, but I would invest in Broadcom and NVIDIA right now, thinking that they're kind of might be the next names to pop up. Obviously, Meta as well broke through that $600 mark last week, and that one, obviously there's still a lot of damage been done here to Meta, but this could be another name that continues to sort of try to ascend back into its 200-period moving average, which would be kind of cool. 680 break, it's a nice little level there. But today, with the Nasdaq being down, how much is it down here? 2/3%. It's going to have a little bit of work to do to get back going to some of these bigger beta names here, like a Meta and like an NVIDIA and Microsoft. I mean, saw that last week that IGV just continued to get pumped. So Microsoft downside, Palantir was downside on that, CRM, Adobe. But yeah, Microsoft, wow. There's going to be, you look back at Amazon is up 20% in a week and a half or so. When's Microsoft's turn, right? I think we had a good turn here with Google as well in the last little while. This was down to 280 at one point. It got up to 320 or so last week. Now it's coming back a little bit, but wow, what a gift that might have been down there. And you see when stocks get to levels where they appear to be overbought, I mean, you can look at RSI. We're going to have Michael on in a second. So, I mean, looking at overbought and undersold or oversold conditions, our stock's now getting to be potentially overbought. Just a nice little move higher, potentially coming back in a little bit. But at least now the good thing is these bottoms, I don't know if they're going to be the bottom, but now you have something to sort of play off of on a lot of these names, right? We've had a nice move back, so a little bit of a pullback in might get you long in some names that can work when there's positive news flow. I think that's really what you're trying to look for, is names that have worked in bad tapes, right? I mean, if right now, if the Nasdaq is going to continue to make these moves lower, we know where Google can potentially land, and then when, if and when resolve happens, then we can get back into these names like Amazon, right? They were one story that was hit in Bahrain there. A lot of their data centers were getting hit, and we had some downside pressures for Amazon. And then it took, 3 days for that to go from like $200 to get up to that 215 and then blast through. So yeah, lots of pressure on Amazon, but it looks like it's trying to go higher as well here. So, yeah, let's go back over. It's now 8:30, so we're just in time here to get Michael Noss with the big desk with Adara and Sharif.
We're going to talk Michael Noss really quickly, though. I want to touch on another story before we head over to Michael. Apple trying to compete with Meta with some more glasses offerings, reportedly.
Interesting look here. We'll have to see what the Apple super cagey about their upcoming product mix, but things leak here and there. Apple apparently is actively developing 4 different AI-powered smart glasses design. They range from Wayfarer style rectangular frames to smaller oval or circular options. The product is internally named N50. The target launch date is later this year, early next year, and they're aiming to kind of deeply integrate the glasses with the iPhone ecosystem. Nothing we really wouldn't have suspected there. The focus, though, unlike Meta, is going to be more on a premium build quality. They're using acetate materials instead of regular standard plastic, and the camera systems apparently, Adara, could be vertically oriented in the oval lenses with surrounding lights. That's kind of a little bit different from the current circular camera setup that Meta has, but again, all speculative. We don't really know.
It'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. In the meantime, we're going to bring in here Mr. Michael Noss. Thank you so much for being here with us this Monday morning. How are you doing today, Michael?
Fantastic. We survived another weekend. We never know, but everything's looking good.
Indeed, we did. I know today you want to talk about an asset that we haven't discussed too much as of late, specifically Bitcoin, but overall the crypto space in general. So why don't you run through what your thoughts are on this Bitcoin chart to start?
Yeah, absolutely. And this seems to be the pattern on crypto. I remember when we were selling off, I think I came in and I gave a presentation about how crypto doesn't V-bounce in the way that we see with stocks and the way that we see with everything else. If you go back in history and back on the chart, then you can see that Bitcoin does just this. It makes very violent and fast moves, and it does nothing until everyone forgets about it and everyone starts talking about it, and then maybe it's going to start to perk up a bit. So main thing I just want to focus on this chart is how it had that huge fall all year. We're talking, like 120 almost down to 60. So it got cut in half. And then ever since then, there's actually been a fair amount of strength. We haven't gone up, but we haven't really gone down. We haven't broken those lows since then. If we contrast this to the next chart, which is the S&P 500, that has been kind of bleeding. Oh, up a couple there, but there we go. That's been bleeding there pretty much the entire year, just slow kind of downtick. So if you think the Bitcoin market or the crypto market has gone sideways, at the same time the crypto or the equity market has gone down, that is kind of the definition of relative strength. It's holding up, and it might just be holding up because people are completely disinterested in it right now. That's fine. Every time, at least in the past, everyone's kind of forgot about crypto. They don't care anymore. All of a sudden, it starts, breaking out of bases and making new highs and then surging higher. So if that's going to be the case, I'm going to go back to my crypto system. So this next chart is just an equity curve that I have for a couple systems that I run in the cryptocurrency space. They are flat this year. Every kind of vertical gray line is a different year. You can see nothing really happened. But if you look at this chart, you can see kind of the same characteristics I was talking about in crypto, where there may be months to year periods of time where these strategies just kind of mill about and break even, maybe lose a little bit of money, and then out of the blue, catch a couple winners and you have these big spikes higher. So I've noticed that my trading and my equity within crypto mirrors what we see in the cryptocurrency space, which is a whole long period of time of nothing that we're getting right now, and then some pushes higher. So if I'm right and we're going to get a breakout in the near future in crypto, I thought I would bring 3 ideas from these systems to you guys, right? Things that I've back tested. Usually I like to go back 30 years, but crypto hasn't existed that long. So these are roughly 10 years of data, give or take. And just full disclosure, I have no idea what any of these coins do. And, with all the jokes we were making in the last crypto bull market with, fart coin and sheep on hat and all this kind of stuff, I don't think you need to know what they do. You just need to have a plan, an entry, a stop loss, that kind of thing to go through. So the first one here is AAVE. This is actually, I looked on CoinMarketCap, one of the bigger coins out there. So this isn't kind of a fly-by-night coin, but if you look at this from its highs last year, was like $360, $400 all the way down to sub $100. And the simple idea behind this strategy is we are looking for this bottom indicator, which is a MACD, to do a simple divergence, which means that price is made a lower momentum to make this lower low hasn't been that strong. So we're starting to see maybe some exhaustions of seller in this particular name. Ave, I think is how you pronounce it. So the simple trade here is if we get back above $100, that's when we're going to get involved on this one. If we break back under 90 after that, it's time to go. So, you're talking 10% risk, and on any kind of crypto, especially like an altcoin like this, that's a really acceptable risk, considering if we do catch anywhere near a short-term bottom, there could be some good momentum there. This next one here is newer. I don't know what these ones are. Just listed in Kraken at the end of last year, and Kraken's like a major cryptocurrency exchange, and that's River. So River USD. And you can see this $8 to $10 has been a huge level going back all the way since it got listed on this exchange. We continue to bounce off there. The game plan on this one, again, is above 10. We're interested, and then below 8. It's time to go. Again, just trying to catch short-term bounces and see if we can get something to stick. And if we're wrong, we take little haircuts. If we're right, hopefully we can get a pretty decent move out of some of these names. Last but not least, this is actually one that's been going up over the last couple of days. And this is just comp. So it's compound USD. Huge level here at $22. So that's what we're looking for. If we can get above 22, we're interested there. Stop around 17 or so. And you can see all of these charts are under pressure. All of them have got cut in half or more. And I'm not saying that, hey, the bottom's in, we're going to rip to new highs, but just kind of give you to play this is that just taking small shots whenever I can take small shots, knowing that most I'll be wrong, and I'll have that equity curve that I showed you guys earlier, which is just flat to a little bit down. Every now and then I'll get lucky, hit one out of the park, and hopefully that makes up for all the losers on.
So a couple questions here. If we go back to that equity curve here, and as you mentioned, just kind of being able to be flat when Bitcoin isn't really doing too much. With that in mind, and given that for Bitcoin, how would you recommend traders situations if they're either trying to get involved, like would you recommend kind of waiting for a certain point in the cycle, and or would you recommend kind of holding through these periods where it's not really sure? I guess some of your thoughts on how to approach Bitcoin this cycle is.
Yeah, the problem with holding through these periods, even though you're not losing any money right now in Bitcoin, say you got anywhere near the low end of this base, has some sort of shot clock or time stop associated with it. So the idea is, I don't know what's going to happen with Bitcoin. Bitcoin could stay here for another 2 years, and then imagine the opportunity that you've missed having it up in this asset that's just doing anything. It's not even like an equity that's going to pay you some sort of dividend or something while you're waiting. It's just not going to do anything for a long period of time. So with all of the just give yourself a time frame, right? If you like Bitcoin here, you not only buy it and set out a stop loss, but then you buy it and set out a stop loss and say, so for everything I do, I highly recommend some sort of time frame to give yourself, because tied up money to me is worse than losing money, because you're just sitting there just waiting to get your capital back for another trade.
Yeah, wise words, Michael. Is there anywhere that people can find you on social media, online or otherwise? Yeah,
I'm just Michael Noss, CMT, everywhere you go. So you'll be able to.
Friday, right at this time, 8:30 a.m. Great to see you. Best of luck today and this week.
Thanks very much. Have a great weekend, or great week.
Hold on, hold on, my friend. All right. I'll go to upgrades down. It's my brother. Yeah.
There it is. Now you get the behind-the-scenes action there, and you see it. So we'll get that all popped off here with the upgrades and downgrades. But thanks, Michael. I mean, yeah, Neil's in there eating the sausage and turkey sausage. Is it turkey sausage today? Yeah. No, look, interesting that Michael talks about the crypto space, and I think it's important to know that he had the these coins actually do. And I think that that's important to note that, right? If you are looking for some cryptocurrency names that potentially have, base case to them, Ethereum, and we just heard today, BM&R updated again their holdings in Ethereum. So they're still in there buying up some ETH. And I like the idea of Bitcoin only, but if there is this big cycle happening, I think it's like high tides lifts all ships. So I think if Bitcoin continues its ascend, which right now it's 71,000, hopefully we can continue higher right here. I do have IBIT written down as a short just because the way the market's been acting this morning. But I like Bitcoin, and I did, step in a little bit there. We talked about that at 66. It seems like that was months and months ago now. 70,000. Maybe we finally, maybe we're. I'm somewhat bullish.
I can already see.
I see the Nike symbol there.
It's a short till it ain't. We're short on Friday. Probably going to be short again at some point today. You can already see the upgrades and downgrades. Let's go to Joe.
Joe's ready to go.
These guys like this one. Sharif asking me about the Nike symbol, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades and start off with Nike down about 0.8% here, but getting a downgrade going from a buy to a hold and a price target reduction from $90 to $48 by HSBC. On the list here, we have Best Buy down almost 4% here this morning, going from a buy to a sell, guys. $76 was the initial price target, getting lower to $59 by Goldman Sachs. And we have Nebius as well. Freedom Capital giving them the downgrade. You're down 3% here this morning, and you are going from a buy to a hold. HPE also getting the downgrade, guys. Raymond James reducing that price target from $30 to $29, also going from a buy to a hold. Moving forward, take a look at some of the market upgrades. Now we're going to kick things off with Billy. We're up 1.4% here this morning. Price target increased from $25 to $31 by Morgan Stanley. And then also Ryan Ayer getting the nod, guys, by Bernstein. You're down 0.5%, but going from a market perform to an outperform. Tempest AI also on the list, guys. $70 to $65 is going to be that upgrade. Also going from a hold to a buy rating by TD Securities. And then Starbucks also on the list, guys. You're up a third of a percent here this morning. $86 to $92. Also an increase from underperform to outperform here with Starbucks, guys.
Well, spoiler alert. Nike
No, keeps on getting lower.
talk about close prices mattering more than open prices. Like how the market ends or how a stock ends or whatever, how it finishes and where the money's comfortable being overnight or over the weekend can be a better indicator. Well, on Thursday, you basically closed at 44, and then it was like I don't know if it'll be this kind of a trade today. That would be pretty nice. It popped right into the prior close, immediately failed it, put in a lower high, and then gave a VWAP retracement. Like that's as clear as false break, can't get green, lower high, short VWAP, and then short VWAP again, and that was all. And that was it. If it follows a similar pattern, in my opinion, like above 43, like the morning low, I think you're in trouble and you're reversing all that stuff if you're short. But you've got the prior close here, like 42.6. You got that level, and then you got 43. Another look for a bit of a pop and fade, just to see if it trends. We have stocks that are trending upside and look fantastic. Nokia, you can add to that list. We were talking about this last week. You want to have things like that in your portfolio that are working even when things are going sideways. But Nike's the opposite right now. Until it makes some kind of a turn or some kind of a distinctive bottom, it's just a short. Now play the pattern here. I think eventually at some point they're going to make some kind of a turnaround, but they'll probably need to get cheaper relative to peers, which we said last week. For now, still a short.
I like the Nebius call here. Nebius, its PE is over 1,000. They're only $36 billion company. They do have a short float of 20%. But if you're looking here, Nebius has already extended through its highs right there. I did it on Friday. So nice little pullback potentially coming through. We did see CoreWeave get some deals with Anthropic. So Nebius kind of left by the wayside on that one, obviously with their deals with Microsoft and everything. This provider of gigawatt power, data just giving the opportunity to get involved with that has been really great, but it's just potentially too far again. I mean, it's kind of like Marvell. We talked about how well that stock has been performing off of its 200 period moving average. Look at Nebius, man. I mean, it's just been bouncing off here and kicking higher. But they have this roller coaster type movement, and right now you're sort of looks like you're maybe at the peak of the roller coaster, and sometimes that will create some downside action. So you get the sell event here with Jeffries or Freedom Capital. I don't even know who they are, but that's a downgrade. It's down 2.5% here today. If you're into Nebi, I have to take some off in case these guys are right. Just talking about slowing EBITDA forecasts. They did raise their target on them in 2027, but just claiming that they've gone too far too fast here for NBIS. So them and both CoreWeave, two interesting plays in the data center space. So I would watch out for CoreWeave potentially catching. Well, no, I mean, CoreWeave still has a little ways to go before they're up into this area where they could potentially catch a downgrade. Again, nice move higher. Unlike Nebius, CoreWeave is underneath the 200 period moving average. So I think I like Nebius a little bit better than CRWV up here, but could see a little bit of a downside play on NBIS on the downgrade. So nothing wrong with following the leader, getting a little bit out there, and then if you do like Nebius, having a chance to buy it back lower, especially if the turmoil continues in the market. Why not take? That's what I'm thinking about with Marvell, right? I mean, you can see here the NASDAQ is starting to rally here, and this is kind of just hovering. So I would say if Nebius gets back up to 144, probably a good sell spot, and then just wait till it breaks new highs again of 148 and maybe get yourself back in. So yeah, I like that. Thanks for bringing it up. And Starbucks, another call, upgrade side of things there, as we know that they're trying to, work through some of their new management and new restructuring and everything on Starbucks. Nice little move up. Wow. Same kind of ways, man. The last couple weeks has been pretty hot for a lot of names. So we'll wait to see Starbucks. Get excited on that one if and when it breaks this 102 area. It's a nice little bump up. I'd actually almost fade a lot of these plays. Everything I have written down today, I have Netflix as my number one long and my number one idea today, NFLX. We've been really hitting some of the ideas pretty hard and pretty successfully over the last couple weeks. So we'll see if we can have Netflix for a long. I wrote down 102.50. That's coming back pretty decently. That's where your 200 period moving average was when we wrote this thing. So that's looking like a 103 bid, maybe potentially for Netflix. But it's only 8:47. We want to thank Michael for coming on, talking a little bit of crypto there, as IBIT and ETH holding fort right now this AM. I guess we're just going to wait for 10 a.m.
Yeah, of course.
To come through. Oh, no, you have another truth up there. Is that a new one?
I was checking to see if there was a truth because there was a slight bump, down in USO and slightly higher in the market. It's not much, but it was a little bit of a spike. We hadn't really been doing much of anything overall, and then you flash over the Qs. Not like they're green again, but heading toward the highs of the pre-market. So nothing crazy just yet. We have still an hour until, who knows? I don't really know what's going to happen with this whole blockade thing. Realities of it, Britain doesn't want to support. Will there be a negotiating tactic? Will we get some kind of response? Because if there was one, it would be disastrous for Iran. So you got to figure something's going to come. But it doesn't seem like there was any news story just now that really caused any slight spike in the market, any slight drop there. In all future. So we'll just mosey on and keep our ear to the ground. That's why we have Dara. She's locked and loaded all day long and be ready, just like we know she will be. And I think we got a fix for that chart issue. Okay, good. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that's Iran is willing to continue discussions with the U.S.
Well, the market's starting to go upside.
Yeah, but the question is, does that cause the blockade? That's what I want to see. If this is true, do we get the blockade off? Because that's what will ultimately matter. Because you're always working to your next available deadline, and that deadline would be today. I suspected that we wouldn't come to that. I think that was pretty bullish for the market. If only Goldman had reported positive, or Goldman did report positive. If only Goldman had been up, then I think you'd have zero reason not to continue some of the strength. Hanging off for their lows, but that sounds pretty good so far, Dara. But I don't know your thoughts. Do you expect we get something else before 10?
Know that what happened here with the other 8 p.m. deadline here for the Strait of Hormuz, we got an agreement around 6:30. So with that in mind, if we're going to use the exact same time frame template, which obviously is unrealistic, it's geopolitical conflict, things change all the time. I was kind of expecting if we were going to get any kind of resolution here, we get it at 8:30 a.m. So again, roughly the same amount of time left for the deadline with what we saw with that other 8 p.m. deadline. That being said, that has hasn't happened yet. So we're going to wait and see. You guys know I will keep you all posted. I think if we do, I think we currently could get something. I think it's going to be wait and see matter. We have a headline here with Microsoft and Amazon, and then we'll get to that Best Buy downgrade. But I'll start here with this MSFT headline because this just came through about 20 minutes or so ago. We had CNBC reporting that there was a memo written by OpenAI Chief Revenue Officer Denise Dresser in which the company praised Amazon and the relationship with Amazon. They said that's how OpenAI can expand its enterprise market share. In the same memo, they criticized Microsoft, saying that Microsoft has, quote, limited our ability to reach clients. So OpenAI, yay, Amazon, nay, Microsoft this morning. Let's talk, though, about BBY getting hit with a downgrade this morning, Sharif. Not a lot of volume on this one, though.
Yeah, double downgrade, Adara, from buy to sell. A substantial price target reduction as well from 76 to 59. Essentially, the call reflects what they're saying is growing concerns around demand, around margins, as well as pricing pressure. Goldman specifically here, as well as many other different analysts, are flagging the rising memory component costs, which are expected to put prices up on laptops, computers, and other electronic components. This could lead to either margin compression for Best Buy, or you're just going to have it passed on by the retailer, by the manufacturer onto the consumer, in which case there will be demand destruction. So they're saying this is not a good look as a result of this increase in memory prices, saying consumers may also decide to trade down to cheaper products. We'll have to wait and see, but not a good look here to start the morning for Best Buy.
Are you guys thinking Best Buy or Best Sell today?
Ouch. Oh, no. Okay, well, that was a good pun. Well, what were we just saying about Nike? If it's in a downtrend, the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. And this doesn't seem like it's anything but in a downward trend. Maybe not as bad. And you can make a solid argument that, okay, it hasn't really gotten to the April low. And when you start thinking about like things like that tariff bottom, like it would be in theory a significant price level. Also, it hasn't really even broken the absolute bottom here at 59. So it's got a triple bottom on it where you're at a support level. But I'm more inclined to go with the Nike stand. Like if it's trending down, you're looking for areas to short pops and continue trend. I just don't know that hitting the short one is right at. It hasn't made that flat bottom break yet. Like it's there, it just hasn't made the flat bottom break on Best Buy. So I think it's more of a wait and see. But retail has been under some pressure. We know this. And you know, regardless of what happens at 10 o'clock or this morning or even in the short term with the conflict, input prices are going up and they're going to stay up for a little bit of time. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on the global economy. It's going to put a lot of pressure on almost every single sector. And it's going to hurt the pocketbooks of the retailers they want. The worst buy?
About the coffee, yeah. No, I'm thinking for Best Buy, it's the same type of thing. Like everything's gotten so much more expensive. My kid comes down to me and says, "Have you seen the prices of PS5s?" And you know, like I paid $550 for mine. They're $850 right now, brand new. PS5s are more expensive now than when they released them. You know, like that's what's happening. So PS5 was released 6-7 years ago, maybe more than that, and probably more than that. And right now, I was reading something on the weekend, they're more expensive now in retail stores than they were when they were first released. And that's because of the price of the components that are coming into that. So if everyone is sort of seeing those type of things, you know, buying a new computer, buying this, buying that, buying parts, right now you're at such an expensive spot that people are holding off. I think it was kind of an easy take there on Best Buy. I'm sort of sad that I didn't think about it. You know, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I had the discussion with my kid. We just built our computer a couple months ago, or maybe less than a month ago. Thankfully, we didn't need that many parts. But yeah, that was part of the story, right? Is the fact that you're looking at, you know, these different, maybe even third-party sellers or whatever to get pieces. And right now, Best Buy suffering from that. I mean, even the chips that go into your TV or whatever is getting more expensive. And I think people are holding off on those big purchases right now because thinking that, hey, if supply chain issues sort of settle down, then, you know, and part of the problem is, you know, the Microns, the SanDisks, and WDCs of the world. So if you were going long on these stocks, you don't have a problem with paying a little higher component prices because hopefully you made money in the stock. But, you know, SNDK just taking out all-time highs again last week and up to 870, you know, keeps on trying to get higher and higher and not slowing down at all. Well, it's trickling down into companies like Best Buy and into consumers. So, yeah, as it continues to go higher, no surprise there. Like I said, I think Best Buy was sort of an easy take to go to the downside there, and I'm just upset that I didn't think about that earlier, because that would have been a good short that you could have easily wrapped your mind around. The Nasdaq's rallying right now, and we got some nice moves up there from Apple right now, starting to kick up through 260. Hopefully that will happen. We did have a nice end of the day there on Friday for Apple, making that huge move right there into some imbalances. Nice move up to 260. So we'll see if we can wind up holding around a 259 or so base. Apple trying to take out its 50-period moving average. Like you said, all clear in stocks? I don't know, but it looks like some of these names starting to get going again, back up to the upside, including some of the chip names. And we're still watching out for that Marvell to see if we can get higher, get out of that position. And there goes AMD up about $1.50 here in just over a half hour. So yeah, some of the names starting to go. Palantir, look, we have our watches. Make sure you go grab that watch list. Our link in description as well. 131. Palantir starting to go up after the first ever mention of a symbol by a sitting president was happened there on Friday, when he just mentioned the software, of course, that we all know that Palantir has, and that they've been using to target certain, to hit certain targets and
identify, select, and
yeah,
the rest.
Yeah. So, anyways, Palantir upside there today, up 1 point, up to 131, up 2.5%. We'll see if that gets going. But thanks, Randy, for the nice warm coffee, and I hope everybody out there is able to have something similar to that.
Or whatever you do.
Well.
Maybe you're a tea person. I don't know. We like our cup of Joe around here. I mean, among the things bouncing, you're going to see Bitcoin through pre-market highs here, and that's with Iran being willing to talk. It's the headline. That's the headline we got. Notably, or maybe it's not notable. It's up to you. I see SLV under VWAP and not as much of a bounce, still in its downward trend. So a little bit of a lag there. And then if we flip on over, like you've got GLD, which is a little bit stronger. So gold a little bit stronger than silver. But as quickly as we're looking like we're going up in the market, sort of down in oil futures, they catch the pre-market low at 133 and then just sort of hang on. Again, not a gigantic move overall. It's still very much inside. You can make the argument that even with it, we're still kind of going sideways. Oil futures sideways in the overall market. So there's nothing. It's not standing out yet. Not yet. But it's a good start. I mean, it's better than the alternative. We're still. I mean, U.S. is still up 7%. Over the weekend here. So a little bit of a pullback of 0.5%, not that big of a deal, but we'll take what we can get, and we will not get upset. No. So a wise person once told me, Sharif.
Go right into the futures and our morning rundown, because it's almost 9 a.m. and quite a lot to talk about today.
All right, we're down 0.5% here to start the morning on the spot. A smidge below that 680 level. So level one, if for whatever reason we sell, maybe they're bounced off there multiple times in early February, so we're looking at that as our first level of support.
Let's take a look here at our morning watch list, which you can get for free. Just subscribe here. You're going to see a right there on your screen. We cover any news that's going to be happening in the day. We have events, economic events, if there's Fed speakers, if there are earnings. You will not be without information. So it list, which again, FREE free. Let's start here with USO. I believe the top name on our watch list this morning, and for good reason, because Sharif, you just alluded a little bit that could be happening at 10 a.m.
Yes, a naval blockade of all Iran. With no deal being struck, U.S. is targeting all maritime traffic into and out of Iranian ports, with enforcement to begin immediately upon that 10 a.m. deadline. Tanker traffic has all but collapsed from 100 per day to basically a fraction of that. Again, I really want to stress that does not military action, including potential strikes on Iranian infrastructure. He spoke about bridges. He spoke about power plants and power through that. But the U.S. is also attempting to interdict vessels tied to Iranian toll payments, as the Iranians have been trying to extract payment for passage through the Strait. President Trump very displeased with that, Adara. will hinge on whether tanker traffic resumes and whether military conflict resumes.
Yeah, I just saw a report here too from Bloomberg suggesting that this limited to or oil terminals. So this could be a wider scale blockade than we necessarily were aware of. Again, Bloomberg reporting citing a memo from the U.S. How it plays today?
Well, at least until proven otherwise, you gotta be thinking a little bit bullish. That being said, we already have this Iran is willing to continue discussions. Expect to see maybe not an entire gap fill, but at least half back into the prior highs from last week. But what was interesting is almost every single day we've had some kind of a okay, now we start doing something different moment to the upside in USO, and every one of those like there's like a great turning point. Same thing. Trended higher, reversed, and then it was a short the rest of the day. Bounce, trended higher, and it was a short the rest of the day. So I'm just looking for that move. It'll be more. Could be like maybe it does a downtrend, and then you're just waiting for it to break that trend. But that requires some patience here, and that didn't happen. This one didn't happen until noon on Friday, and then you go back on Thursday. It made that curl at about 11 o'clock. So let it do some work, and then when the trend. And obviously, you can watch those trend breaks, and if it's trending up and breaks down, that can be strong for the market, and vice versa. There's other ways to sort of express that notion.
Yeah, I was going to try to look here Friday. So, yeah, like the high break wasn't really that great. Low break until about 2 o'clock there. I'm just talking about like some of these on Friday, and then obviously on Sunday we get that news right now of the blockage going to be happening, I guess officially at 10 o'clock. I guess that's just explain exactly what the rules of engagement are going to be, and I think that's what we just wait for, right? We wait to see if this drop down does happen. I think it's almost a break short right there. I like by the time this opens up 9:30. But if you're going to trade this, it's only a half hour after, and then I think you're going to get some talk about what exactly this blockade means. So I would just wait for that to happen. For me right now, oil is really not even, it's on, but not looking too carefully at it. Written here, I have the sticky note now out. I've been posting it. Some ideas, see if you guys have any. I want to go over the ideas that you guys have. A few people posted already, but right here on the note, I just have silver short at 67.25. Looks like we're trying to get into that right now as well. So, a little bit of a bump up here. That's sort of the pre-market high. Silver wants to hold the downside right now, down 3%, just trying to play momentum short in something. And right now, oil, just the momentum's long, and too much news around that. I don't think a blockage of the strait here should really affect the price of SLV. You're already starting to head a little bit south side. We will watch the dollar SLV. All right, what's up, market?
Architect, I like that.
What is it? Marketect?
It's almost like Marketect.
Oh yeah, Marketect. Yeah, it's a good one. First time caller. Hello, ring ring. Hey, what's going on over here? You're not just the only first time caller, of course. Not again. Caller, we love that. I love when they say that on sports radio stations and all that kind of stuff. Nothing. Cream, get that money.
Cash rules everything.
We're gonna get that dollar bills, y'all. So, shout out to Wu-Tang Financial, and is managing your money. You're probably doing okay. I mean, I think
because you're well diversified.
Yeah, they're in a lot of bonds. They're in a lot of bonds. You got to
diversify your
bonds. I mean, that's what they're in bonds for the last little while. You're probably okay right there. So shout out to Wu-Tang, and I remember seeing them a couple years ago and wouldn't mind seeing them again. So we'll wait for Wu-Tang to come back to Toronto.
I feel like Wu-Tang would buy Tesla shares.
I think Wu-Tang, yeah. Wu-Tang is a major Tesla. So let's go find out what FSD is doing in Europe.
We're going to talk about that really quickly as well. Want to mention because MSFT looks like Microsoft just giving some of it back. The information reporting that Microsoft is piloting or planning new Copilot features that are inspired by OpenClaw. So it looks like Microsoft trying to take a little bit from OpenClaw here, but TSLA, big milestone here when it comes to FSD approval.
in the country of the Netherlands, the Dutch, giving FSD supervised, of course, the nod for use now on their city streets as well as highways. It follows a lengthy 18-month approval process where the Dutch regulator named RDW basically gave it a try and said it was good enough for their streets. Now RDW will submit the FSD application on behalf of Tesla for to the European regulator for coverage on that entire continent. But I want to make a really important distinction. The EU version of FSD is different than the North American version. There are many different things. Turn signals are not automated on the latest version, nor is the steering torque, so it can't make sharp turns. There are many other differences as well to comply with European regulations. FSD, as we know, of course, remains core to Tesla's long-term valuation. Much of Tesla's 1.3 trillion or 1.2 trillion valuation centers around robotics as well as autonomy. This is just that. And they've been dealing, Tesla that is, been dealing with slow EV demand in Europe, partly due, of course, to an aging vehicle lineup as well as backlash to Elon Musk himself. So this, Adair, could be maybe something to kind of move the needle there as we got February data that showed that sales first increase in over a year.
This is a needle mover for TSLA.
If it moves, I don't think it's necessarily because of this. I think a Tesla can move today. I just don't necessarily feel like this is the reason. Like, it'll be one of those situations. If Tesla ends the day, let's say, up 3 or 4%, like Tesla with positive FSD Europe news up blah blah blah. Or I just don't know that that's really the reason. The market sentiment catching a bounce here, if we can, provides an opportunity for Tesla because it held out all last week without making a fresh low. Like you came in on Tuesday, it made the low, and then we held it on Thursday and put in a series of higher lows. And what's interesting is it couldn't break through 350. I think when it bounced the first time, it's like, well, let's see what happens. And then it failed at 350. But one green candle on that Wednesday in the open was at 350 and rejected. The next day, under 350 again. So you can pretty clearly see it's got a very clean breakout level from 350. Is it because of this, if it goes? I wouldn't go that far, but it doesn't really make a difference. Once it's through 350, I think it's going to move to the upside regardless. Remember that daily charts, it's been slowly trending down. Well, it held, these were bad dark pool wicks. It held the lows. Despite that downward trend, it held all week at the same bottom. So if it doesn't break that, I think a 350 break is going to be in play.
Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't go long down here around 345-ish. It's just a matter of trying to catch that falling knife. I mean, here it is on Friday, bouncing quite nicely in and around these areas. So I think we can probably, NASDAQ trying to get a base. I think it's very risky to make a call right now, but yeah, like just breaking out. We've seen Tesla's been a huge trade when it works, and we've definitely hit that in the past here. So this is looking like a really great break long on 350, and then when that does, then you're just gonna have to play back and try to. I think it's like a $2 or $3 hold, because right now it's proving to you that it kind of wants to hold 347 right now. So what I could see happening right away off the open, and we've seen this many times, makes a move up, and then you're kind of like FOMO, you miss the move, and then it makes its move back in, and that's where we try to jump on the stock in and around 347 to 348 in this area. So yeah, let it go up and tick around here, and if it does do that in and around 350, it probably will give back a little bit. Especially, it depends what the market does, but if the market hangs out until around 10 o'clock or whatever, I think a run into 350, great. You can even punch a little long. Like if this is going to be a 2 or 3 unit play, you can grab 1 unit here on a 350 break in case it extends out and you get a $5 win. But I do think that there could be a break and fake back into these levels where we've seen some pretty good support. It's on both sides, right? It's good resistance, and then I also think it's good support. But for today, if the move is higher to begin with, then we know that the long should play. So then we'll use these levels as support rather than resistance because we'll have broken through. So for me on Tesla, yeah, man, it is a long. There's some people in the chat I saw talking a little bit about Rivian. We have some time to spare. My daughter was making me these squish things. She's into these Nido things now. This is a homemade one.
Oh,
of the actual Nido things. So she's doing some projects and making these at-home little squeezy things. So shout out to Gia. They're making that for me. Oh, and we posted it up. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw on Instagram. Oh, this is actually a pretty cool thing my wife did on Instagram here. It's their last game there that they had on the weekend. That's them coming out. But yeah, that's really cool. But here it is right here. So here she is here. This is our last game. So she was, thanks for everybody. 132 likes. Really appreciate that. Always got a coffee in hand. And then these are Sour Patch Kids. We tried to get these little secret trick that you can have, but they didn't really work that well. She did really great, though. Got a goal. No, sour. There's a lot of pro athletes are using these sour. They're squeezing a lot of lemons. It's just a sour in the Sour Patch Kids. You're supposed to give it a little bit of a go. Oh, wow. Here's my son, how small he was. This man is almost as big as me right now. And how long ago was this? This was, I don't even know, March 3rd. I don't even know when this was. 2019. That is when we had green screens. So this is 2019, back in the day.
What were we doing with that rug?
I don't know. That rug is somewhere right now. We have different peds and everything right now. But there it is. Yeah, that's my son. Is now 14 and would be the second biggest guy around here right now. So shout out to that. But yeah, no, Rivian, this is making a nice little base as well. So here's Rivian just trying to get going. Taking out the 50 period moving average would be the first step. And that's right here at 1550, then holding 15 down into 1450 as well. So we'll see if we can wind up holding some of this base on Rivian. This is looking like it wants to break a little higher. I mean, this could be a real good run on an 18 break. So if you like Rivian, why not start accumulating right now? Watch out for an $18 breaker on Rivian as that plant in Georgia. Trying to get those R2s out. And I know that our family is waiting for an R2. So hopefully that will wind up coming in pretty soon. But yeah, Rivian and Tesla on the minds today. Let's go back over the desk and look back. Oh, Goldman Sachs, that's right. So we did have the kickoff to Q1 earnings, bank earnings, started this AM. Let's go find out the story with Goldman, then we'll have a look at the charts.
For the first time I can remember since I've started, we had just one bank reporting on its own on a day to start off these bank earnings. But GS, I mean, sales beat, EPS beat. What else can you tell us, Sharif?
Yeah, Dara, it was a good report. There is one little area that didn't do well. We'll get to that one in a second, but it was strong Q1 results. It was driven by equities trading as well as a deal-making strength. Profit rose on the quarter, guys. They took home $5.4 billion in profitability. That is not a top-line number. That's a bottom-line number. Equity trading up 22%, up to $3.53 billion on the quarter. But that's where it kind of all falls apart. Their FIC category, named Fixed Income, Currencies, and Commodities, dropped 10% year-over-year on the quarter, down to $4.01 billion. Investors often view this FIC division as a gauge for the raw market activity, and a miss here suggests that, despite the volatility in the market, Goldman wasn't able to capitalize on it as effectively as analysts had hoped. Their asset management revenue did rise, though, 10% year-over-year, kind of offsetting that FIC category up to $4.08 billion. M&A activity remains surprisingly resilient, supported by, of course, AI-driven investment, as well as the softer regulatory stance under the current administration. IPO markets are heating up, and they've got an eye on the SpaceX IPO. You better believe that. And they're also looking, of course, at OpenAI.
Certainly lots to talk about here. And again, they're not the only bank reporting this week. Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and Citigroup. You're going to get tomorrow morning Bank of America and Morgan Stanley on Wednesday morning. I believe Charles Schwab on Thursday. So, guys, what's the look for our first bank of the season?
Well, if this was Morgan, I'd be like looking for the place where you're buying the usual dip that we see. It's at the Goldman's at the 50 on the daily, but the support's at the 200. So it feels like maybe we didn't go far enough to immediately think you want to pick this one right up. The support was pretty clean. Like we trended up from the highs and then boom, and then we hold the 200 period again. So I think if it gets down there, I think that's a good place to scoop if you like it. Again, I like Morgan better. It's probably a very similar chart, so no need to go over it. They do have the call upcoming. So I would think even though a lot of times you've been pretty good to go when you buy the dips on these bank earnings names, it's kind of already bouncing with the market, and you do want to make sure you get through that call. So I think it's a wait and see mode. Look for that 200 period moving average on the daily. I'm not as concerned with Goldman and say Morgan, who have the trading and the M&A side of things, as I would be with the other banks. So it's a good print, but I'd be more interesting to see some of the others come through, because I'm less concerned about Goldman and Morgan, and I'd like to see how the rest of the banks
Yeah, well, the market's trying to claw back here, which is real nice for all that. So I think the banks can work as well. Down 4%. I think you want to pick up some Goldman Sachs. I mean, what a great stock. What a strong position Goldman has in the market. You're going to go through peaks and valleys, obviously, when you're looking at these stocks. And this is part of what earnings season does for you, right? It gives you an opportunity to sort of reweight and rethink about what positions you actually have. And I mean, has Goldman ever really disappointed? I mean, this is a nice move up. Sure, during 17 had its troubles getting back going, and then once COVID happened, we started to break through that malaise and got going since then. But this was again a $280 stock back in 2020. It's tripled up from there. Now you're up, or even more than that. You're up to 9, 10, looking to break through 1,000. I think 1,000 has an anchor to it, and probably get pulled right up to there. So another 10% higher, and you're right there into all-time highs. Goldman gave you a monster opportunity to dip by right there into 780. Whether or not you took it or not, up to you. I didn't. I'm still holding on to Goldman forever. I just have a small piece, but it's a nice move higher there, and I think it continues. This is just a weekly chart for Goldman Sachs, and as Neil mentioned, they're on the daily. Held at 200, and it's a great trade. You're just right back into this area. I think you nibble here if you're excited about it. But the other thing is you have banks all week, right? And so if you're looking at something to say, hey, maybe I'm thinking that this could be a play. If every day banks start to inch down just a little bit off earnings and then maybe get bought up in the afternoons, you might want to look at something like an XLF, because tomorrow you have 4 banks, big banks reporting. So that's going to create, again, another potential move down. So XLF down into here into 48 to 49, that's looking pretty good to me. It's not like it's gone away from it. Some of these tech names and some of the other plays have really started to take off. XLF, although has gone up quite nicely, you did have a nice move down, and now you're going to get it potentially back in here around that $48, $49 mark, ahead of some of the bigger names that are coming through. I think the street really loves Citigroup, and I could see that being a good one. And then tomorrow with JP Morgan, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, why not pick up some XLF? If we get another weaker day tomorrow, maybe you get something around that $49 mark, and then you're in an ETF that's going to be a strong one, hopefully, especially with more M&A and some of the restrictions getting lifted in the banking sector with this new administration. I know it's not new anymore, but that was the whole thought, that with the Republicans getting in, banks should create good buying opportunities. And really, XLF is giving you a good dip buy opportunity right now. I mean, not even into tariff lows, but we got pretty close, right? This 47 was a great little spot there. So I like XLF for the long, and I think Goldman Sachs gets bought up in the afternoon today. I don't know about right away. This actually little bump here, up about 10, 15 bucks from the lows, probably will get sold off a little bit off the open. So watch for Goldman Sachs. We don't have anything on the imbalance locator. I've been sort of waiting to see if GS is showing up on here. It's not. So right now, nothing as far as Goldman Sachs or any big banks concerned right now on the imbalance locator space. We saw Artemis, so that was a great success. So that's awesome. They're going upside right now. That's just Virgin Galactic. Not a big mover, though. And other than that, yeah, nothing else on here. So, all right, let's go back over, talk about some more defense names with Palantir.
I want to mention Microsoft here, too, because I know a lot of people are talking about this in the chat. I mentioned it a couple minutes ago, but basically the information reported that MSFT is developing some new Copilot features that are actually inspired by OpenClaw. The market does seem to like this catalyst, so just be aware that's the deal with Microsoft. But let's talk about another AI-related name here and defense play, as Sean mentioned. Palantir got the nod from President Trump on Friday, and Kathy Wood picking up some stock as well.
Yeah, some political and some institutional support there, Adara. ARK Invest purchased 85,485 shares. It's about a little bit less than $11 million total. That's across multiple of their ETFs, not just one. The buying does suggest dip buying conviction rather than, an accumulation at these levels. Kathy Wood continues to position Palantir as one of her core AI holdings. And with respect to the political catalyst, President Trump publicly praised, Palantir's defense and warfare capabilities in a Truth Social post on Friday. It was sort of unexpected, but the shares are still down about 28%, give or take, year to date, and the high valuation levels of this stock is also raising concerns, trading at about 99 times 2026 earnings. And competition, Adara, especially from the name you just mentioned there, Anthropic, as well as others, making Palantir not the only player in the game when it comes to custom enterprise AI.
Yeah, certainly one to watch here today. What are your thoughts on Palantir?
I think we've seen the situation where if you go against like a recent endorsement for the president for the market, or sector, or stock in the short run that hasn't been the right way to go. I think we saw what happened with Intel, but that was an actual direct stake, and when they took a stake in LAC, that was good for a while, then it wasn't. This is a bit different from that, in that there's no investment, particularly in Palantir. All of that being said, it had a triple bottom at about $126, and on Friday, that looked like a reversal candle to me. It doesn't. The reason why can be icing on the cake, or it cannot matter at all. But it's still a bottoming tail on the daily chart, and it's holding on some higher lows. Like the Thursday bottom turned into resistance after the news, and that's that 129 area. So as long as it holds this, and then also of course prior close, the 128, like it just seems like a grip and rip. That's alongside for me. It even has a bit of the Palantir, a bit of that Tesla chart look, where you have a kind of like a multi-day resistance it could take out as well for 132.5. But the first look will be the dip into that. We'll call it the post high, like that truth post top on Friday. And as long as it holds on to those gains, I like it. It helps that the daily chart gives you a reversal look. In addition to that, it's definitely going to be on the radar. And I just wanted to know, you'd mentioned Virgin Galactic there, and Artemis, and some of the space names. For now, it does look like you have a bit of a topping moment here for Sidus. Sidus was running, and then Artemis lands, and it kind of made that top at the 420 level, as we were mentioning on Friday, and we've gapped underneath it. So as long as it holds on underneath last week's lows, I think this one can be in a bit of a pullback state after the successful mission. Sometimes it's a bit of a sell the news, and that's what looks like it's happening on some of those spaces.
Yeah, I was, since we're talking a little bit about Palantir here, I don't have it written down. This name could be like a grenade, man. I mean, it's just where you're just like waiting to catch it, and then it just blows up in your face. Like I don't know if we want to sit here and look at, wait for something like this to happen to us. Like this was Friday, you really had a dramatic move down and then a nice little bump up there. So today we're still hovering. Obviously that move up there on the president, but we'll wait to see if Palantir actually wants to hold this 200 period moving average. That's generally been a great look for me. So I'm going to wait and see if we get 130. I mean, it's nice that it's hovering right around 130. I could easily see this falling right into our lap, and then us having to make a decision there. So for me on Palantir, it's a pretty easy play. Wait for this 130, and then you do have a bottom. If we're going to use something as 129 was the top there, as Neil was mentioning there on Friday. So it just kept on bouncing its head against 129. So I would say 130 might be the first look, and then we probably give it up if it breaks 129. So definitely looking long in Palantir. Would like to wait to see the imbalance locator come out. But yeah, Palantir for me seems to be a long today, but up 2.5%. I could see it getting almost back to zeros, which would be right back in here into 128. So I'd let this settle down. First look will be at 130 if we like it, depending on what the market does, and then looking at that 128 to 129 area for some kind of support there off of Friday. So, we'll see if we can get back into there and try to buy this. Nice dip down. I don't know if you're going to get a 123 print today, but, let's get away from this if it breaks 128, because then we don't have anything until 125, 126. So pretty easy structure play for me here on Palantir today. Look at it at 130, see if we like that. If it winds up bouncing around and holding, we can go long. Otherwise, we wait for a 129 possible dip buy and break it out down through 128.
Before we get to our last headline here, we do have another set of comments here from Iran, at least reportedly suggesting they could be willing to do some more negotiations. I'm hearing reports that Iran's ambassador to India said that Tehran is ready for U.S. negotiations, but only if Washington refrains from its plan of, quote, illegal demands. So just another headline to be aware of here. Let's talk, though, speaking of geopolitical headlines, about FXI in China, because it looks like President Trump, he mentioned some of these potential tariffs for countries working with Iran. China could be caught in the fray.
Yeah, Derek, they could be caught to the tune of 50% tariffs on all Chinese goods coming into the United States, of course, if they supply weapons to Iran. The warning follows reports that China may be preparing to send man pads, I guess that's what they're called, man pads, shoulder-fired air defense systems to Tehran. Trump casting doubt on the reports, but made it clear that any confirmed support would trigger aggressive economic retaliation. China has historically been a key economic ally of Iran, and they purchase about 80% of the sanctioned Iranian oil vis-a-vis the dark fleet. We've been talking about this. No confirmed evidence, though, guys, of any direct military support by China for Iran. But even speculation is enough, of course, to increase that global uncertainty. And China specifically is very sensitive to the oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Gasoline prices have already bumped up 11% in that country.
Yeah, and these comments are coming about a month away from President Trump's meeting with Xi of China. How do you guys feel about this headline?
Well, I don't think it should be a terrible surprise to anybody. That being really, when that threat came in, okay, we're going to put tariffs on anybody selling weapons to Iran. It wasn't like there's a gigantic list of people that you were referring to. It was one of two. It's like, oh, well, who do you think the GOAT is in the NBA? Well, I have a general idea who you're probably going to come with. So we shouldn't be surprised by this. So I'm not at all. From a sentiment standpoint, if you're looking to reflect it, there were some positive headlines for Baba last week, and I know this is a name that has been trending in the wrong direction for quite some time. Sentiment hasn't necessarily shifted in the space, but I think you're getting at least remotely close to a bit of a bottom. The problem is, until we stop talking, I know we're talking about China tariffs right now, and we're potentially talking about negotiations, but the leading headlines are still going to be oil and Iran and the Strait. And while that's the case, I feel a little bit like this is the wrong place to be looking for the bottom. Maybe even give it another month or so, or maybe at least a couple of weeks to see how things go with Iran. But I don't think there's any reason to start looking too heavily at some of these. Baba, I think it is getting close, and of course it's valuation and it's cheap and all that stuff. It just doesn't feel like it's at a bounce point just yet. Speaking of bounce points, it's worth mentioning here, we just had I don't know, I didn't see an imbalance on it. Palantir just dropped about $1. I didn't see an imbalance, and there shouldn't be one because it's not even 928. But that just dropped a bit about.
There's an imbalance. No, remember the Nasdaq's come out at 925.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's small, 140.
Yeah. So
whatever it is enough to drop it.
Yeah. So there it is. It's not huge, but as Neil was mentioning there, yeah. So the Nasdaq comes out at 925. So with another update at 928. But there's the Palantir right there to the downside, and SQQ. So that's going to be a long on the Nasdaq, so that's now a buy, so that would be a short. So watch out for that as the Nasdaq's kind of just hovering around right now. Marvell with a small little sell as well there. It's kicking down to the downside. So some of the Nasdaq names that were actually up today seem to be getting hit to the downside. But for me, it's a pretty easy day right now because I've got the plays scheduled. And I asked you guys what kind of plays you might want to do here today. So Northwest goes Baba short. Dane Generous is watching out for Palantir. Alice says good morning. Sebastian says MOS. So he's liking some of the weed names there today. But this is what I have on board right now today looking at anyways. We've got Netflix at 102.50. We've got the Qs looking for a short. Actually, that's coming up right now. Look at Marvell pulling back in. SLV 67 and change short, and IBIT for a $41 short. So if we can have a quick little look at all those with only 2 minutes to go. So here comes IBIT. We'll have to get up to 41. I'm going to leave that alone just for a little bit. See if we can climb up right into this area right there. Period moving averages. We'll see if we can get a dip down there in IBIT. And then Netflix, of course. Really like this stock. We're just, I got to get rid of this. We're bidding 102.50 right now. And that's the price that we wrote down. We almost just got into there, actually, of 102.50. I got to get rid of this 103.40, and I'll make the chart look a little bit better to adjust that. So we almost got into 102.50. So if we do, I'm going to be sitting there dip buying that one. And then the TQs, which would be a NASDAQ pop through. So we'll wait. We're almost there right now. So let's just settle down. I don't want to take a trade in the first couple minutes. But yeah, good luck to everybody. It's 929 right now. The imbalances are out. The NASDAQ's trying to go positive now. What a nice turn of events that would be, right? We came in with the market down about 0.7. Now you're up to 0.3. So hopefully we can turn green. And I think that could happen almost immediately. And then we'll wait to see what happens at 10 a.m., of course.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what happens. We don't know. It could be absolutely nothing, realistically. And we could have absolutely zero movement when this blockade goes into effect. Or we could see some kind of tweet saying, oh, no, it's not going to happen. Until then, you're locked and loaded. You're in the right spot. 30 seconds till open. Looks like Nike already made a turn back into its low, looking to fade this one at prior close and the 43 level. Similar on IBIT. Palantir continues to drop. USO still sliding lower. The one headline we have has actually brought it back down a little bit here, but we got our opening bell for the first time this week, and we're going to go to Adara right away at the opening bell. So we'll get the bell in 2 and 1, and then we'll get some news.
We have to talk Tesla, guys. TSLA pushing higher after we get some comments from the Dutch regulator, the RDW, with regards to its FSD approval. They're clarifying this approval of the FSDs can be valid in all roads within the Netherlands, and furthermore, saying that if we think it's good enough for the Netherlands, it should be good enough for all of Europe. They said they've actually notified the EU Commission or the European Commission of their plans to seek EU-wide approval for Tesla's FSDs. So Tesla, again, the regulator here in Netherlands, not only saying, yes, we approve Tesla, they're saying the whole of the EU should approve Tesla, and we're going to push to make that happen. Before we send you back here, I do also want to shout out our friends at Oragenics, because they have a quick biotech update here. OGEN, they have announced they've dosed their first patient in the phase 11A trial for their ONP-022, which is a treatment that targets mild traumatic brain injuries or concussion. Studies underway in Australia. It'll be evaluating some early signs of effectiveness. It's an important step forward, so just be aware here. OGEN, again, of course, the headline here is TSLA getting a big nod from the Dutch regulator. Back to you.
Okay, we have shut up for the one trade. Thanks, Adara, for all that. Here we go, man. We're long. We're exactly where we want to be, and that's Netflix. So it's daily goal met, but we always talk like that. Here it goes. Upside for Netflix, 1 for 1. There's our 102.50. It's not only that, it's the number one idea that we had written down. There's 102.50 for Netflix. It's a decent position. We have 1.5 units. Was waiting to get a little bit more, but we wanted this name. So here it is, Netflix. Let's see how long we can hold this one for. I have another offer right around here, 103.25. And then we'll just go and see if we can get that fill, which is imminent. And then we'll see if we get break through that 103.50 top side of the day. But it's a 1 for 1 start to the day here.
Yeah, and well, one of them is going to be gone, and that will be Intel. Intel just went again, another 2-3% move right off the bat, off the open. They did get Nike on a bit of a pop and fade. That one just continues to be a short till it's not. But Intel, another 52-week high, as it is just ticking 63.4. So barely breaking that 52-week high there on Intel. Hit enter a few times there. So we actually tagged 42.10. down there on Nike. If it gets down in there, should probably take some out in front of that even dollar, as that continues to be weak. Palantir is still sliding, but it hasn't really broken down to the prior close. So first initial candle is red again on PLTR into a strong market. Gonna have to show some kind of a pep in its step in front of that 129 area. And Tesla's still battling with that 350 on the headline. Well, we had 2 headlines, and one you just got from Adara as well. So good news for them in front of Europe, or I guess the Netherlands. But right now, only Nike for me. That just tagged the bid. Going to keep reloading this one as long as we hold under that 42.5 zone. It's a short till it ain't. Some things never change with this.
It's too funny that we wrote down the TQ's 49. Okay, so right there, Palantir, exactly as discussed and talked about early on when we just mentioned Palantir about 920, saying that we were probably going to get a dip by right into that 129, and there's the hold of 129. Pretty smooth right there for PLTR. So yeah, good little look there if you guys had that. I'm going to wait on it. The TQs goes right to 49 and then pulls back. Of course, we're long Netflix, so I'm going to hold off on my opinions there for the short, although I do like the short. Let's let it build out a little bit. Netflix is already cruising, man. We don't even have, we have out, so I had about 1 3/4, almost 2 units on this one. And we just got an out. Our best out right there is at 30s. I am going to wait to see if we can extend through the high of the day on this play. So if you guys have this, and depending on what your plans are the rest of the day, I got to sit here. I'm going to go to the gym, but that's it. We've hit our goal if I cashed out right now, but I'm not going to do that. I think we can go higher here on Netflix, the number one idea on the board for me today. Let's check out what SLV is doing quickly. And it's right here as well. This is that 67.25 area on SLV. So I was trying to be a little patient with the trades today, but a lot of levels are hitting right where I thought we could potentially, take positions on. So silver right now, 67.25. It's right here. It's right at its pre-market high. Let's see if it dances with the devil here or not. Nothing else really. Google looked like it wanted to take off a little bit off the jump there. Got up to 317, a little bit of a pullback. Nasdaq trying to go, well, it's trying to go green. We didn't get there. We didn't even really get close. We got to minus 0.2. We just have minutes away now until hopefully we hear about a resolve and maybe I don't want to say it's not Tuesday, so it's not Taco Tuesday yet, but potentially with oil pulling back in a little bit right now, hopefully there is a little bit of a discussion here where we can extend this blockade to another day, and we can talk a little more nicely about oil. So we'll see what winds up happening right here. As Netflix definitely having a problem at that 103. Other than that, man, it's IBIT 71,000 doing okay right now for crypto. It did make a move higher. We were looking for 41 short, nowhere near that. The only trade that I'm debating right here is silver right at this level, or Palantir dip buy. But that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. So.
Yeah, USO continues to go lower. AMD, we showed Intel being super strong, up at 40, whatever, and up another 3%, up at $64, almost at 63. AMD not quite testing that 250 level. It's up and now green on the session, so at least that's good, but it's nowhere near resistance just yet. NVIDIA as well, if it'll, come on. Well, I'm telling you, it's clawing its way higher. It's still down on the day. I don't know what this chart's doing. But we haven't broken out that top on NVIDIA. So really, it's Intel leading the way on the chips by far. You have to zoom out to 2021, I think, to find the last time it was up here with 65 as resistance on Intel. We're very patient to catch a bit of a curl. And I think you got to do the same thing because the long is pretty much gone at this point on Intel. With this, we're looking at IBIT. IBIT's not really moving all that much. So despite the strength in the market, Bitcoin does not approach Friday's lows for a fade. It hasn't really tagged the 40 level, so nothing going at all here on IBIT. Still just going to be the one short for me in Nike. Palantir still holding for it, and Citus. That was the other name I'm watching. Yeah, looking weak. It doesn't press into 420. So we'll look at the 4 level. I just think it's a sell the news after the Artemis thing. So it's down 9% already today. Yeah, by the way, Goldman Sachs conference call is on right now.
Yeah, we probably should have shorted some silver right there. It looks like that is going to be somewhat of a play early on here on silver. Let me take a small piece right here and wait to see if we get a little bit better. I can get out of this if we break that high. We can be wrong on this name, maybe even 67.50 or so if we take out that 200 period. It looks like we could get a little bit of a bouncing moment there for SLV. Okay, like our Netflix is just doing its own thing right here. I actually tried to buy more. Rebuy it right back, so that's exactly what we did right there. So if you saw a little bit of a change, I hit the wrong key. I meant to buy a little bit more down here at 102.50, and instead I put the sell key in there. So we had to buy it back. So now it's coming right back in. Still positive on it, but is hitting it back in just a little bit, and we'll wait for silver to come back to the upside as well. We do have the stock visualizer, so you guys, if we have that, we can have a quick look. You get into the chat and type in whatever symbol you want into here, and then we'll be able to look at it there for you if anything is popping around. We had CoreWeave making some moves earlier on this AM, and let's see what's happening now. Yeah, CoreWeave continued extension right now to the high side on CRWV. So there that one goes right now, trying to break out on CoreWeave. We did have that downgrade on Nebius. We can have a quick look to see what's going on with. There it is. So yeah, downgrade on Nebius. I don't think so.
Downgrade.
Yeah, remember we talked about this, and I said like it was just at its highs, and it's really taken off there, NBIS. So just be careful with that one. And I said, you know what, might be worth taking a little bit of off there on Nebius on that downgrade, but they went the other way. And just quickly on Marvell, then we got to go over to Adair, and we'll see what that news is up to. There's Marvell making a move backside as well, 130 bottom for MRVOL. What's up, Adair?
I just want to mention here, there's some big tech weakness across the board. I was just looking here into Oracle headlines here. Neil, they had like a press release at 8 a.m. Oh, they help utilities reduce costs and deliver measurable impact with AI. That's the only headline I'm seeing. Again, 8 a.m. looks like a pre-scheduled press release. I want to talk here about some of these tech names. Google, especially AAPL, kind of pushing a little bit lower right now. Not a massive headline, but I think one worth mentioning. Financial Times reporting that the new EU competition official, whose name is Anthony Whalen, is likely to hold the line on big tech. So even though President Trump has, of course, been pressuring the EU to not overly regulate big tech, looks like the new EU competition authority leader is very likely to continue this pursuit of regulations here against big tech. Back to you.
Yeah, and Oracle absolutely flying. It's through 140, breaking 141 and 142 here. So the double bottom.
Like some Oracle down there.
Actually, it's not even a double bottom. You could even call it like a quadruple bottom. But double bottom from these February lows is looking to hold, but that trend isn't even close to broken there in Oracle. Look at that 50-period moving average just staring you in the face and slapping you in the face, really. The strength is still incredible. Well, in a select few names, maybe it's not everything, but first pullback in Intel is happening shy of the 65 level, so maybe it'll come back into some prior highs. You can forget about like a 61 dip buy. This was not going to be a dip and rip, however. This is the thing, you come in overnight and you think blockade and all that stuff, and that's supposed to be negative news, and it ends up not being when we get this Iran potentially willing to talk story. We're still looking lower highs. Nike's still doing the same thing. CIDU, which is CITUS space, that's holding under VWAP as well. Looking for it to fill the gap down into about 370. USO, nothing burger, which is not surprising.
Nope.
We've seen this before where the bigger moves in oil futures tend to happen a little bit later, maybe after we get some headlines or it establishes some kind of a trend. But kind of like a boring slide to the downside here for oil so far, which you would think could bode well for the markets, but I feel like that's a sleeping giant. We don't gap this far and then only go sideways. It's going to move. Might just have to wait till closer to 10 o'clock here.
All right, guys, we got one going on here with silver. I mean, again, we wrote down 67.25, the high of the day, 67.25, right there for SLV. So we nailed that one. We should have a better price, of course, because we of it, but we should just be following the note. And here it goes. There it goes. We get some 67. So that's going to be a good little one there as we'll hit the sirens up for silver. We'll go 2 for 2 on those calls so far with Netflix and SLV. But wow, okay, silver. Wow, you really did good there. 20 seconds. It makes. We did buy a little bit there. I'm still waiting for one. Shoot, did we have a bad wick here? Boo. Okay, we can edit this candle just real quickly here. 92. I'm going to get rid of this. 103. I'm looking at. Oops, it still didn't work. Okay, but right into here, that's 101. That's going to be my next buy zone right there, 101. And then if we lose, then I think that will be the end of this trade. So just trying to let this one mature up a little bit and see if we can catch a win with Netflix right now. And willing to, I mean, into earnings this week. So, you know, but stock and we'll support it just a little bit longer here on NFLX. So that's Netflix. And then, you know, just looking back again, we had written down the TQs. We probably could have had that one. There's our Netflix 102.50. So it's under that right now. A losing trade. Well, we're flat on the trade because we took some out. But now LV, there's a 67.20. Get there. And the NASDAQ, we did get there, but we didn't short it because we went long on Netflix first. But we'll see if that one wants to work out.
One of the big names on the visualizer was RCT. A lot of viewers looking at that. It just halted through the high of the day here. So RCT up 143%. Halts at one. App also will open flat. I'm going to see if I can find red clouds. Get some data for you on it because I'm not sure the actual float on red cloud. Let's see. How probably is the float. Your 19 million share float, of which, I don't know if that's right, but it says 1% short. So it's a low float story more than it's going to be short float. It's done 78 million, it over about a bajillion times here. So watch out, should open in about 4 minutes or so. Not the only small capper that is going, but my goodness, Oracle. Well, if you had Oracle up 3% on your bingo card, congratulations. I don't know many.
What was the news about Oracle?
I didn't even see the news on Oracle.
Right.
There was a press release at 8 o'clock that Adara had mentioned to the viewers, but I didn't see it myself, and it wasn't even on the radar. I know Intel makes perfect sense to me. You've got for the fab go up, kind of the U.S. government investing in them. You got Nvidia, everyone and their mother. You even hear about this being talked as like a meme stock, which is crazy on Friday. It's holding VWAP for now, but even high, it makes some sense. So the names that I'm in haven't done much else. A little bit of a lower high being put on the offer, and see if we can get back into the lows. Sidhu is basically, hey, there we go. Sidhu's holding the same range. Should probably get some bids out there, but it hasn't broken up. Just looking for a bit of a sell the news into that 365 area on Sidhu. Apparently, CoreWeave still making some power moves.
Yeah. I looked at
there's going to be some profit takers ringing said register when you get to that price. I think we're going to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. GS on watch. Goldman Sachs finished its 9:30 a.m. conference call. I want to mention this probably because the most interesting thing I'm seeing here of these highlights are that they described long-term credit-related name added, and they also report tomorrow morning along with JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. Back to you.
Well, I think so, Dara. Probably right now, man, let's just go money, 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 because here it comes, man. There's silver, so we'll go 2 for 2 today with Netflix, and then silver making, oh, I thought I was bidding one. Let's take a 91 first, and then we'll cancel our 88, because why not? We're down there at 91. Maybe we can get a little dip. Get a 90 fill our second there. Working out. So, yeah, Intel 9 straight up days right here to start the month. And, yeah, congratulations to anybody who great run in. We've done as well. We'll take the auto market when we get back from Madeira.
I've mentioned Circle here. I'm seeing a lot of people chat, ask about CRCL. Any news? Attention, of course, but mostly along the lines of what is happening rather than any kind of concrete catalyst. Again, CRCL doing incredibly well to start the day, just rejecting that area around $93. Back to you.
We are going to look at that, but I just want to give a quick little shout out to all my silver heads out there. What's up to my guy? I'm not sure you're talking about LJ. And boy, oh boy, that was a good idea as we ring that register. I don't know if Joe's short silver or anything over there, but there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside on SLV. We take a day off, but we don't miss a beat. As planned, right? Things on their bingo card. Well, this was on our bingo card, and we took it. We just should have had a better price. We should have 67.25, which is what we wrote down. Instead, we'll 12s and get down there to the downside. So there it goes for us. It's silver, and it's a good one. So yeah, pretty happy with this move as silver now down 50 cents on this trade. I hope you guys are in this as well. Silver downside, Circle looks like upside.
Yeah, well, if there's no story on Circle there on Bitcoin, it's actually heading to the downside. Nowhere. We saw it with Intel at least a couple of times last week. So I just paid for locates. If it goes in, it's going to go into this 94 level, and I'm just going to look for a trend break, top and tail, play a little bit of a reversal play. Down to Sky. Thank you for that. I'm not on the right page, so I'm not going to be able to throw it up there, but I do see you and want to get that one up. There we go. Nice day for Oracle. It is a nice day for Oracle. Over 5K profit in first 15 minutes. Microsoft Copilot. I suppose maybe people will be more interested in them. Well, it's up, which is good. The market's down, not really breaking out those highs. Made its high in the pre, broken this flat top here at 375 yet on Microsoft. I stressed it yet. It definitely has a chance. But Circle's got my attention now. Now it's at that 94, so it's filled in from the story on Circle there. Okay.
about this market. NASDAQ pushing higher, S&P 500, I'm guessing, doing the same. We'll see what oil pushing lower. There's a reason for this, guys. Keep an eye here on some oil headlines. New York Post reporting that Iranian officials are studying the war Iran to be able to, that's mass contingency here. Considering the potential of following this condition with the U.S., and by that I mean abandoning uranium enrichment. Back to you.
Yeah, you never know what levels are going to kick in, but yeah, this is why you just kind of get aggressive when you see the opportunity to do so. So there goes Netflix again, man. We stay on the same Netflix move higher. So, like, you know, we couldn't be too much happier with some of these plays that we're seeing right now on the account, including a reload there in oil, silver trade. I'll show you in a second. Apple, Nvidia right now, Micron upside. Getting talk. So that was a good one there. We'll go back over to the bigger. Look at the NASDAQ starting to go. So this has been really a nice little blessing there in disguise for Netflix. I mean, it dropped down into that 102. Now it's still got to go anything. Silver went up. Oh, it went right up into the 200 period, and we stopped out there. So that was a break of 67.40. I just didn't want to be in this if we broke that. We did, and it came right back in. So just a couple quick reloads there on silver. So it's going to be a flat trade on SLV at the end of the day because we do get stopped out there. But let's wait to see if it keeps on its movement to the high side, or if actually, you know what? Let me try to reload this right here on silver. We'll take a 12 here, and then we'll wait to see if we get a little bit higher in the 16s, and then we can now use that as our very out, 67.45s. So let's just put that in right now. If it winds up running that top, then we'll just, you know, close the trade and get out. But on that we'll continue. That's our next reload and nothing before that. We get taken out, but that's what we're going to do now on SLV and see if we can get back to this, man. I'm always going to be trading with stops just because if that continues, now it's going to look bad. We got stopped out 20 cents ago, but if that continues to go, right, I mean, you can't hold on for dear life. You got to sort of tap out when tap outs are necessary. So there's a huge that goes to 49.20. So that's right where we are right now, into the pre-market highs right now for the NASDAQ and the TQs. So nice little headline there as we get. So we'll have to wait to see if it continues the move higher here on the news from Iran.
It's a good headline, but USO's already turned a bit.
Yeah.
So maybe it's to be expected. It didn't quite fill in the gap. So a bit of a disappointment because I think that would have been a more obvious place for a bit of a curl. Nike came into the double top, held close, obviously, and is now pulling back in. Sidhu didn't care about what happened to both futures. That's going to be potentially nothing. Intel, on the other hand, that pulled right into the volume weighted average price. So market spiked up, and Intel kind of, I don't want to say lost a bit, but it barely even got. It's still above the prior high. I want to let this drift. The idea was to let it drift to 63 because we didn't get 61. See if it can hold VWAP. If the next candle holds VWAP post this little rebound that we're seeing in all the futures, then I think we can be good to go to get our first Intel trade. IBIT, as I said, is probably gone. You're going to have to let this one come back in here. Ooh, still sitting at VWAP. I'll let it come back in. If it can also hold VWAP, then we can play trend over there for IBIT. Unfortunately, you can like that 40 level, but we didn't really get anywhere close to it off the open. And with this headline, it's entirely possible that we won't get it at all, which would be just fine. If the market wants to try to go green today, then I'm not going to be the one to stop it. So we're trying to get some VWAP on Nike, still in Sidhu, and either IBIT and VWAP or Intel, if you can hold it, should be the next two plays for myself. By the way, I know there's some small cappers in there. That RCT, the small capper that was halted, red cloud. Unfortunately, after opening up, it then halted down. It's now chilling out at the lows. Still above $1. Breakout in the pre-market, but it did hold down and now trading a little bit lower. Yeah, they're here for a good time, not a long time sometimes, these small cappers.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
That one actually made the high on the halt and then reopened lower. So like it's if you took the hold up, instant loss, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, we home sales coming up at 10, so we can wait for that to see when that winds up happening. Plus the blockade apparently happening at 10 o'clock as well. We'll wait to see if there's any sort of a news story there. We'll cover that as it goes. We did cover a little bit at 67 and change there for SLV. So still waiting to see if that one can make a little bit of cash. We are now 20 cents in. I'm going to take another piece off right now and a piece off ring on Netflix as we'll see if we can. Okay, go. We're waiting 96s here. This is a big trade for me. The number one trade on the sticky note, so we had to hit it with some sort of violence, so we did do that. Now we'll wait to see. We were able to get a dip down opportunity there for Netflix, so we did buy that dip right here, and now we'll wait to see if we do get it. I'm at 102.96s. Let me just go. Are we going to get it? I was about to offer right now 90s just because I don't want to miss it. All right, let's just do that. We'll offer. There it is. So we take a 90 fill right there on Netflix. Now we don't have to worry about it. So there it goes. Now we can let this thing go. We still have a big position. A unit and a half. The most we ever had was 2. So we just got out about half a unit right now to the upside on Netflix as we average it back in there to the downside. FLX. Let's give it some room so it can pop. And if it does, then great. Then we have the trade. We have some of the lows there on Netflix. All right, so let's go over here and look at Uber. I think Uber is one of the more undervalued names right now in the market. Really think that they can, prove their worth here as we talk more about full self-drive and sort of the footprint that they have on the space. First mover advantage. I know Waymo's going to be coming there, so is Robotaxi. Let's see how Uber can sort of adjust to those potential headwinds and turn them into some tailwinds as they sign a deal with NVIDIA over their GTC conference and apparently can get some full self-drive cars on the road hopefully pretty soon. Watch out for some Uber going higher. I like it, and I don't know what Uber's sort of PE is. I'm going to have a quick little look right now on Uber. I'm not buying more shares down here, but I do still hold on to a decent position. Market cap is only 143 billion, so that's pretty light. Short flow right now of 2.86%. Price to earnings 14. Like this is a I think anyways a growing tech name. PE 21. Yeah. I mean, I only bring you guys classy stocks, like wicked opportunities like Big Bear AI. But there it goes right now to the downside for Uber. I was to the downside. I like the stock. I want to buy more, so we'll see if we get an opportunity to do that. We did take out, we talked about Marvell today, up there at 133. That's where my price was. So we do take an out there on Marvell in the portfolio for that. This stock was about a 90+% winner there on Marvell. So we got to take some out as it does take out the highs. And it was just a good run. I was not even expecting this. Like last week when I was here, we were down in here. I was like, well, we'll wait to see if we get a 125. We open up today above that level and was able to take some out. So I do still hope it moons. But just like Palantir, if you sit around and wait for the moon all the time, sometimes you shoot the moon and it comes right back in. And that's what happened here with PLTR a couple times up near that 200 marker. So we did take some out at 175 and we didn't feel great about it. It was during this time right here when we took it out, when it got back into the 50 period moving average. We had 10 straight up days. We took a piece out. We did not feel good about it, man. When this went to 200 and it was looking like, okay, we might have made a mistake. And then on the way back in, now we just sort of sit on our hands and wait to see for some more actionable trading on PLTR. Hopefully that can come through now when we bounce off that 130. Not a horrible level, 130 for Palantir longs. But yeah, man, it's Oracle blasting right now. It's Circle. Some of these names continue to go, and it's Intel. But I'm still on these two names right now and doing pretty good with silver. And
I'm a huge fan of Uber. I just don't like the daily chart right now, but that's way cheaper than I actually realized. Their forward's under, I knew the forward was under 20. I didn't realize the current was going to be that cheap. I shouldn't be waiting. That should just be a value play. But I'll stop the fail on Citus as it just broke through that prior high at 4. So if I like 420, I'll wait again to engage until that 420 level. We took the D-block trade. Always going to try to grab it if we can. Go. It was the best stock on Friday, but today Nike wants to take out the highs. Yeah, I don't know what the headline's going to be, but ultimately, as long as this one, well, actually hasn't gone green yet, so I might take another shot at this. It did hit low of the day originally, but we're now breaking out that top. If it's a wick top, I might get back into this if we wick this and go back underneath, because realistically, it's still red on the session, and the market's absolutely blasting, so it's not nearly as strong as the overall market. But this is a topping tail candle. I'll probably hop back into Nike, give it till, I guess, the prior close top, 62, 65. I guess should have been that stop in the first place. Let's go to Adara. It's 10 o'clock. Obviously, no blockade.
We did get those existing home sale numbers a couple seconds ago. So existing home sales lower than expected, guys. This is for the month of March 2026, 3.98 million. Below estimates of 4.05 million, also below the prior print. Now, existing home sales change, of course, also lower than expected, given that the print was lower than expected. So negative 3.6%. That's going to be a bit larger than the expected negative 0.7%. So again, larger than expected drop in existing home sales on a month-over-month basis. Also, lower existing home sales print. S&P 500 here heading out near highs. We get a little bit of a pop after the New York Times reported that Iran is considering abandoning its uranium enrichment plans in order to strike a deal with the U.S. because we know that is a very important point that the U.S. wants to make before they strike a deal. With that in mind, here's a look at USO. Right now pushing a little bit lower. Again, 10 a.m. So 1 minute ago from now, that's when we were supposed to get the blockade beginning, according to both Central Command or CENTCOM in the U.S. and President Trump himself. So we could see a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz right now. If I do get any details out of the Middle East, I'll keep you all posted. Lots of headlines here in general strength in the AI and tech space. Microsoft rocketing into new intraday highs. This morning, they did feature a little bit of a setback here from OpenAI, saying that Microsoft's limited their abilities to reach clients. But as MSFT also, according to the information, going to be releasing or considering releasing new Copilot features that are inspired by the very popular OpenClaw. So lots to be aware of here. CoreWeave strong also in that space. Same with Oracle. Crypto also has some strength with CRCL popping in a big way. So lots to look at today. Like, subscribe, don't go anywhere. Stay with us all day. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adair. We want everyone to recognize that markets have been extremely active in for traders. This kind of environment creates big opportunity, more setups and more momentum. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things, and that is, of course, discipline and access to capital. And that is where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal accounts. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call, of course, limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code and make sure to grab that 10% off by telling them you're from Trader TV Live, baby. And if you have this Netflix trade, you may have graduated your account today, because there goes Netflix right now, about to be $1 from our reload position. But we did not reload here. I'm just going to punch out right there. I'm not going to even wait for 15s. We'll just take some 11s right there. And now we'll put an offer up near the high of the day of 103.30s. And we'll see if we can get out that, and then we'll let the rest run. But there goes Netflix. Just kind of stick with your guns, right? Have some kind of confidence in the trades, just like Neil said there. The number one trade, I guess, for him on Friday was Nike. Right back to the well today. And I think that's part of what you want to do. If you're reading something properly, you want to get right back into it. And there it goes there for Netflix. We did not give up on this name when we bought it at 102.50. It did make a move higher. We did layer into the downside play, and now we're taking it out as we get into the 200. And I have no idea how high this one shall fly. So we'll wait. I'm going to bid again here on, we just missed it. I mean, I can just tell you where it is. 67.30 is where I'm waiting for the reload here on SLV. We don't get that. And then we notice that we did fall right back into a level here. So let's offer some out, punch some out there at 07 as we get it right back in. So we do get stopped out right there on silver. We do get back in on some of that news. And it's Strait of Hormuz time right now, right? I mean, it's 10 o'clock. So a quick little check-in on what's happening with USO. Nothing. So there's the move down as the market sort of, creates opportunity and goes green. Oil comes back in as well. So right now, we'll hear. We got Adara here. If there's anything happening, we'll bring that to you ASAP as far as press releases or some kind of statements here from.
It's a bit long-winded.
president or whatever. Does it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we'll just keep getting
headline.
it to you guys if and when there's some news on it.
I'll give it a bit. Again, we'll keep those headlines to you, but that one's way too long to read it on Intel. Try to give it that whole long-term look here. We have an inside range above the prior high, and that'll be last week's Friday's top here at about 63.5. It's in a consolidated range, looking for the push all the way back into the top if it can go. Still going to be in that, well, obviously, shouldn't say still going to be. We reloaded back into Nike when it was a topping tail. It didn't go green. So as long as this is holding the bottom end of the range, I think it can be good to go. It was Circle that was the only thing that, well, it's now on the radar that wasn't on the radar. But that is not breaking the trend. As you can very plainly see, that just broke another fresh high of the day. So got to be patient with it. I was looking at that 95 for a trend break, but it did not even get close to breaking this trend. It'll maybe press into 96 or 97. Just a little bit further. And if it tries to fill in that gap a little bit more, the good thing about waiting for a trend to break is you don't necessarily have to get run over by this moving freight train. And it's not like it was doing this before we got the bounce in the market. So I don't want to get it twisted or anything. Like the market wasn't even doing a thing when Circle got going. That being said, if that doesn't happen, we almost got the prior low there on IBIT, that 40.80 level. That's where I'm looking for a bit of a fade on Bitcoin. Somehow, I don't know why Circle pretty strong, but Bitcoin's still 71.5 and not really breaking out. So that'll also be a trend break trade for me. Just let it try to mosey on a little bit higher into 40.80 before we take that bit of a curl. Jay Lee saying Palantir sitting on a P of 208 while Uber is 14. Well,
Yep, exactly.
yeah, I mean, not all. The thing is, different sectors, different growth patterns, different types of stocks. You usually want to compare PEs with like stocks that are released in the same sector or the same level of maturity. I don't think that's one where it matters too much. The only reason that matters for me in Uber is like I like it for the story. Like I never was an Uber buyer because of the PE in the first place. But if you like the story and it's cheap, that's even better.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking back at that, and I was going to call it up, and I put this on here. What's up to MF Dane Generous as well? Thanks for pointing that out, as Neil just talked about this. But I was going to bring up the fact that in the pre-market, we did talk about 129 bids for Palantir, and didn't want to catch that on the way down in. We should have took that trade. I mean, it's working way better than Netflix is. I mean, Netflix is still.
Yo, Sean, I think you're signing as me.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
No, he's not.
Oh, on that computer? Oh, okay, yeah, maybe on that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now you're going to get some refills on that coffee here, my guy. But yeah, right here for Netflix, for Palantir, up to 132.50. So we'll definitely make sure to get a little bit out there, 132.50. This is what happens when nobody knows logins, when it's not your day off and everyone's logging in as you. There's shout out to Joe. Obi, no one had a login, and apparently it's written on right here on this thing, but I don't know. Anyways, there goes Palantir upside. Netflix, we're still waiting for that one. Silver, I don't know. We covered some more down there at VWAP. I mean, this was a decent look, and it's been bouncing off of 67.25 and change. So we'll have to have a look again right there on silver to see if that winds up holding. And unfortunately, man, we've been talking about Netflix and how good its trade Palantir's been. Netflix cannot go. It cannot break through anywhere near its pre-market highs. We haven't even come close to that. Right off the open we got there, but we didn't do anything since, and we've just been bouncing off of the 200 period moving average. So that's why we've been emptying out the clip a little bit here on NFLX. I guess it won't be that huge trade that we're hoping for, but Netflix could be it, but definitely got some out there on the top. If we break back down through VWAP, that would still be a 40-cent winner. We could take some out there. So why don't we just do that again right now? Take out a little bit more of Netflix here. I'll offer some 95s. Hopefully we're able to get that. And then we'll just move away from it, as Marvell could be the next long that I'm looking at, because it's pulled back a little bit now as well, back into that 129 area, looking at Friday's.
It's not alone.
Closing mark. Yeah, no, a lot of things pulling back.
AMD got lower highs underneath VWAP, unfortunately. I don't want to be pessimistic, but like on the other side of the coin, NVIDIA, I got a bad wick on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is relatively strong. It's not green yet, but it's still holding on to some higher lows. So, so close. So it's making another couple of topping tails. You have this, again, first dip, second dip in here. It's breaking, trying to break down from like that 90 bounce. But this could be the first salvo for myself, at least to take a shot on the circle reversion, not regression. Let's go for some new 10.
With this, guys, have a lot of details, not too much of a move either, but LU and watch, I'm seeing that Daily Wire, Texas Attorney General can be launching a formal investigation into Lululemon. I guess there's some concerns here that they might be misleading.
Yeah.
All right, Dara's mic is not working, so there we go. We want to thank. I was just saying to Joe, it's a very risky business over here, but we've logged him out, and I logged out of everything, so I got to log back in myself. So there it goes. We will get a Dara's mic fixed, and we'll get right back over to that ASAP. Seeing some Amazon movement here as well as they're pulling back off of some of these levels. It's nice to see the NASDAQ back to 25.3 at least. So that was been pretty good. Here comes the NASDAQ. Amazon down 0.5% today. I really like Amazon. I mean, they've shown its true colors. Wants to go back there to the upside. So potentially Amazon still trying to work that out. And I think Amazon goes long from here and even breaks through their highs. Dara's mic is now fixed.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Again, just for this headline with Lululemon, not a ton of details, so be careful. But I am seeing a report suggesting that the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is going to be investigating over some concerns that there might actually be misleading customers over the safety of their products. Again, pretty vague, not too much of a move. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Also, with regards to this blockade, because I'm seeing, of course, the people in our chat, what situation with the blockade? Is it 10 supposed to be the blockade? So as far as we know, it's 10 a.m. The blockade has begun. If I get any details suggesting that's not the case, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Lululemon.
They have.
Find myself. You know what?
What's the stock doing?
I don't mind pleading ignorance because it doesn't really matter at the end.
Did Randy get back all the way?
What you're what it's made with, I suppose. It doesn't matter. But we're starting to give up the bid. We're losing the bid there on Intel. That drift dropped in. The other shorts are going to end up working, but at the chagrin of the long to the 90 and then pulling back, but have a look at 92. So 92-ish, going back to Thursday, was a big level. That'll also be just in front of, that'll be the target. Nike's at the same price. And you want to pay attention to oil futures. You would think if we're pulling back off the highs that this might be screaming higher. Not the case. USO is still hanging at 131. Obviously, when Iran will 29, still looking relatively weak over in our step over there in the market, but it's still pretty early. I think some of the weakness in the chip names that just came in, we saw Marvell, AMD, Intel pull back as well, but the new one for me was a reversion in. I turned my head. I thought Randy. I heard
Joe.
Randy. I'm like, I thought we're getting our coffee reload there. What's going on now?
Here comes Randy. Yeah, we had. So my chat, company chat, I was logged in. So Randy came to ask. He's like, Joe wants a refill, but you know what? That would have been funny because you could have got him a cup of. Yeah, I'm gone soon, guys. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, so yeah, I would love a cup of Joe. Right there. We're just getting yesterday. It is ready. Of course, as I leave for vacation, it's starting to get really nice. So that's like 70 degrees here in Toronto.
We have evaluations today at baseball.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
That's indoors.
Right. We had that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun. So
it's fun. The weather's nice out there. Like if it's 20 degrees, you just love to be outside. But
50 issues. It is not.
I was wondering. That's not a bad place
there.
to take
So, possibly they're looking into that one. Okay, but all right. So
I would never get distracted by it.
no. You never, not when you're driving, that is for sure. Another piece of Netflix, I don't know, 30 cents. We'll take another piece out. Go long there on NFLX. Let's check out the big dog, man. It's 10:14. We haven't even mentioned it. So, right? I mean, move off open, bounces off VWAP pretty cleanly at 186 up to 188. Man, everything's like really Netflix, what I thought could moon, and it's not. So we'll have to wait for that. But yeah, 188 top looks pretty good, holding the 25 period moving average. I'm going to get rid of this wick. It shouldn't be affecting VWAP or anything here. But right in there, 187 or so. Good level for NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to hold that 25 period moving average and maybe start to extend through. Look at the NASDAQ, what it's doing right now. So this is what NVIDIA is doing. So this does not match. So it looks like NVIDIA is going to be a stronger name here, despite it being, weaker than the NASDAQ as a percentage-wise. But for right now, names are holding the bid. It's amazing. It's that move. You can see right following the NASDAQ's direction there and heading lower, but it's NVIDIA bucking the trend. What is Apple something similar to? Darn, another have to these all don't have luck here today with some of these charts. But yeah, let's one more and then I'll go back to Neil because I got to fix this. But there's Google. Okay, so Google's trying to follow trend as well. This is the biggest name for me, man. I just want to buy more Google, and unfortunately, bag was pretty full down here and didn't pull the trigger. But looking at that, somehow to do that, we'll be all over Netflix in and around that area. So yeah, silver doing not much, and Netflix is the only two trades for myself, and then trying to pick up because hey, man, it's just reacting differently than the market. So down into view up 187, like some NVIDIA down there.
Yeah, and speaking of things that are losing the bid as well, Tesla, which we haven't really talked too much about, they had the full self-drive, positive headline out there in the Netherlands. Was breaking through that 350, now pulling back into that prior high. So maybe you get a bit of a bounce there. Not really sure if it's the way the market's going. I'm not sure it's going to. So there's a buyer in here at 93.5 on Circle. So I have a bit of a tight stop. This is a very against the grain move, on a trend break. But I'd like it to try to press in 92. But if it gets above 94, it's more a look for a reload up here $1 higher than it is hold it that $1 against you. So we'll take what we can get for that. Still doing the absolute same thing. And don't look now, but USO is catching a bit of a bid.
Is it? Okay, that's why the market's coming back.
Yeah, but it's another higher low. So here's what I'm looking at for USO. Bottom, higher low, higher low. Still probably going to be thinking about a trend break on this. If I wasn't bearish on, the first move was down. So realistically, I'm probably still going to look for a trend break to the downside. But it's holding on to the trend line up here for sure. Really exactly pressed. You can 92 on the 15-minute chart. So what 9? First of all, I'm not trading SanDisk today, and it already went to 900, the double top. So, congratulations if you shorted it, but probably more importantly, congratulations on this stock. Up 5%, another all-time here today. It doesn't. It waits until 2 weeks from now. They report, 2 weeks Thursday. Pretty high expectations. We already saw Micron have a blowout report last quarter and actually pull back off that. I wouldn't be surprised if SanDisk did that too. But you're asking what to do at 900. It already did.
We're winning far today. NVIDIA right there. I just said we're going to buy it, man. It was going opposite of the market. So we put some, put our money where our mouth is and bought a little bit on NVIDIA at the 25 ahead of 188. We're long right now at 70s. So that was about a 20-cent rip to the north side there. We take a little bit of advantage of that. And I'm just waiting for 187 to drop through. So if this breaks through 187.50, I'm off. of this name. This is just a quick little rally. We'll dip by again if we can get it back into this area, more into the 60s. But I'm going to try this right now, man. It's a new position alert. It is NVIDIA. And are right now for us here with NVDA. Neil on Nike and Circle short. I've got the longs, he's got the short, and Adara's got the news at the desk.
There, Sean. Let's get it started here with VRAX. We've talked about it in the past. This is not its first time rallying. It is a penny stock right now, around 18 cents. Market cap of just over $1 million, 1.18 million. Float of around 7 million shares. So small float, small market cap. That trend's going to continue with RMSG. Real Messenger Corp could not be as of this morning, but it was in our Twitter TV live watch list. Just over $1 million market cap. Short float around. So RMSG. Last but our mentioned today that actually has a catalyst. They announced that they're signing a $30 million licensing deal over a 5-year period to deploy its RAID engine within Saudi Arabia. You've got a $50 million market cap and 44 million share float here. So larger market cap and larger float for RCT compared to its in the small cap recap segment today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We're going to send you back over here to Sean and Neil.
Because I wouldn't have remembered if you didn't grab it.
Yeah. Now 40 cents, Netflix 12 cents.
So I'll trail out there. We'll end up grabbing about 60 pennies on that one. Was looking for the next salvo to get down to 92 on Circle. It held that. That's a bit back slide. Respect it. Look for the next opportunity. Whether or not to see what we're doing. Still, slightly catching a bid. A couple of higher lows in here. It's kind of rejecting 131. It's not a long-term trend, but it's a bounce from the news. So if it were to hold on, wait for VWAP, if it breaks, then it'd be about right now it would be about 130.50. That'll be a moving target as it gets higher. Ideally, it'd be even better if it just held the trend into VWAP and then broke trend there. Then I would go back to a Nike close to the trend break, but Nike topping tail at prior day close, looking for VWAP next to the downside trade. Let's go back to the desk for Adara.
It's interesting, guys. I'm seeing a lot of commentary now coming through about the possible blockade now that we are blockade. So 10 a.m. is when this was supposed to start. So theoretically, this blockade has begun. As such, we're seeing a lot of different analyst comments. I'm seeing one comment here suggesting that because large offshore crude stockpile, both Iran and China while here with this blockade. They could stand weeks or months of disruptions at the Strait of Hormuz. So this basically implies that, unfortunately, this blockade could go on for a little bit longer than people might necessarily expect or want. Back to you.
Yeah, nobody wants this for very long, but it's nice to see that over there covering that for us. We have it all live. You're now in the right space. Whether or not you're looking for oil names, and that subscribe. There's NVIDIA. We just took it out near the highs, well, basically at the highs of the day, 188.20s. The very high is 30, whatever this price is, 30 levels there. And I just took another, excuse me, our good friend SLV once again here at VWAP. This is the only red mark we have. But here comes right back in the market pump down kick there. Opinion, nice little down move there. Social Iran Navy is the complete oblitter. Goes. Okay, nope. Adara has it. We'll go over there in a second. We'll get here on video if it does pop back up, but it's all good, man. We're just really running this so far here today. Silver, good move down, man. We took advantage of that. Some on the way back in right there. I was bidding 83s. It goes to 85. That's okay. Hopefully we do get a move down, but so far so good here. 40 cents on NVIDIA with some good shares, and Netflix as well, trying to work. We're 3 for 3 here today, and doing well, but just here since 10 o'clock. We'll wait to see now bouncing off of the 50-period moving average there. So tough to use moving averages right now when we have all these headline risk, but we're doing good looking at other names. As we said, silver downside, 15 cents there, 50 cents. And NVIDIA is one that I'm most proud of Netflix because it was on the note, but at least on NVIDIA, we called about this. We looked at it. We matched it against the futures and realized this. So we took NVIDIA, and there it goes, man, climbing up the board today, NVDA.
And we'll go back to Adair at the desk.
I like that. Talk about through social posts, and the reason why is, I mean, a lot of it's what we usually see. He's saying that Iran's navy's been obliterated, but there is one statement here that actually has a bit, I guess, the direct warning: if any is anywhere close to our all caps blockade, they will be immediately all caps eliminated. So he's saying if these Iranian ships near our our blockade, we're going to get rid of them. So again, already here, we're like 25 minutes into the blockade. There's already a threat related to said blockade. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Adair. And that's just
bye-bye.
That break-in trend in oil futures obviously didn't happen as we got that, but we did view all. At this point, if it low the day, great. Getting to got me up twice here at then a wick at the high, but then we jumped back in after that topping tail candle. Instead, higher close. Plan, but a bounce off VWAP, and this is maintaining an upward trend. And if that ends up the case, then I'm not going to reload it a third time. That trend break on USO has not happened. If anything, we're just simply bouncing and looking relatively strong here. I still, of course, when it puts in a new bar, that just moves the chart on me. I still believe overall this is kind of downward slope now until we get to VWAP. Still going to take this trend break is next, and I want to double check Circle. That was obviously no question. Right decision to get out. If it can go like head and shoulders, something distinct for a lower high here, there might be a reload and then the chance to get all the way to the volume weighted average price. But for now, seems like Circle maintaining that ridiculous move up. It's also a bounce. Doesn't really matter too much. That's more of if you're into a swing. So USO is still next up, and this is the way trend to break down. If it doesn't, I don't go short until we get to VWAP.
Here we go. Let's send this out, and then because yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know who's buying this name up, but there goes Palantir. Sorry, we're still on NVIDIA. Smoke right there for NVDA. Man, it's going to hurt taking a vacation. We got to take a vacation. Yeah, Palantir, man. Is Kathy buying? Yes, she is, it seems like right now. We heard that on the weekend. We just got the story today. It was on our watch list. That Palantir about $11 million worth, which is not huge, but nice buy there on Friday. And that doesn't, follow, generally speaking, you are great. It has been a nice move back there for PLTR.
Worth, that's
I think that's isn't that what
shares?
Wasn't that on our watch list? Doesn't seem like.
Yeah, he bought just over $11 million worth. I think all of their ETFs, or at least 3 or 4 of their ETFs. They also it was 85,000 shares across these ETFs.
Okay, so 85,000 shares. So not bad there. Position for Kathy Wood, adding to the position of PLTR. There on NVIDIA, but yeah, it just keeps on going higher. I just wanted to look at this one more time. Watch out for that break, though. This is a perfect setup, man. 200 period back into the 200, and then a bounce back off. So now we'll look to see if we can get a little higher here on Palantir into the 133 area. But yeah, keep on buying that one up, Miss Kathy Wood. I have stopped buying Marvell, and we've sold some upside here today as that's trying to battle back. These are the 2 biggest stocks right now, percentage-wise that I see. Here's on my. Anyway, let's go over and have a quick some ETFs, obviously, that are higher up today. Just generally, Oracle, what a move there. ORCL, should have added some more of that to the portfolio. USO, there we go, that's up. Affirm up 5%.
I was going to say Firm.
See, I don't own any Affirm shares.
It was the Klarna.
Roblox, yeah, Roblox, nice too, up 4%. There's Palantir, Coinbase. Oh, we can look at iBid, see if that's getting a little more spicy. PayPal. I talked about PayPal last week and why I kind of liked a little bit of PayPal there. I'm not a big fan of Robinhood, but if the market gets back up in the crypto space and Robinhood continues to work as well, that's up 2%. Microsoft 7%. right now. Man, there's as well for us. Two shorts that we have written down. Micron, as we talked about SanDisk, all the way up to the 52-week and all-time highs for SanDisk. Not so for Micron. 57 out 2%. It's been at least it's back up to 308 right now. Let's have a quick look on Goldman Sachs now that I'm reminded by that. I'm not even following Goldman on my watch list, but all right, 3.5%. So yeah, busy. Both are wondering why that conference call was like 20 minutes, but down there to 865. Yeah, maybe not even. 865 makes that low, probably just as that call started around 9:45. There's the move there. I mean, Adair, we can confirm that, right? That conference call is over, I believe.
I mean, like for Goldman Sachs, I had a summary updates I gave to you guys at 9:45. I haven't
Right.
heard anything since then, so I would assume it's over. It's hard. We get a start time for these. We don't get an end time, so.
If you have a 15-minute conference call, I feel like that's like that's basically just you're all systems.
Probably systems to go on that one.
But again, not a it doesn't really matter. They're all probably traditional. I think the investment banks are the way to go if you happen to be watching them. But my happened a few years they were asking me about this. G at 1,000 level and pulled back off the high, so it did finally get there. Thought it might Friday. Oh no, shoot! Oh, I lost my 15-minute chart. Doesn't really matter. I can show you the topping tail 3-minute chart. Topping tail failing the $1,000 level. I'm gonna trim some. As long as we're holding underneath the K, I'm gonna trim some of my personal account. Like you can't go up forever. Well, you can't go up forever, but we just bounced. And you're 20%. Me. A little bit of a top tail, get on Friday, not there today. Good looking stock, trend, but at some point. Same trend, close to V. See if it gets there. I'm looking for the 7th place. So.
Okay. All right. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, and just according to my blotter right now, obviously the market's not at the highs. That's because silver just made a nice move down. We just 90 there on SLV, so giddy up on that. We did take another outs there on Netflix as that kind of bumped up through 103 again, so we take some outs there. And then Nvidia continues to extend higher. So yeah, it's 10:32 right now. If there are any other sort of symbols, let us know, man. Oracle short, someone in the chat there. Let me know if there's any. I don't have the stock visualizer, so you guys can throw that up if you want to put that up there, and I can there. Thank you, Andre, as well. So, all right, man, here we go. Palantir. I already sort of reviewed that a little bit. We can take a quick look at CoreWeave. Wow, that CoreWeave number up 9%. Wow. Oracle, Netflix. I mean, thanks for liking the Netflix, man. Canon for Netflix. Obviously. That's a 7%. You put that back up. I want to put the low float names on here as well. So LWLG, possibly RSMP. Oh, this one I talked about earlier on. We did have this watch list. Quickly, they released a new people version there, so I can on our watch list. So, okay, RSMG, let me read this right. The real message: stock has a market cap. We have no news. Unless Adara has something. $2.3 million market cap right now with 1.9 million shares. That matters. 50% short for RSMG.
5.5 million. They do expand, right?
Yeah, great day for them. On the market cap front, breaking through a buck, that was the trade. So breaking through a buck, gets and of course, what is the price opens up, test that dollar, and then rocket ship. I say that because that break of $1 generally will get a little bit of excitement into it.
Guess what they got last? They got a non-compliant flat.
Okay, so that's what's happening.
Yeah, so they got their.
Yeah, they probably paid a little bit. They got some advertising out there to get that right now through $1. Someone is trying to help this little bit higher. We don't even get on that video because we're approaching. And this one is what it's about, man. We brought this to you. We nailed it. We found this one. You guys are looking for some trades. There it is right there. It's Netflix and Netflix. It's right there. It's just amazing. I'm just going to do a video at 20. So in 15 minutes, we're already up a buck. And I can't even get this. No, but Netflix can't even get going. And I've been in this thing for an hour. So I will join the pod. So far, so good. Trading adapt to it, and right now with USO and the NASDAQ and the ES kind of just hovering around. And let's see the actual one was up to the premium percent here. Well, let's shoot up the last. Yeah, just do here one change. Be good news.
Usually,
No,
they are, and we'll see how far this minutes theory. I think it's a question of circle is no, it's not. It's a going at a second make time take them. But another name that is up, that is setting up, I'm actually off Depot in the mentioning 3 days level. If you look at the trend, you're going into resistance here at super high, and then back into the minutes, and the third setup. It's just getting to a trend, looking for information would be in here. Similar to circle, but like why? Oh, there we go. Oh, again. Oh, great! This chart's gonna freeze now. All right, I was gonna show you the circle.
oh, there is a new release.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, we got it. We got down this new release.
How do you even pronounce it?
Zariri.
That's the actual name of the release.
That's what the new release is. There on
I'll
we do have new software coming through. We take advantage of that again at 103. We get it out at 102.90 here. Just looking to see if there's any news headlines that we could talk about. All right, there was not buying Supermicro. SMCI. I thought Supermicro was having a nice move higher there, $25.
It was huge on Friday.
Yeah. Referencing today. Yeah, don't get too excited about Supermicro. I wouldn't mind, getting above this 28, filling that gap. Not all gaps are meant to be filled. This one, though, up to $30, feels pretty good about it. I think I'd rather be in Dell if I like the space, just so I don't have to worry about sort of some of the executives involved here with SMCI, apparently. So we'll see if that can get back up. But as far as old tech is concerned, about Michael Dell and Dell there. I really love those Trump accounts and always mad respect for Dell for that. But I am really kicked down the, with some of this Claude stuff and Anthropic, and just worried about them dipping into some of their legacy businesses there with, was it COBOL?
Yeah, because
this to me looks like a great buy.
Because their legacy, one of their legacy businesses is that old software code that's in everything, and Claude can rewrite it so well. Again, you no chance all the thing punked by Claude are going to zero. That's just not going to be the case. Right? You have to pick and choose. And you also get the quantum computing aspect or from potential.
We had some negative days on the weekend on Friday in cybersecurity, right? CrowdStrike. 50 now.
Now, every 2 days, back and forth, right? So the only new thing being on a break with and it is now really just through. It's got. I need to even trend break. We didn't really go through you off that. Also could have been a little bit more than $1. Ended up taking like 60-70 cents on it. So trend USO, you got a 100 barrel price. This the next. Sure. Better. So we're still ending this going trend line from before. So speak has confirmed. I expect it breaks down you off to the low. Market should break out the highs, in my opinion. But now USO is finally.
Ready to go to a dare?
It's usually.
Let's just go.
To watch.
Lots of obviousness in terms of sector-wide news comes to this retail side. Producer manufacturing to the downside. They're all to the downside. Utilities, communications. This sector continues to look really weak here. And non-energy minerals with Newmont down about 3%. So keep an eye on gold. In terms of some of these other sectors, we've got finance, couple pieces of strength here, but down 3%. It's the 2020 bank earnings. Hold up the sector. Got the approval in the Netherlands for full drive. The Netherlands also saying they want the rest of the EU to adopt FSD. Process industries relatively strong, commercial services relatively strong. Tech services by far seems like it has the most side, and it seems like a lot of gas. Apple up 5%, Oracle up 7.5%, Service up 5%. Looks like it's not 3.5%, CRM up 3.5%. Then you've got electronic tech, which does have a little bit more weakness. Apple down here, but it's rally and Sandisk up about 7%. That's going to join the NASDAQ 100 as of April 20th. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. We'll go back over to the guys.
That's a good story for Sandisk. I didn't realize they're joining the NASDAQ 100, so that's a good story there. Market, WD, of course, to the upside there. Western Digital. But, yeah, this goes up to NVIDIA goes to 188. 770s. We'll register up later. This continues to go on. Yeah, man. Thank you again. The nice talks up there, man. There it is from T Money. Sorry, who was this? T Money? Did I just put up? There it is, Money. Yes, we're seeing it today. So that's as well. We did some up to Dane Generous as well, smashing it. So we want to say congratulations to all of you guys. And yeah, man, it's good to be back, and it's some to work off of as well. Some of what we've been doing here with silver, NVIDIA, and Netflix right now. So pretty good. Netflix, another out there at 103. Close. What's for lunch? How was Canadian fried chicken Friday?
There were complaints about it being not cooked properly.
Okay.
If you ate right in the middle was.
Oh no. Okay.
I mean, it wasn't that. It was absolutely
back or just the pieces you bought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better than I think some others.
Okay.
And I even showed it to like.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah.
He was like, most of them were okay.
Okay. Good.
It's just very much real chicken. Potato gravy was.
Okay. We'll figure out what's going on there today. What's up, Lose, man? Great to see you in the chat. I hope you're following.
Not deep fried.
As long as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem like fried long enough. As we continue to go, I was 2.8 BA here today. Sort of bucking the market, being at the highs. We'll see up the market is for the highs. We'll see if Boeing wants to break through. You're near that 200 period moving average on your 5-minute chart and just underneath the 50 now. So I've really, this is another name that I dip bought, but it wasn't until back into here. This is November. We bought 100 go twice, but right now up in the right is Boeing, Uber, up like they'll do like Uber, but needed to get going just a little bit higher than where we are now before we start to really, congratulate anybody that's been long. As it's hovering right near the lows still, Uber on the daily chart. That one can't get going. We're just, there it is, man. It's official. First off, real quick about that, might have had a good. There's Tesla right now, 52. This gave you grab dollars. And right off the open, we said if you look at 350, there was a chance to get to 356. Well, it doesn't really, it broke 350 as high as 50 cents. And then it came right back in. Base. That is exactly the break you're looking for there on Netflix. I know I'm trying to be that trader, but didn't have this one and should have. So Netflix right there. We'll just keep that in our mind. I love when we base out. Look, man, we've got our daily goal. We're now $2 in the money, including with $1.50 now. Wow, NVIDIA is really through right there. We don't do trade of the day, but this one would be it for me. NVIDIA right through 189. Going in 30 minutes. Right there, pushing right upward. Go finally. But just about it. It's been a great morning. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. You're about to have Sharif and Joe on the midday, so you're so Darryl still coming through. Brendan on a day off today.
That's right. Yeah, Brendan with the day off, but seamless transition. So this chart's going to be annoying. So if you watch my USO normal chart, but if we chart. It broke trend, so I am in short prior bar high. So just kind of the standard area play. If it breaks out, I'm always out if it breaks that prior bar high. Mean reversions are my fave. It's the one thing that you can't set up. Like I'll never have these on my because thing's gonna get break. Like circle's gonna do in the middle of the day. Can't do it until when it does happen, like shot circle hasn't put in that lower high I was looking for, so there's still an opportunity for that to be a short, but it's not really looking like it. And then the other new trade was, of course, Affirm on a trend break as well. And this is just sort of sitting in here, hasn't really broken the top. So this one's holding trend, so that'll be to be determined. Circle half worked, in my opinion. I thought it had $3 of upside. It gave change. No, it doesn't. It's average right top, but again, that's the prior bar on the trend break. That's not VWAP. VWAP is gone on USO, which I do think means some market strength. And then Nike still holding on to the same little bit. And for this black chart as well, Nike did that topping tail, was in it early for like the underneath, basically out here and we jump back into the trade, and now we're looking to get the down. This one feels like it can be reloaded because it's putting in lower highs. But with the market strong, it might take a little bit longer to be able to get to that low of the day. But I suspect pattern. So US again, that's not going to be the price. And Affirm, I didn't see a story as to why they were in the flip, which is another reason why I like version. We couldn't even find a significant story on it. So it was like kind of an easy reverse. It's also into a resistance on the daily chart as well for Affirm. So 5% for them. That's going to be good. The chart for that VWAP or trace on it. Oh, and by the way, IBIT did get into the target zone, but it's still strong. IBIT did get into the target zone, filling in the gap, but it's still in an upward trend. Like nothing about this is yet looking weak, but it's at that point now where I would also look for it to break what somewhere around the 40.70. It's time to talk. Let's see how that dollar is amid the blockade.
For what it's worth, Neil, I never saw a story for either to it. Here's a case I was as well. We know Circle is strong, so it could be an overall fintech crypto type of move here. Again, if I see anything suggesting otherwise, I'll keep you posted. Let's talk about the US dollar, which is continuing to trade in this very fascinating tight range over the last 4 days. So Wednesday here, daily high, the Wednesday daily low, 98 and a halves, and Thursday, Friday, and now Monday again. 3 days following that, we've been dealing with and we get the gap down these 5 days. Break out of that range. Right now, nothing doing here for the U.S. Those existing home sales that did come out today, lower than expected, of course, as here, month-over-month existing home sales was also a bit larger than expected. Tomorrow we get PPI, so we're going to get more significant economic data tomorrow, but today, not too much for the U.S. dollar to react to, and I think unless we get a massive oil. Watch tool, see rates are doing 89% of saying we're not going to look to see when we could potentially this probabilities feature on the Fed rate tool. We're not seeing a potential cut until 2027. Now, last week, at the start of the week, December 27, looks like October 20. We're not likely to the back half of 2027. So we've got well over a year, guys. Back to you.
Yeah.
Playing the rate cut game.
No, it's not going to be your year.
Here today. So, all right, let's go back over and to figure out now. We're about that time. We just talked a little bit about what was. So let's go figure it out right now. Today is April the 13th. So today for breakfast was we had some sausage. You saw that, some scrambled eggs. Today, for me, I really like that is the American flag. We did have the Canadian flag yesterday. But today is the American flag. So we're going to go over and have a quick little look today. And we haven't had this ever. Okay, so this should be a real good one. This one is your typical down south great opportunity here for ribs on a Monday. Today's lunch is ribs. Ribs today. Might be a little heavy for lunch, but okay. Today we have macaroni and cheese. Lunch. We got with mac and cheese, seasoned vegetables, and a salad that's we got macaroni, we got veggies, and we got a salad of the orange variety. So I don't know what that is. As I hear in the background, potentially Trump salad, that could be man. For the things in the wind there. I want to thank my man for that one. That was a good one there. So it's ribs.
I mean, it's got to be carrot salad or some kind.
I don't know. I mean, it could be salad with little pieces of, sauce, something. I don't know.
What are you before? Ribs from the caterer? We're gonna take that all day, every day.
Yep.
Although if you're doing barbecue, this is just a small nitpick. If you're doing barbecue and you put an American flag, then a biscuit and some slaw would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, that'd be all good. That'd be all good.
Salad or orange salad.
But hey, man, I mean, we'll take some ribs there today. Just quickly here, we'll run the board this morning, and hopefully you guys have had a great morning. You're about to be very, very entertained by our midday show with Sharif and. So we're excited to throw over there. But there goes NVIDIA now $1.50 plus in the money on this absolute of a stock. Nothing but us. This. All we do is just take advantage, definitely, not the greatest, where we're bouncing off VWAP or anything like that. This was just a pullback. We tried to believe in it. We were going to use VWAP potentially as like our out if we did fall into it. We didn't. We only got 3/4 of a unit. It was not like a huge trade. But the fact that we're able to pull all the upside speaks volumes about the strategy. So there's the dip down. We get one dip down opportunity there for NVIDIA. We do take advantage of it. Let it ride this 200 period moving average there on the 5-minute chart. Give us a little bit more oomph to that. And we've taken this trade. I mean, this is 5-minute chart. Nothing there on that. And we get a little nervous in the day. Really, happy to do this because I know there's some traders out there that are probably also long Netflix or Nvidia. But we did get some more out here. We're a little nervous as this was dropping for no reason. It has made a move back upside right now. So unfortunately, I only have a quarter left on NFLX, and if it continues to rip, great. But we're getting lighter and lighter on this name. My next out is 103. Looking at that exact top again. But we'll end the day than our daily goal. So that will be so far so good there. And yeah, man, Netflix holding for it, as is Amazon. I'm going to leave you guys about 50. So today we marked down the Netflix long, we got NVIDIA, and we got silver, all at the prices that we wanted to. Mind you, one shutdown right there, man. Ain't no one making 5K around here, but that was a great day.
That was chat. That's a great chorus. The son of Danny's tycoon got it. Nokia is looking more like yes, Kia.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
that was on our watch.
Yeah, Nokia on the watch list. I'm honest. I don't. So my guess is we've never even put it on the watch list. And then we were noting it's got a great looking chart. Like you have to respect the fact that this has been going ham. I believe it was NVIDIA that had some kind of at some point, with a small stake in Nokia. But yeah, looking pretty good. It broke the $10 level, up 8%. So go figure. I don't think this is one that most people pay too much attention to. But when we're trend like sideways consolidation, people complain about it. It's not bad. When you're consolidating higher, good thing. Consolidating opportunity to jump into the trade oftentimes. So yeah, congratulations if you happen to be looking. You happen to be. Palantir continues to rally. It's closing in on 134 as the gap continues. There wasn't a story on a firm. However, there was a Klarna story, like flexible payments, Germany's biggest gaming retailer. So maybe a firm is up 5% on sympathy, I guess. That's possible. Seems pretty thin to me to be up 5 points, but it's at least something if you happen to be tracking that name. So I'm in that one as it's going for now sideways. Like the market continues to make highs. Like I look at the NASDAQ in the last 15 and it's pressing through the high and this is going sideways in an upward trend, yes. But when you have a trend break, I want it to go right away. And it's just only going sideways. So it's not breaking into VWAP like we're expecting, but hasn't broken the high. Circle was the right decision to get out. That continues to go higher, but it might give me another chance when it eventually 97 left on Circle. That one right back in. Going away. Maybe it's not going to go at all. If it's got, to me, 70, 80 pennies worth of I guess downside on the move, only going to risk about 20 to 25. Some people might say the stock has moved $4. Why would you have a 20-cent stop on it? Well, the answer is I'm not thinking it comes all the way back. I'm looking for a pullback into here. So if something moves 70 to 80 cents, to me, you're capturing about half of that if you're layering out. So I want it to be about that 2 to 1. So every one of those versions have to get it out at a relative point at which, hey, if it wins 50-50, you're going to actually make money on it. So we're going to be out of this one and waiting for Circle to come in next because those are the plays that I like, those mean reversions, if we can get them. Circle up at 97. Needs a way to get to that top, and then we'll the curl one more time. NASDAQ at highs. Also, by the way, Bitcoin just broke out the top. Okay, good. Yeah, that's not like Bitcoin. IBIT's not going to be that curl just yet either. The all-day trend continues on IBIT. So looking for that to give me that trend break if it can. This is still a head and shoulders look for me. If you don't have the long off of the 40 level, then you're waiting for it to kind of push into this top and do some kind of revert there. But strong day, probably because things aren't falling apart as much as they could have. Iran's apparently willing to talk. That sent USO down for a little bit. Not too long, but for a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. screener thing that we have here, but there it is. Take a screenshot of this NVIDIA trade, frame it, and add it to the collection. Yeah, I mean, it was a good one. Thanks, Adam. We were really happy with the performance here on this one. Now $2 in the money quite cleanly, right up into, again, the Friday's high of 190 as we like that stock. We like that stock a lot there today, and hopefully we can get some in. All right, only 20 seconds. Thank you so much for watching today. I'm going to take one more out, though, now on NV. Back out of here, and we'll hold about, like I said, we'll hold about maybe 10, 15% after I get out right now. We'll go to the gym. We'll be back on the midday show. Maybe, a little bit about some trades there. If we're into a position, you'll see me in the chat. Neil will have his lesson of the day. But it's 11 o'clock, so we want to thank everybody for watching today. Good job there today, Sarah. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Sharif, Andre, Ramin, and Fabian. There it is. It's midday time. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Go.
Ate some ribs yesterday. Yeah. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This is your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody. Yeah, it was my Easter. So is that a lot of food? A lot of food was a lot of ribs, man. Shout out to my mom, Dukes. Do it live. Let's say hello to everybody. Kahlua, Christmas. We got Benton. We'll talk at all today, Benton. I've got way too many from some of the viewers who are just chirping the hell out of me. I had to ignore all of them. We got SC45 008. Why not? Why not? Shout out to Evan, Durant, Gordon, Big 40 frickin' nephew, and Super Double No. Yes, Bastone. We got who else, man? All the cream. Okay, I don't know about that one, Joey. Vale Band. That's not my name. Outlaw Trader, baby. We got Mario, Delzo, and Green Saber. Welcome right back. Good to be back. We got 50, 53, Mr. Raj, Mr. 82, Ichiro. We got Taylor Batty. Okay. Blackhawk and Volky. All right. We got Jody. And we got Cabra Fu. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Everyone, Pro Hosk, what happened right there? You in the chat? All my UFC fans, Josh Holkett versus Curtis Blake. What a you ever in a heavyweight bout. Great fights this weekend. A lot going on in the market here today. But if you ask me, Joe, what did you do this morning? What trades did you take? You were feeling Katina Man shoes on Friday. Well, guess what? I have zero this morning. I was working on a couple of things. I was working on some hotkeys and then also some other things as well, too. So nothing really going on for me just yet. Also had a game plan. I wanted to wait a little bit before I decided to take some. So it's the midday. Maybe we can get some continuation in some of these trends today. I got small cap on my leg. Got some other brackets. Shout out to the brackets on Palantir. IBIT continuing to climb, was down substantially. Now up to now only down 1.5%. Yeah, that fight was disgusting. That's insane. From that, we always have the SPY, the T-Triple-Qs. RMSG, Sharif was talking about this one this morning, and then off to a high of $1.36. So not too bad of a look. Palantir, IBIT, talking about not too long ago. I want to pull some things up here. We're going to go through a couple key metrics that I believe were important, especially because we were talking about them this morning, and that's going to start off with Palantir. We were looking at some open interest on this name, expiring on 17, about 155, 18,500. That is slightly grown, only a point and a bit away from that level. Let's see if we can continue to climb in this bullish momentum in Palantir. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at IBIT as well to see what we got going on in the options chain. We didn't have it up there this morning, but I think we can continue to climb. We're going to head over to Friday's expiration cycle. Oh, and $4 may be in the works. Talking about it. Well, not too bad below there. You can see the supply in around 41. Why we really past that level, absorb that $40. We've already chewed that up. We're north of that, so we're going to have to look for that next level. That is going to be 42 mark, can break through to 40. So those holes coming into play. And I think by the end of the week, we might, especially if we continue this bullish momentum, might some higher levels not only in Bitcoin, but in Palantir, which the name was down 33% off of its highs, brother.
All right, man. You mentioned, RMSG. We're involved in this one at 16. Just wet the beak here for a liquidity tester at 21. 1 hour for me is 24, and $1.24 at G. We're in at 16. The high of the day is 34. My stop out is below the 1050 low, which is 109, pardon me. Here we got a new indicator. Let's continue to seller at 21. Big seller here. Haven't been able to shake for the last minute and a bit. At $1.21, big sell order coming in, dropping us down to 20. So we are still. I got to get this trade resolved before I get involved with the chat. And this is kind of what I'm talking about here on RMSG. So there we go. We failed 21. Now we're continuing to put in this downtrend. But that doesn't end the matter. For me, ends if this bar loses its low. I'm talking about the 1050 bar on the 5. Again, the low of which is 109. So we've got higher lows on all 4 of these candles. But with the same kind of, say we've got seller shown his hand here. Now we wait 21. So 21, I'd like to see what kind of liquidity we're looking at into the quarter dollar. 1 hour for me is 24. That's happy. I was quarter dollar, but that's my look there. Now, others, RECT also making a nice move up, a decent move, I'd say, $2.38. It's up about 98 and a third. It's off the low of 290, but above market high is a good area of support now that the bell is rung. 220 though is where the volume weighted average price is, and I submit to you that the real level of resistance is at the 2/3 of a dollar, because the areas where it's broken above the 2/3, as you can see here on the chart, have been, baby. We're going to keep, there's a lot to talk. Just get right to it. CMCT also looking fantastic. There's clearly a buyer here at once, twice. He is the one. Obi frickin' thrice into 80 pennies, keeps getting bought up there. The bad news is from lower highs. So the trend is still, a little bit undecided, but bouncing off 80 into 86 here. CMCT to look 5 penny high. Are stepping in, as I said, around 80. So if you're placing your stop, 80 should be factoring into your stop placement here. SAFX up about 46%. Not a whole lot of volume. And the volume here, quite frankly, is a little sporadic. Entertain me for a sec. So look at this. We got that 1055 volume bar. That had a little bit less than 1 million shares. Then we go to the next volume bar, the 11 a.m. Well, that drops off all the way to 424. And the one we're 100,000. Something as well. SAFX declining volume profile. MNTS not as big percentage-wise of a winner on the day as some others, but a good-looking pattern. Looks like it's caught in that consolidation range of the bull flag, at least so far. Trouble candle with that volume-weighted average price hanging around 4 1/3. So another thing to look at there is MNTS. ALM up on the day. Updating off 46 3/4%, a bit more expensive here. You're going to be about 15 3/4, pardon me, 16. But quite frankly, I like this stair step up pattern a little bit more on ALMU than, for example, MNTS. Reason is, look at this area at 15. We know for certain that was an area of resistance in the pre. Fine, okay, $15, whole dollar level, blah blah blah. Then comes the open, the 930, 945, 10. Get all bottoming tail kick on 15, so you know epic struggles here between sellers at 15. Well, we know how that resolved. It's a 1656 high. So those people, let's just go with that, 15 lost for the moment. What I do like about this is it holds prior area resistance as support, case in point 15, and then this 15 and a quarter area. So that is something to be looking out here. ALMU, and then one more, Joey, just before we send it back to you, a holdover from Friday. FUSE, Fuse. This one was moving Friday. It's moving again today. It's not up nearly as much as it was Friday, nor is there as much volume, and nor does the chart pattern look as good. Nonetheless, it's at 226 high a day. We'll see how this one does.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Three names, but we'll be going over them quite often. I have my eyes on the small cap scanner as well to see what we got going on. But at this point, we just need to be patient and not to wait for a pullback. And where's that zone that we're going to be looking for here? Possibly on IBIT. Same thing with the we have the Qs and the SPY in the corner of our eye. But as for Palantir, continuing its Friday. I mean, it sold off a little bit, but then in the post-market and leading into the pre-market this morning, you can see that it had some pretty bullish activity. The thing is, considering on Friday, we had that strong up move, and then it took a while for it to kind of start going again. You have that nice steady channel to the downside, and then eventually didn't do much leading into the close. But as soon as the market came to an end, essentially the regular trading hours, then off to the races you go. You come back and retest the zone now north of that. And if we head over to the daily to see where we're actually sitting at, it's like, okay, that's a pretty bullish signal right there, especially through some key support levels. You can see that there was a structure being established, and then now we're putting in a pretty strong bullish day. Back-to-back aggressive red days to the point of substantially from the level. I mean, I shouldn't say we're still down 35% off of that high. It had a 40% haircut at one point, and it's the same thing as the Robinhoods and the SoFi. It's a nice bounce back. Same thing with Tesla. I think Los Pollos and I were talking about this. Not as strong in this channel, but you see some buying step in on the higher time frames, mostly referring to the day. Here. Now maybe we can get somewhat of a rebound leading into earnings season. I think there's going to be a lot. We were talking about Goldman Sachs this morning. I mean, this isn't horrible. % off the highs. You'll take that all day, every day, in my opinion. JPM a little bit worse for wear, but starting to recover. And this is essentially what we want to see in the banks. Looking forward to the rest of them reporting, and then that's going to give a little bit more orderly price action into the market, I believe, considering what we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks, in regards to essentially everything in the Middle East. Now, earnings report, CapEx, numbers, good guidance. I think that we can talk about the Nasdaq being down or something along those a bit less, a couple of percentage points. It's nothing, especially if the mega names continue to report numbers off to the races we go, and I see all-time highs by the middle of the summer. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we do see them by the end of the earnings season. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll head back over to our scanner to see what we got going on. Good thing that did that there, Sharif. Fix it here momentarily. Exactly. Now, keep at the top of the list. I've seen that on the downgrade side of every day for the last couple of session here today, up to $10.44. NVDA strong as well, up to almost 190 smackers there. And Intel been on an absolute monster for the past 4 or 5 days, or longer than that. What am I even talking about? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 whole trading weeks of just straight, yeah, exactly, of just straight to the upside. One measly breath right there, a break of some key resistance zone, and then off to the races it goes. If the government is buying buying the name, you buy the stock essentially. 10% stake.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about that one?
I like it, man. I've got all sorts of anger. The fact that I'm not.
Yeah. Listen, it's
truth,
corruption unless you're involved. Then it's just like, hey,
I love that. He's like, it's like an African meme, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know about that one? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Like the Ugandan. Like,
exactly.
Yeah,
He's like, you know what I'm gonna say, right? There goes DLXY into the high. 84 pennies. We've got 76. We've wet most of the beak at looking for continuation. Shout out to KC520 frickin' 6. She called that out in the chat. I know others were calling it out as well. I'm sorry. I'm actually normal, but you know.
It's okay to not be normal.
Fabian's laughing. I don't really care, bro. I've got no filter, and I don't really care what anybody thinks about me. You probably could already tell by that. Here we go, waiting for 82, Fabian. Looking for the continuation into 84. We're waiting at 83 and change. There's 83, 82. No continuation, though, through the high. So we're going to take off very little here. Oh, that's my fault there for changing that. Oops, there we go. Looking at 83, looking for the move into 83 and a half, not in 84 coming, but whatever. We're going to be patient. This is too close to $1 for me not to have the bias that in some form or other, we're going to have it at $1, whether we do it now or we do it later. When you get into the level, there's a quick $1. Let's come on we get with this. So initial stop for me was below pennies. Now it goes below 75. Stop on this one for the last remaining amount. My average is 76, so that would put me a little bit negative on this one. So let's give this one a little bit. There we go. So we're going to look there. JC Money, you are not normal, and neither are we. Yeah, I know, bro. Did you see that drinking the Arsenal bottle that was? I tried to block myself from ending after that performance in Bournemouth at home. And I woke up at 7:30 a.m. and drove up to Markham. So I woke up substantially earlier to watch it with my old man, which is north of the city. And obviously, I lament having done that because it was just hot trash. So that's the problem. Continuing to watch here, Joe. Dude, it's a different team. It's like one team during the beginning and the middle of the year. Then they decide, look, we've won too much. Yeah. We don't want to win anymore. We don't want to play well anymore. We've enough of that. We've given fans what we're not going to give them the Prem. We're not giving them the Carling Cup or Carabao Cup. We're not giving them the FA Cup. You know, end up in Champions League semifinal, whatever. I could not be anymore. But there goes DLXY into the high, Joey, and we take out the majority of the position into 83 and a half. There's my 1R. We're letting this one go. I hate you, Adam. I despise Adam. No, I don't. Of course, I love it. But he's constantly chirping me about Arsenal. Just does not relent. Instagram, here. I have to put up with it all, but I love the guy. Gaurav, Sharif, sounds like Arsenal. You guys have a Champions League win, final win. You got a title. You got the Premier League win the last 5 years. You guys are fine. It's us that has a problem. So we're not even in the part. You guys are a lot better. So, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Save me, brother. What
I'll try, man. And much saving to be had over here, Sharif. The Leafs, after the 9th year playoffs, they're finishing like bottom 5th in the league. Speaking about the lost decade, essentially, it's out of 9 years that core four were together, they've only made it to the second round of the playoffs twice, and then they've got bounced out of every first round after that. They've only won the division twice, one of them being the North Division, the made-up division during COVID. So yeah, I mean, it's an embarrassment. It's a laugh, and I was right from day one about those guys. When you have that stuff, yeah, I was, dude. I literally, you know how much heat I caught in my group chat because I'm like, I know something about guys, all about the money. And sure enough, they weren't able to build a good enough team. Yeah, money. RMSG starting to come in towards the volume-weighted average price. Kind of looking like a head and shoulders pattern starting to be formed on the 5-minute. You can see shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. If we bounce a view up, maybe look for an engagement. Same thing here, waiting for that pullback in IBIT. We had JPM up here, but we're going to get that to the side and just focus on these 3 names. See if we can get something rocking and rolling in Palantir. Some more signs. That's for today's session. Strong uptrend so far. If that breaks, maybe you get a view up or back. That's where we're going to be looking for potential entry on this one. So, who do the Raptors the first round? The Cleveland Cavaliers.
Place 5.
I think
we 3 times.
I think winning in the regular season.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. To playing them in because it's hard to beat the same team 4 times.
That's exactly the point,
right?
Because they kind of figured.
A lot going on. Adara.
More here in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm seeing a report from the Wall Street Journal citing some senior U.S. officials that the U.S. blockade in Iran has officially been activated. So again, it's been roughly an hour since this was supposed to start at 10 a.m. Eastern. Apparently, this is going to include an aircraft carrier, destroyers, and an amphibious assault ship. Over 15 warships have been deployed into the Middle East. So again, looks like the blockade has officially begun. As the WJ, back to you.
Everything down. Just escort them. Yeah, I mean, aside from that, what do I know, man? Let the politic, I guess, at the end of the day. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's wait for this pullback 40.70. This is going to be the key support level that we're looking for. You can see that it was prior resistance. If it breaches that zone, then the volume weighted average price is going to be our neck of the woods, and where we're looking for a now we're starting to get that bounce off of RMSG. Shreve, you're no longer in that bad boy.
No,
105.
Got me out.
Yeah,
I got out earlier than my stop, Joe, because I saw the failure.
Yeah,
got out 13. My stop was 8.
Yeah, fair enough. There's still a lot of buying pressure within these candles. Even though we're closing red, I think at some point, level 1, the whole dollar, right? That could be a support level 97, and anything right around the volume weighted average price. Trend still holding up in Palantir, and then we have IBIT still rocking and rolling to the top side, running into that 4109 mark. Now, there's no options on RMSG, so we can't go over that. What we can do is go over the overall market and see what we got going on in the NASDAQ and what everybody else has for options activity. My boy Ryan O'Day in the chat, Gore of Los Polios Hermanos. We got Hangry Wife, Lemons Family, Adam James, Adam Lewis, what's up, my boy? Everyone, we're going to go through a couple tick mentions as our moderator, Bravely. We don't forget. People don't forget Bravely. Probably, I mean, maybe you know where that's from, but anyways, aside from that, 615. Look at this size. The Qs. 31,600 contracts right there. Lots of volume being put in, so you're not going to have any liquidity issues, and a $2 spread. Boohoo, that's pretty good. That's exactly what we want to look for. Now, moving forward, let's head over to the TikTok shout-outs, because they deserve it as well. They're watching us. We have to get a little bit of attention. Now, moving forward, we have the Emperor. The Emperor wears no clothes. Okay. We have Bonnie, Amir, Gruel Gurmit, Just T. Okay, we like that one.
Saw that.
Lucky, Southern Nurse, Sally on Equality, Andy on Jason, Jeff Jerzak, Randy's World. Oh, looks like we got a lot more people. B, Tech on the Wheels, Evie, Carlito's Way, Carlito, Caribbean Cool, Ika, A Girl's Girl, Chris Chan, Shu, Garfield, and a couple more. Ariel Ortiz, Michael Landon, Steven Jackson, and Moi Jama. What's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are all having fantastic days. Aside from that, yo, me. What's up, Luis? Well, yeah, we give up to everyone. Romay Ozak, my boy. Who else we got? Why is your name so behind? Dragos from Chicago, one of my favorite cities. You know I love Dallas now. Dara, what's going on?
HP is going on here, Joe. Nice push to the upside for HP, pushing higher. Semi-Accurate posted an article saying that NVIDIA is looking to make a huge purchase that will reshape the PC and server landscape. People are assuming that this purchase is HPQ. Now, it is worth noting with Semi-Accurate, as the name suggests, they have been semi-accurate. They were spreading a whole bunch of rumors about different companies trying to get involved with Intel, like back in 2024, December of 2024. Nothing ever came of any of those rumors. So just be aware here. Again, as the name suggests, semi-accurate, but HPQ to the upside. HPE also move on this another here. So again, a couple different computing companies are seen as possible acquisition targets for NVIDIA based on this very vague headline from Semi-Accurate.
Well, don't forget Mike Peter Ryder. Sharif's chuckling over there, so he's probably got some good trades. Nonetheless, I have nothing. Maybe an attempt on RMSG relatively soon, but we want to see a little bit more strength, and then this pullback to be complete in Bitcoin, as we were down only 1.5%, now down to 2%, and this is my key level. I'll say it again. Until we get there, it's either we're going to take the trade at that level or we're not going to be taking it at all over around the 40, 60, or anything south of that. I got my hotkeys to exactly how I want them now, so let's go, let's rock and roll, and let's have a great April.
Okay, man, I like the energy, bro.
From Vaughn.
Good.
I mean, Vaughn.
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, what's up, Vaughn?
We have an entire city north of Toronto called Vaughan.
Well, I mean, he's saying, hey, from
Vaughan. So he's a brother.
And
yeah, he's a local brother.
How's the traffic over there, my boy?
Have you been there, bro? Have you been there lately?
I can't stand.
No Italians driving around there. None
bro.
whatsoever in Woodbridge.
Highway 7
They
is the
drive
biggest
very
joke,
calmly.
bro.
Right? And, you know, there's no issues up there whatsoever. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea.
Dude, can I tell you about
yeah.
Liberty Village? It is like it is a disaster. I don't know. Who's in charge of this stuff? Where are the tax dollars going? Build some new roads. You know we haven't essentially built a new road.
In the Liberty Village?
No, in Toronto. In it's like 30, 40 years or something.
Joey,
like that.
I don't want to hear you criticizing Olivia Chow anymore.
Okay.
She's doing an excellent job.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, she's good where mayoral candidates get. All right, let's just get to work here, guys. There goes RECT. We've wet the beak all the way up into 66s. Not that I wanted to take it there. You guys know my affinity for Niner, but it's zigging, it's zagging. It was a good breakout. There is resistance here, guys, every single time we come up into the 60s or 70s. We don't close above that level. So you have to be careful. So I've taken out the majority of the position already on that 1R into 66, excuse me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop out below the $0.50, okay? Because I have seen what this one has been doing on the day, which is consolidate. A little above 60, a little bit below 60. Look, if it wants to go and close above 60 this time, I'm okay. Going to lose the level. I'm going to stop 48. We scalp for the majority of the position. Handle high here, which is 9ers. So keeping a close eye on that one. Stopped out as well on DLXY for the last remaining amount. Still very positive. This was a good trade. The reason I stopped out, it lost the doji candle low. If it wants to reset up and show me a couple of prints above V, I just got last remaining amount, by the way. If DLXY wants to kind of just hold above this volume weighted average price, let's say above 77, 75 pennies, start showing me higher lows, higher highs. We'll get back involved with that one. DLXY is certainly in focus. And then SAFX. I mean, I kind of a little bit saying maybe the volume wasn't all there. Had support a bunch of times at the 20 moving average on the 5 exponential, that is. The latest of which was the 1040, 1045 double bottom. And here it is again, just right around 115, 114 with a 20 EMA showing 113. So something to be alert there. But RCT though, yeah, I did get stopped out of that. Having looked at it, if it down, I would say 40 high. That back into the area low. The area low is either the 11 o'clock or the 11:05 candle, the low of which there is about 230. So you can put your like 229, 228 into effect. As I'm looking at and let's get out CMCT, you know, it did balance to 95. That may be its version of working into the dollar. Maybe not. Maybe it actually hits the dollar. Sometimes they work their way up. Sometimes they just don't make it up there. As it's fighting, it's trying to hold some levels, and it's but it's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles above 80. So to me, the buying seems to be coming in over and over again at 80, but there's just not enough buying to clear some area highs. We'll keep a close eye on this one. I'm talking about, of course, CMCT, middle of your screen. And that's basically, what are you guys looking at? Very choppy RECT. Do you see do you set up profit takers or only stop losses? No, my friend. RECT choppy. But like I just finished explaining right now, to me, this is probably a buy in the mid to low 30s, just so that I can put my stop below area low. If you want to even be more aggressive, you can give it to the volume weighted average price down to about 2 1/5. If you're going to do that, my suggestion is you size down so that your risk parameters remain intact. But I kind of see what you're getting at there. Any small cap wrapper I don't have on my screen, text me or tag. Let me know what's good. Otherwise, to be honest, I think I've gone through the majority of them. There's some others, a BTM, but that's doing like kind of light volume, 1.25 million shares for a cheap name. XNDU says we'll look at that one as soon as we get back from.
I want to mention here some of the computing names again, all of which are at or near intraday highs. It's going to be SMCI, it's going to be HPE, it's going to be HPQ, and it's going to be DELL. people in the ask about these. So again, in talks, and actually has been in talks for over a year to buy a major company in the PC space in a transaction that, again, is very speculative, but is viewed as potentially being able to change the game here forever in servers and PC. Again, any computing space is viewed as a potential buyout target, though no buyout target was within the article. And again, be accurate as the name suggests.
Let me just go over this XNDU for 2 New York cents. Guys, I'm thinking about going back into DXLY. It's showing me some good bottoming yield candles into 75. So now I'm of the opinion that the pretty aggressive buyer at 75. So look to New York XNDU. A little struggle for some volume here. Volume is still shares 815,000, average being 869. We're about to close. So, we're looking at the 5-year. Yeah, I don't know. This XN. Let me see if I can find it on 27%. Show yourself. It's not immediately showing itself over here. Let me see if I can find the spread over here without loading up a trading screen. Up 65 on the app. So it is a little wide, but bring in the spread to New York if I get into the. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of support between this breakout area at around 1070, 1075, and the first other support in the that's the 5. Let's take a quick look. If you lose prior 15, it could be a trend reversal. Prior bar low is 1137. We're showing 1142. So be on the lookout for that's the 15-minute chart on XND. So good call out by you, brother. But I think I'm going to focus here. I'm going to put that one on the side chart. Who's it going to replace? FUSE? Because it looks a little bit better, quite frankly, than FUSE. So XNDU, shout out to New York Cents for pointing that one out. But I'm going to try to see if DLXY is the appropriate one to get into at the moment here, Joey. I'm going to tell you, bottoming candles into 75 pennies. Is this that one you're looking at, DXLU? I know you're
I was actually looking at RCT.
I like that one. RECT.
No, RCT.
Oh, just RCT.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Very.
I like that.
I like to live on the edge a little bit. You know what I mean? Come on, baby. Come on.
My guy.
All right. I'm looking at HPQ. A couple of names. Getting the Bitcoin. We're getting Bitcoin to the level that we want. I also kind of want to fade this HPQ pop. I like fading these pops. Neil had a great idea the other day that kind of just stuck in my head. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Some of these things that may not deserve a little bit of continuation, if you're patient enough, maybe you can get some around. So we'll sway our eyes to this name here, Palantir. It's really choppy price action. I like what Sean was saying about it here earlier today, and then look what I've been doing. I'm not even paying attention to the name anymore, to be honest with you. I think we'll put that Reef's ish list, as he typically likes to call it. I'll add one gladly.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, well, hey man, if
more than welcome.
If you got a lot of space there, we can add a lot of things as of late there, my boy. Aside from that, this is going to be the fade, and I also like where we're coming in on Bitcoin. I'm hearing USO to the top side of the overall market starting to come. Buying pressure lows. USO, I just playing this man. It's like that UFC fight. Like you're just literally. Anything can happen at any given moment, but nice in off the lows. You see these ones, boom. Look at that volume. It comes back to 130, and then off to the races up to 132, running into some pre-market resistance zones. But guys, we're going to send it off to Adara with some cryptocurrency talk.
And crypto, Michael said this morning, just kind of hanging around here, waiting. Again, it's quite obvious here the next level of resistance that actually formerly formed a support here at the end of January as well is going to be that 76,000 level. So we'll have to see what happens at 76K. Right now, we're not really anywhere near that, just below 72,000 for Bitcoin. We'll take a look at the monthly chart to see how this is forming. Bitcoin on the monthly actually poised for its second straight green month. Again, though, to break last month's high, the high to level. So it looks like 76K is going to be the level to be aware of. Ethereum, as it has been as of late, kind of mirroring Bitcoin on the monthly chart and on the daily as well. For Ethereum, the level of 76K, it's going to be that area just shy of 2,400. We know a lot of these crypto names have been really strong, particularly stablecoin play, CRCL. I looked into this. Apparently, there were some stablecoin approvals here for issuance in Hong Kong. Nothing really massive or nothing that was in CRCL. Just be aware, some of these crypto plays doing quite nicely on this Monday morning.
I mean, I like what Michael Noss was talking about this morning. It's just like sitting in Bitcoin for some time. It feels like money is just going through a accumulation phase, and it hasn't been doing much. And it's, I think, since the start of IBIT and it being optionable, we really started to notice that, right? The lengthy consolidations. You get these up moves and then goes into a multi-month consolidation. So, I mean, I'm happy that I drastically reduced this because essentially on there, it is a lot of dead money. It is up there in my largest percentage holdings, that is, but I've drastically reduced it. I've accumulated more NVDA around the lows. I like that name, and a couple other names as well too. So just diversifying more instead of all eggs essentially in one basket, which I'm okay with. I mean, if you have a lot of conviction, then by all means, like I have a good friend who's just up an insane amount of cash, just throwing his eggs in one basket, but it doesn't always work.
So does
out
my buddy did that as well. I always talk about my exactly.
Yeah.
Into Tesla and a quarter a year, just like that.
Yeah, bang.
Just like that. He's taking home a quarter milli. So.
That's really nice. I think the next play for that potentially for me is going to be some of these high play, right? Like the open SPCE is coming in at half decent. Valuations are through the roof, but pricing of it, who knows what can happen. So the next $1 trillion flat. That considering we are in a good market. So I like what we have there. We got a couple small cap names on our radar. What's our RCT doing? It's looking pretty good. We need to wait for a pullback. 123 million shares now started to cool off, but what we can see is that this downtrend has been broken. Okay, so that's a good sign for me. If it holds this 99-cent mark, then maybe we can get somewhat of a slow grind higher in RCT.
I don't trade Circle. I'll have a look at it for you, just because you're very polite and you asked, and it's kind of my job. But I got to tell you, full disclosure, they're not my cup of tea. You know, I swing trade these names, but I don't intraday trade them anymore. But I intraday these ones. Boom, boom, boom. There goes. Into the freaking high. We got right back in at 78. Why'd I get back in, Joey? Well, how many times does it need to show me bottoming tail candles into $0.75 for me to get the freaking hint? So we got the hint. We got in at 78. I would have liked 75. I would like 76, 77, ideally. But we got in at 78, and there it goes in. We took 1R. We're looking for 2R we just took 2R at 84. 3R for me is at 87. We're looking for continuation. It's an 86.69 high. So we basically got to 3R, but I didn't wet the beak there, which is fine. Still holding a good amount of shares. We're out of the majority of the position, full disclosure, but we're still holding a good amount of shares. We'll look to scalp. Next spot we go, baby. Next spot we go 87s. We post at 87s. We're going to see what we shout out to my man Neil. So that is what I'm looking at there. Now, let's get to more work, because there's more work to do here. IMA is making a move. I saw KC 520.6 call this out in the chat. Cool Brioche called it out. A bunch of you all called it out. And I do appreciate you guys doing that. And what a rounded bottom. Big Spile would be very, very impressed with this rounded bottom over here to the tune of 32.5%. Still, though, it's got resistance at 7, and I won't be convinced otherwise. There is a plethora of topping tail candles, all of which, you know, get into 7 and then do reject it. Looks like the closing prints all around 6 4/5. So we'll see. Current real high of day, like the official high of day, is 664, despite the fact that we've been above that in the pre. Good news is volume awaited average, which is 20 area. We almost 3 or so move get the fill, but that was my 3R. And in fact, let it go further because I want to see this one's got the juice into that dollar area. DLXY looks fantastic here, and the buying is picking up. And what's the this thing? We've got about 37 million shares traded, and I got to tell you, the volume came in late. Came in at 11 o'clock or something. So I feel like, this one is what I call a trade de novo, meaning that it's kind of like a newer trade. It wasn't one of those ones that was moving in the pre-market at 4 a.m. or 7 a.m. or even at 9:30. It came, it's new, it's getting a lot of attention now, and that's good because sometimes, the shorts, version traders, they look for in this top sell and they get in aggressively when it's a newer trade. They're not quite ready to get in yet. So a bit more of an unencumbered upside. That's what I'm looking at right now. I think, guys, if you have any other small cap gappers other than the ones that I've mentioned, but we got my friend there, Gerald Causill, 5140 with $2 super chat. We're going to thank him for that. Any thoughts on the Pershing Square IPO? Look, we've seen what's his name? What's his name? Ackman. Thank you, Adara. Bill Ackman. So we saw his calls on Meta. We saw his calls on Amazon. He's looking at taking out some depressed names. Guys, I have to digress. There goes RMSG into the area high. This is a halt parameter, guys. 131. If we spend any more time at this level, we're going to halt. 131 halt parameter, RMSG up 179% and halt. Yeah, that was pretty close.
Yeah, that
was pretty close right
really
there,
good.
Joey.
$1.33 on the top, $1.32 print. Posted up at 40s here on IBIT. We got Palantir starting to come back in. Amazon is continuing to climb. I've seen someone in the chat ask us, hey, man, what's going on with this one? We can figure that out for you any moment. Let's click this little fire flame. Amazon, Momed enters into new multi-year agreement with Amazon Web Services. That may not be the case, but or the reason why it's climbing. I think the market is just pretty strong, and some of the big names are strong today, too. A pullback. Yeah, sure, feet strong, man.
Neil knows what I'm talking about. Shout out to Tyrone Biggums.
Take my strong hand.
Joe Rogan, you crazy.
HPQ. This is what I was talking about. Neil, he's over there. Yeah, let's look for the fade here on HPQ. And then sure enough, when I come back to it, it's already taken a little bit of a move lower, and that would have been the ideal target. Like you catch over 50 cents right there, and that's a nice move. Netflix up to 1.5. Starting to form somewhat of a correction pattern here. You see that base at 102.68. Now we're let's go next, man. I think I'm going to continue to do so as long as it performs. Massive recovery after they dropped out of that bidding war with Paramount Skydance. They paid way too much for it and their content. So sorry, Paramount Skydance. But anyways, aside for that, Adara.
Some comments coming through just now here from Iran's defense ministry spokesperson saying that any military intervention by foreign powers in the security of the Strait of Hormuz, which is, again, basically what the U.S. is trying to do, would escalate the crisis and instability in global energy security. So saying that energy security is at risk if we do get any kind of intervention here with the Strait of Hormuz. Again, we know the U.S. as of 4.5 ago now did blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Yeah, this is not where you necessarily want the conflict, the direction to be headed in. The market isn't active what we were seeing a couple of weeks ago. Be prepared. If things get worse and have people on the ground start firing lead at each other, this market's going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Low volume, Taylor. That EONR that you just sent me, I mean, it's got 4.29 million shares traded on the day, so I get that quantity relative to the price of time. It's 81 pennies. Looks pretty lightly traded on the 1 minute chart. So I'd say no to that. But guys, I'm still holding DLXY. Now, 80, if you took a little bit off the table before my 3R into 87, reason being, I feel like there's a bit of a top here. I'm not going to get out. It has shown me no reason to get out ever since the hammer candle at reached at 11. That was the only kind of trend that I can turn on the 5 minute chart as of late. For now, it's telling me to stay in the trade. In fact, you want to know the truth? It's kind of giving me vibes that I should be adding into the volume average price, which is loosely at 80 pennies. Now, I think I might actually add, I'm going to add a small amount just so that I can get the repetitions in for adding into these areas, because this is what I need to do to improve, right? You got to be able to spot areas of support. You've exhausted your and let it off the ropes. That's kind of my humble submission. I think that that's where I'd be looking to add if I see what I want. So 80 pennies, likely an adding spot for me, but for a lighter amount of shares. That's all predicated, of course, upon it dropping down to 80 pennies. It's been fighting here to try to clear 85 and try to make its way back into 87. All right, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this one. So we'll pack the patience there. While we're packing the patience on that, let me tell you about this one. RMSG, Joey. This one halted 11:40:53. So the earliest this one will be open is 11:45:53 for a newer trader, at least newer small cap and halters. These bad boys halt for volatility in waves of 5 minutes. So the shortest amount of time they will be halted for volatility will be 5, and then they come in waves of 5, so 5, 10, 15, etc. So be on the lookout for that. Earliest it'll be open in about, let's say, 30 seconds, less, about 20 seconds. Now, I just saw, what's it called? DLXY take out some levels through 85. Sadly, no continuation through 87. Let's go back to RMSG. We're looking at a tap here of basically the same price that we closed out at, which is $1.31, pardon me. We have a high a day of $1.34. So do we clear 134? My Spidey says we're already above it, Joey.
Yeah.
And there it goes into 142. This one's on to 1.5. Let me tell you something. If it clears that 150 decisively, we're going to that highest. I don't have a C8 ball.
Don't work. It doesn't work, man.
It doesn't work? Oh, he says to look at Neil? Or it just doesn't work in general?
Yeah, man. It doesn't work, brother.
All right.
He's light heavyweight, not middleweight. You say middleweight, Carlos Alberg. I don't know, man. Yuri's like 1-3 now in title fights, so I don't know if he gets another shot anytime soon. Who's going to be that next guy? I think there's a couple people coming up the ranking. They're probably going to get that. Probably do an interim unless he gives it up, but he blew his AC. Yeah, dude, in the main event, the guy blows his ACL out in the first 30 seconds of the fight, and then still knocks the next guy out. Yeah, bro, with a check.
Was he limping?
Dude, every time he went to throw power on that, his knee would buckle. Anyways, he's in the back of he's in the back, he's cornered, he's against the cage, throws a check hook, sleeps. How do you step into the brother? I don't know, man. He's a warrior, man. As soon as I heard his walkout music, I'm like, yeah, this guy's winning, for sure. There goes RMSG. I know Sharif's talking about up to $1.41. We're posted up at 40. Doesn't look like that as we're now up 77. Things can start to come in, but pound trend is still holding really well. We haven't got to break through that level. If it does curl over, if it doesn't have the ability to breach that 134 mark, maybe they will start to see things slowly start to turn. To be the narrative right now, it's the zones that were support levels that were prior resistance, and that's going to be that 40.63. All right, so now you can see Bitcoin starting to climb, but the volume is absolutely falling off a cliff. I mean, it is that lunchtime hour, but I want to keep an eye on some of these small cap names. MSG putting in that work today up to 82. There's a couple other ones that are starting to attract solid at that 235. RCT still on the back of this trend to retest it, so just be weak. Also, other than that, names we're going to try to keep things hyper focused on a couple, and if it's only a couple of trades on my behalf, then so be it. HPQ was him, that was that trade that we're looking for, and Neil did a great example of it on just the fact is hey, we got this pop. These pops aren't you just get that fade within them. So I'm going to be looking for a couple more opportunities like this, and let's see if we can take advantage of them.
All right, man. We got stopped out of DLXY. I did add into the position, and I got stopped out immediately. At 80, I said I would do what I was going to say. Then did get the best, but we're still very, very positive on the name. Going to focus on that one. In RMSG at 44s, there it goes into the high of the day, 48. It didn't give the print. Looking for a move into 50. Looking for trying to pack the patience. same. There's 47 again. Let's see if we get 48 print there. There's 48. It needs to cross, though. Let's put the prints on this one. Let's see what we can get. I have a bias for a half or thereabouts touch. Anything below 140 ends the trade for me. Here, well, I did have my stop at 135, by the way. Watch, see what this one does. It's turning into a bit of a topping tail candle. Let's see if this one has any juice to continue. I like the 135 area just because it's the former area of resistance. But I'm also quite interested in picking it up. If I do get stopped out in the last remaining amount, I'm also quite interested in picking it up. I want to say $0.25, third of a dollar, because there's a bit of a consolidation zone there. So let's see what we get. It's turning into a topping tail candle now. Let's see if the buyers step in at around 39.40 pennies, bring this one back up. A couple of beak wetters, but now we're still holding a little bit of the position. So decisions to be made. I think RECT is also curling back up for a possible move here. So RECT, we're going to look at for a sec. And my stop on RECT will have to be area low into, let's say, 33. So we'll have to go 232. Let's see what we can get here on RECT. Okay, not bad. It's not exactly rocketing up, though. Decisions. Okay, I'm gonna give this one the old college try, because I think it's worth seeing if we can get through that $0.50. I think it can really pump up there, possibly into 60 or 70 pennies. We're going to go long. As I mentioned, my stop is a low at 30, so we're going to go 32. Stop out there, Joey. Are we going to Adara? Okay, let's. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Let's go up to Adara.
Keep an eye here on both Uber and Lucid LCID. We've got a post here from CEO on X. Celebrating milestone with Uber and Lucid Motors. Uber employees are now taking test rides on the Uber app. So it looks like some of these robo-taxi rides can now be ordered at least by employees on a test basis on the Uber app. Nice milestone, LCID and UBER, both benefiting again from the CEO himself.
All right, Joseph Options, what are you looking at?
We're in the same thing right now. I liked what RECT was doing with that consolidation, so let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop-up.
Me and you were in, bro. Look at that price, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We in the party, man.
My guy.
Let's go. Let's see if the volume steps in, Sharif. I think that's going to be really key on this name. We're getting that pullback in IBIT. We're going to stay up right there. We're going to catch the fill, but we have to be cautious of the downward momentum as well. Consider we're going to we can catch it all. We rock it all. This man, I'm really on this. That Tyson Fury fight this was laughable. The Conor Ben fight was pretty good. It was all right. I mean,
Ben needs to move up in weight.
He fought at 150.
First of all, he couldn't. He 147.
No, that fight was at 150.
It was a weight. Yeah, because he wasn't. He kept making 149. I was watching the weigh-ins. Like, why do I keep coming in heavy? Yeah, it was over 147, and he was bitching about that.
No, yeah, I think they fought at 150. They fought
and then number two, how
he's
a bigger man than that, right?
I mean, progress was pretty big, to be honest with you.
I think that Ryan Garcia, the people are talking about him and Ryan Garcia tying up.
I think
that would be a good one.
him.
Let's watch, bro.
That great. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the talk. Yeah, I mean, Artemis, man, what else you want to bomber? BIT. Let's go wrecked. It's either going to break out aggressively here, Sharif, I'm thinking, or it's going to fail. We're going to stay optimistic and say we're going to get that breakout here as it's up to $51. Let's pull it up on our chart, but considering all we have is a post up on IBIT, I might remove that if wrecked really starts to cook up for us today. It doesn't matter the price. It doesn't matter anything. If it looks like you're going to set up, you want to try to get involved, and there is RECT, 110%. Nice flush on the ass. That's what we want to see. Continue to climb. We get up there, baby. Let's go, Sharif. That's what we're talking about, man. Let's go. I wanted to break this up. I mean, had $3, man. So we're going to keep on this one to see if we can get a continuation. Sharif has a penny better than I do.
Don't you ever forget.
All right, let's see. I won't forget. But who's Oh, you partialed already.
Yeah.
Oh, who did it partial?
Boom!
Who did
Into
partial?
60. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You gotta put the peak here, my guy. To the upside. Looking for 64s here, Joe. Threes. No
Oh,
continuation,
man, no continuation, though.
All right, guys. We're having a good time.
Hold break resistance zone. All right, we don't want too aggressive of a rejection, the kind of like we're seeing. So you smart to take some profit, clean flushes to the downside, and it breaks out. You're out as quick as you would like.
Yeah.
We did get a 20 off, but I mean, let's see. There is a seller at 2060. Push price down aggressively. We got almost up into 2070. If it breaks the lower end of this range, we're out. Other than that, we're going to north of this resistance zone. Way to take one. Careful, Joey. Oh,
What happened?
careful's my ump's name, not my middle name, but it's my middle name. Aside from this, careful. And aside from that, let's see this home wreck. Are you taking more on it, or are you going off? All right.
There goes RMSG into the high of the day, 53. There's the beak wetter at 53. Look, we need to close above the $0.50 if we want to start talking about it as a possible level before we, for a fact, it's been resistance. And there's the high, guys, limit up 50 on RMSG. There it is on my time and sales there. It's always the red rectangle. There's the halt parameter. False halt into 58. We're back into the halt parameter here. Let's, I think, moved up now. So 61, level 61. We're going to wet in the 60. Boom into RMSG, showing 61 halt parameter.
Crazy.
But it's not giving me that kind of, when all the comes in, kind of tell it's going into the parameter, not doing it yet, even though 61 is limit up. Continuing to watch, down into 56 it goes, but good strength here on RMSG, baby. What do we got? We got 44s. We just took out 60s there, so that's decent trade. Looking for a little bit more. If we can clear this level, I do have a bias that this one will work into 2. I'd like, ideally, you get into that 70 penny area, maybe high, mid 60s, and then you drop back into the $0.50, and then you watch a time and sales, you watch a level 2, and you see, are the buyers stepping in aggressively at $0.50? That's the question before you want to get in. Just because it's psychologically doesn't mean it will be every single time, but RMSG is doing its thing. 25 over here. We're going to see what this does. Brioche, AAPL into VWAP. Let's have a look. All right. So this looks like one that I know for a fact. Luis, I know you're in the chat, brother. Were you looking at this, Luis? Because this looks right down your alley. A failed reclaim of VWAP and a drop all the way back to Hades. And you know what Hades is. Okay, all right. AAPL.
That's crazy.
All right, right back down into that 3, well, it's 3 and a quarter. Anyway, no, not you, Luis Ramon. No, our Luis from Barcelona, Spain. We're talking about Luis Barbado, baby. But I got to do this again. Here we go again, man. We're going to post here at 60. We're going to go 64 on RMSG. Then I'm going to go 69er. I longed the consolidation pre-market on AAPL. I see. So you were seeing the bull flag. That does make sense. Absolutely makes sense to me. So it looks like you did get that continuation, Luis. That seller at 5 was kind of annoying. But I would have done the same thing you did there, brother. Same thing. Bull flag, and I won't be convinced any different. Just because it didn't continue into a second bull flag doesn't mean that this pattern wasn't valid. You can see the breakout there on volume. 845 at 1.12 million shares of vol, but then it failed. And so that's kind of what I would be looking at this for. This is a failure to hold VWAP and back down. So the question was, does this take it back to VWAP? Well, it might get into that 410 area, really depending on where VWAP is. But I wouldn't be looking to go long. Personally, I'm just telling you my opinion on AAPL. I'd be looking to go short here. And then Luis shorted VWAP later. It's exactly what this is Luis's setup, man. This is his setup right here. This is fantastic. Man. Big drop, a loss of VWAP and an attempt to reclaim VWAP at around 10 a.m. and in a very, very clear loss. Doji candle and a monster red candle, new low basis. TSLA to me, very friendly in the VWAP. Joey, I don't know how you feel. What do you look at?
Still sitting in this wrecked here. We don't want to get wrecked or anything along those lines. So if we have to get to them, but we never got Bitcoin to fall into our level. It's just bouncing off of it continuously at that 40.66. I want 6 pennies lower. So maybe we don't catch that fill. As soon as we breach this zone, the support level in RECT, then we just get out of on it. The lower end of the range would be more ideal. You can get an additional pump higher, but obviously a sell here at 260. We have multiple touches right at that 260 mark, and then we reject aggressively. So when you have that breakout, if we zoom in and take a look at the volume by time profile, that's a nice stair step higher, but then it's immediately met by some defense, and it's substantially a lot more volume than what we had going in the uptick. So, I mean, it's not the best of looks right now. Breakout range is either we hit target here north of that, or we stop to break even. We can have some large estimates. Now we are step in, things can be moved, bang, bang. Now we're printing 45s, closer to 46s. This is exactly what we want to see. Get a clean flush, but we need the volume. Look at the lower end of here, the 1 minute, not being continued. We need to drastically see it step up to the point where it's noticeable and not there. Like, look how little that is. You can't even really tell anything. Like, I'm trying to see how much volume is in there. It's only like 63,000 shares. This one had 0.8 million or something along those lines. So a lot going on there. How many shares? 95 million shares traded on the day. This is it, man. I got the feels. We're going to get that breakout that we're looking for in our ECT. RMSG has been him today. That's been a really good one. It's unfortunate that we never caught the IBI as it's continuing to climb higher. So a nice move. We were below the range for any liquidity grabs, but doesn't seem to be the case as we are now not too far from the HOD. We're still down 1.9%, starting to climb. That's a good path that we're on, though. I like what we have. The overall market's starting to turtle shell over. You can see us curl over support level right here, guys, and same thing on the SPY. Palantir breaking trend right there. So that's a pretty good look if you're looking for that move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Other than that, let's go rect. Let's see if we can catch a fill on IBIT, man.
Yeah, man. All right, RMSG coming down so we don't get the next few fills. Sad about that. We were posted at 64, and here it comes close to my entry at 44. We're going to break even here if we get stopped out. You know what? I'll give it. No, I'm not going to give it, actually. It's going to be a break-even trade. I won't give anything back. So it has breached prior bar low. I'm talking about the current 5-minute candle, but it's dilly at that $1. So I don't want to be too aggressive with it, you know, because it below the $1. Buyers, maybe the shorts are stepping in as well. That's why there's a bit of an epic struggle here at the $0.50. So I don't want to take it out, even though it has breached prior bar low. What I'd like to do is just go break even on the trade for the last remaining amount. So let's see what RMSG has to offer. If it wants to weasel back up, get back into the 60s, perhaps that's an area for me to trade. Pardon me, that's kind of what I meant by that. So keep a close eye on this one. DLXY lost trend, and it is of no longer of interest to me. Okay? In fact, I'll be watching for one reason and one reason only. What this does at the volume-weighted average price at around 78, 79 pennies. Reason I say that is I may look over to Neil, and I may be like, Neil, how much are DLXY shorts going to cost me? I haven't decided yet, right? Because I don't think we're that substantially below the volume-weighted average price. But what I'm trying to get to here is the loss of VWAP after a good-looking pattern like this bull here and a bunch of higher lows. Sometimes, you know, those are the great setups for VWAP reclaim projections. And what I mean is, you know, this one moseys on down to 70, tries to reclaim back into 79, 78.9, whatever it is, at VWAP, and then the sellers step in and they get the hell out of there. Or the shorts step in and they get in there, and they get in there pretty aggressive. So LXY will be in focus for me as a possible short. But there goes MNTS. This one's volume is reawakening. Guys, this one is light on volume, though. Look at this current 5-minute candle. We got about 81,000 shares and change, but that is a respectable hold of the volume-weighted average price. Nary a breach, man. I mean, I don't even see a wick below that white line. So it's not the most liquid stock. It's a bit spready. And the volume is a little sus, but it's up 31 1/3. It's moving back into that 460 area. I'd like it a lot more if it's break above the higher area high, 467, You can get above 6.7. Could be of interest. What else? CMCT is looking like hot garbage. This one also could be a VWAP rejection if you're short, if you're a small cap gapper, short inclined. This one lost VWAP. Reclaim it here. I don't think as aggressively as XY, but keep an eye on nonetheless. What else are you guys looking at, man? 6.7. Get it, Alejandro. Buddhist priest, he's all over that. I like it. MGTN says good dough. Let's look at MGTN for the man there. By the way, Allo, guys, we're covering a little bit into 360. Watch out for 410 rejection, okay? Because that's VWAP. Let's take a look, though, at MGTN. What is that? You okay, Joey?
I'm just looking at something here.
You got caught there by Fabian. Fabian is not as nice as right? Fabian, he'll put you on blast there. Yeah, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Why is this loading? What is this magnificent? Oh, this is a Mag 7. MGTN. Oh, I just look at Mags. I didn't know that there was another one. Magnificent 10 index. Futures?
Who's in on that one?
I don't even know, Joey. I don't even know any information on this. Shout out to my man Jay Lee. I have no info on this, so I'm not even going to be able to read it out, but I do apologize. Yeah, sorry, brother. I can't even get any information on this. It's not loading up on my system. But
are we not doing it now today?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the OPs to let me know. I don't make the rules around here. So here we go, guys. We're looking still at RMSG. It looks for the moment that it's defended the half dollar, definitely closed above it. I'm talking about the candle 12, bottoming tail candle that did breach 50 pennies, but close above it. Now, the problem is this current candle on the 5, the 1205, has a lower high. Doesn't have a lower low, but it has a lower high. So trend, something to keep an eye on here. Now, if we can breach above prior bar high, which is 61, that changes the game. And here we are. We got a bottoming tail candle. We're trying to make a move into 60. If we can breach 61, I have a bias that we are going to $0.75. Let's see. It's showing 58. The shorts are stepping in. The profit takers are stepping in. So we're getting no continuation, but something definitely to keep an eye on there. HURA says T2 trades. Let's have a look at Hurrah. Bro, I ate so much this weekend.
That's good, man.
It's crazy how much I ate.
That's good.
And it's all like, stuff that you eat twice a year, Christmas and Easter type thing.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, but I ate a lot, Joey.
That's good.
Well,
any chocolate or anything?
Any chocolate? Yeah, man. Okay. Oh, there's so much. Hey, what's that? Something's spiking. I have no idea what, but Adair is looking into it. As soon as we have it, she will let us know. Yeah, but there goes RMSG into the area. Hot, boom! Into 64. There's 65. Here, limit up is 70. I canceled my order at 69. Let's see if we can get in. I want to see if I can get caught in the halt limit up. 71 limit up, at least from what I saw. Let's see if it maneuvers back there so I can take a better look. Can't quite see what limit up is right now on MSG, but that is a new of the day into 68. We got 44s on. We're looking for continuation into 3/4. I just need to be able to see where the halt parameters are, and then I'll let you guys know. But I'm packing the patience over here and taking a look at Hurrah, and Hurrah looks fantastic. It just suffers from some volume. It's just suffering from some volume issues, but the chart pattern, you cannot disagree with this. Higher lows, higher highs, respectful of the 10 EMA, basically to no end. Last time it was below it looks like before the pre-market or before regular trade hours in the pre. So definitely keeping an eye on that, but I'm holding here, Joey. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher.
Texas Hold'em, we got out of rect here. I mean, it's heading towards the lower end. I mean, if we can catch the lower end of the consolidation, then that's fine. No issues with that whatsoever. We were in the middle of the range. You did get a nice little pop, but it's looking pretty weak right now. So we'll have to be patient to see if buyers are going to step in. I know these names consolidate for quite some time before they take additional leg higher. And I think that's kind of the narrative here. I don't know if you're going to get one of those, but from then we'll be patient. We'll post up. You're lying to me.
What happened, Joey?
Of course it's going now. There's no way.
It's a bit range bound, though. Eh?
Yeah, it is. It is time range bound. Volume not really stepping in or anything along those lines. But I mean, tape looks pretty strong. We can always give it one more attempt, just in case. we are at the lower end of the range, and some clean flushes is exactly kind of what we want to see. Literally, the next minute that I step out, you have something newsbound. It pops all the way back up into 60s. I'm posted up at 40s once again. I'm going to double up my size to see if we're enough to get that. But the minute I step out, to go on a run right after, saying, here we go, we're in it one more time. And I if it breaks that low, a couple of pennies worth of risk, so be it. We get stopped out. I like what I was saying, but it's meant to be.
All right, just before we go to happening now and Neil's lesson of the day, guys, DLXY is losing very aggressively. If this comes back to VWAP, this is looking like a great candidate. It's about 77, 78, 80 pennies, wherever the hell VWAP is at the time. It's below 70 pennies now. This is looking real ugly here for DLXY, and it's just a matter of whether it gets retracement to retest some resistance levels where I will be a willing short participant. It really all depends on that. Are we on? Okay. All right, let's start happening now with Adara. Then Neil has his very coveted lesson of the day.
Geopolitical headlines still in focus. Guys, let's take a look here at the market. Is spike up here from 9:55 a.m. 15-minute chart to give you guys a bit of a wider look here. As we had reports that Iranian officials were abandoning uranium enrichment because we know this is what the U.S. wants in order for the war to end. Speaking of which, I think I know why we had that spike a couple of minutes ago, and it's nothing massive, but I'll tell you guys anyway. Of course, Axios reporting that during the negotiations here with Iran, so this is news from Saturday, but it's, I guess, slightly new information. Iran and the U.S., U.S. reportedly asked Iran to freeze uranium enrichment for 20 years during their talks. So 20-year freeze. Again, this is not confirmed, and this would be talked about, but that 20-year freeze is what I'm seeing is the reason potentially for that. We also talked here about the U.S., of course, going to move down as the market some of these catalysts. This was the move down again. That Iran was considering abandoning its uranium enrichment. President Trump also posted earlier today that if any ships near their blockade, specifically what they're calling fast attack ships from Iran, they will be immediately eliminated, all caps. NVIDIA in focus here. NVIDIA specifically, some companies that NVIDIA could be investing in. Accurate. PC and server names, so Dell, HPQ, HP, move. This is highly speculative, no confirmation. Last but not least, we must remind you all, it's bank earnings season. We started with Goldman Sachs, decent report by the market. Tomorrow morning, we get Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and Citigroup from 6:45 to 8. We're going to get a lot of visuals on this coming from X at TTV Research to guide you along the way. So not to fear, we'll have a lot of content for you guys. But in the meantime, we've got content for Neil. Subscribe in, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Neil, you have a lesson. What is the lesson?
Thank you, Adara. This one's going to be about risk to reward. It gets said very often. Traders say it all the time, but oftentimes it's like, yeah, but what do you really mean by risk to reward? Because the concept really is, if it loses, how are you going to lose that? Your risk reward is how much you make at the end of the trade. But sometimes you get out once. Wrong, you get out only once most of the time. But sometimes you get out twice, 4, some traders get out a dozen times, making profit. So really it comes down to understanding you're likely to have a blended price on the way out, which can make it a bit tricky to make sure that when you're trading, you have a proper risk to reward and that you're getting out of the trade relative to the how you're losing. The first part of all of this comes down to what does it mean to be wrong on the trade and what am I losing? Like, that's the structure end of it. And then on top of that, to remember an important fact. When you're talking about risk to reward, if you just simply look at I traded stock X, Y, and Z, and I'm up on X and Y, and I'm down in Z, I'm up more on X and Y than I'm down in Z, that's a good thing. Because you're making more than losing. stocks X and Y that you are up on, your risk to reward is terrible, but you did it anyway, you might have some underlying issues with your strategy. So with that said, I think looking at individual trade, what you risk on that trade relative to what you make can be a little bit more informative. So this is what I'm getting into. Thought I'd get all of that out of the way, and then we can look at a couple of examples here. One, actually, I would break even on it, and I'm also going to discuss when something may cause you to move a stop or even just to get out of a trade, changing your pattern or changing your plan, reacting to news, because that actually happened here in IBIT. So anyone that watches knows one of my favorite and more standard setups is simply boom, higher low, higher low, higher low. So there's your morning line, and then it bounces off the same trend, bounces, breaks. So I'm in, prior bar out. So I'm in at about 45. My prior bar out is about 96. It's 11 or 12 cents worth of risk. Now here's the key. Most times you'll hear me say retracement to VWAP is the target, but I'm usually going to get out at about 1 to 1. It's a little better than that. Take it out there. Let's say I get rest out at the absolute bottom. It's going to be close to 2 to 1. Now, did I make 2 to 1 on that trade? If I take 1 and the rest out at 2 to 1, or half out at 2 to 1 and hold some for more? No. Very likely looking at simple math, 1 to 1, or if I hold up a little bit better. So this trade, sometimes you'll get a mean reversion that's bigger, and I'll give you an example of that. That's a 1.5 to 1 trade. So as it gets into this bottom at 1 to 1, one of the things that I usually do when it hits first target is tighten the stop. So the stop goes back to break even now that it's trending down. Partly because it's a mean reversion against the main trade. If it resumes that upward trend, technically a higher time frame, putting in some higher lows, I respect that. Now in this case, there was news on, we just had a big spike in USO to the downside. I punched some shares out for profit and then left the stop at break even. But the more important thing is, if I was getting out all inside of this range, let's just make an example. Let's say I was getting out like here at 5, 7 cents, and then taking like the small wins. I could still be positive on this stuff. But then I would only be getting 0.7, 0.8, something along those lines, maybe even at best 1 to 1 on the trade, risk to reward. Now that's okay if you're winning 70, 80% of the time. But here's what I will tell you, and this is something for over 20 years, this has been true. Almost no traders or trade strategies that are not done by algorithms do better than 52 to 55%. That's true. So usually you want something that has a good RR, which is why if the best it can do is give me a small pullback and I need to get it all out in that, well, you're going to have it all if it doesn't work right away. That's not going to work. And just to prove to you that I do believe in that, I'll go to something which is completely different of a strategy, right? Like it's this, well, same thing, but it's a much more like a wide open, let's say, take. Right? Like Circle, much bigger moves than IBIT. When it broke the trend, it was essentially at 75 in here, just underneath 95, actually closer to like the 80 level. Like it needs to go 50, 60 cents in the money before it breaks that 1 to 1. I'm holding, looking at the time it was 92. I'm going a higher time frame. It was out in front of the 92 level that we wanted to be able to grab, pulling back in. Ultimately, doesn't really give me the full, but again, you hold it till it gives you that 1 to 1. In this case, it failed at prior support levels. So with this, I knew if it's that strong, it's either hold for the extra $2 or make sure we get out taking our profit in here. Now, the reason for this, the way it's moving, I'm not going to be able to guarantee that I'm going to be able to get out within less than 5 or 6 cents of slippage if it comes into the top. I don't want to sit there and have it completely reversed. You can see how strong it's going to move. When it's going to give you expanded range, then I want to hold it for longer. I also want to have a tighter trade stop to ensure that we make our profit. Now remember, everything is about apples to apples. It comes down to what did I make on the trade, but how much did case, it only step one. That's it. It did not follow through. I average about 60 to 70 cents on it, which is better than a 1-to-1. So if it only kind of works, then I'm still at better than 1-to-1. It wasn't a perfect trade, but it was an okay short setup. And that's the key. Like, I have to have myself in a situation where I'm positive if it goes step one. I'm holding for the bigger one, give me 2, maybe 2.5-to-1, but I'm not going to lose if it's only an okay trade. You've got to find a way to make your decent setups not negative, your good ones positive, your great ones that you made enough relative to what you lose. And it's not about comparing Circle to IBIT or IBIT to Nike for me this morning, or Nike or any of these, like, or to a firm. It's how much should I risk on a firm? A firm here, 25 pennies. When it was in the money, 10, 15 cents, I'm not taking anything out because I'm looking for to get 1-to-1 and then all the way back in. The proof's got to be in the pudding. You don't see me cover until I should be covering that trade, so that I know if a firm works, I'm going to be positive doing that 7, 8 times out of 10 when it's a coin flip trade. So if you want to find yourself in a situation where you can be 50 to 55% and be green, you have to understand apples. Whether you won or lost on a trade, when you review it, you've got to look at, did my risk to reward hold on that trade? Not on the day, on these 7 trades that I took, on that trade that you made on that trade that you lost on. You have to have the ability to look at each trade separately. They all have their own risk parameters. They all have their own targets. They all have their own set of volatility. So you do that, and in the long run, you can be a consistently positive trader. And you know what? Not everybody, trust me, not everybody's about that whole like consistent life. Like, that's me. I get it. I like to be up every single month. I like to. That's just my strategy. If you can find something that works for you to hit 20 or 30% of the time, but make so much, good on you. That's pretty rare from what I've been able to see, but some traders make that work for them. If you're looking for consistency, then you've got to make sure you're comparing apples to apples. Not every trade is going to be exactly the same. I tell you how the lunch is gone, but I haven't even seen it. It doesn't look like we got that much rib, but I'll let you know in a few minutes how they go in the chat. Good luck.
Couple headlines to go over before we send you back to Joe and Sharif. I had one of them here on the screen. Again, pretty vague. They all kind of are. But Israeli Channel 12 reporting that U.S. officials said talks with Iran are actually ongoing, and they're at the aim of reaching an agreement. So speaking of talks with Iran, I mentioned the first half of this headline during the happening now. The second half just came again about 10 minutes ago when we started happening now. We did have this headline from Axios saying that during their talks over the weekend, the U.S. asked Iran to freeze their uranium enrichment for 20 years. Now, again, the second part of this headline that just came out, also from Axios, suggested that Iran heard this 20-year period and they responded by saying, well, we'd prefer a shorter period to freeze this uranium enrichment, preferably in the single digits. So again, implying 9 years or less. If I get more details, I will let you know. That's basically what happened here. We already knew the U.S. was going to ask Iran to freeze their program. We didn't know from Iran. And again, it sounds like, according to Israeli Channel 12, U.S. says they're still talking to Iran. So a couple new headlines. Again, nothing massive. Lots of very reactionary moves in this market. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, great information by Neil. Great information there from Adara. Thank you very much. Let's have a look, though. Arun, shout out to you, my man. Ooh, I'm going to sneeze. See if I can defeat the sneeze. The defeat, I lost. Thank you, Sia. Guys, this is the chart, the daily, on Avis Budget Group. What the hell is this? What is happening since February of this year? We're up 284%. Is the car rental business like the next AI? What the hell is happening with this company? I have no idea, but it looks really good. This is the weekly. Let's just get out of the way. So we're still below those COVID highs. I don't think we ever see those levels again. I'm talking about that 317. What was the high of this candle? Is that real? The high was 545.11. But as you can see, most prints were below at 300. All the closing prints. If we close the week this way, Arun, this would be the highest closing print, I think, in the company's history. Again, not below, not above, I should say, the week of November 1st of 2021. That is before Jerome Powell said inflation wasn't transitory. Know what happened in 22. If you don't, just go back and look. Very bad year for the market at large. But this is a really good looking chart, dude. The only thing that I can say is maybe you're going to encounter some resistance here at 330, just with this topping tail candle. We close in this way, Arun, on the daily. This is a deadly breakout. We could be headed to 350, 400. I have no idea why this is moving up. I don't cover Hertz, David. It's not that, I have really no idea. But we can look at the blotter. Let's see if what's coming in on the blotter these days. Avis budget car group forward meeting yields up, but expected to return. Was on the 11th and 12th of this month. I don't really have too much in the way of information since that time, but yeah, this is a good one. Thank you for pointing this out. Just before we go to Adara, I've got my stop now on RMSG at 145. Okay, my entry is 144. We don't have too much in the way of outs left, but there are some others moving, namely MNTS and CMCT, which we'll talk about as soon as we get back from here.
Yeah, for one here, I want to mention that with regards to some of these rental companies, there actually is at least partially a catalyst or something that's been attributed to some of that move up, Sharif. So the deal with some of these car rental companies, started to look at these, and during that February, March, at least what I was seeing, because we had these TSA issues, right? TSA delays due to the DHS funding freeze. That was what I was seeing attributed to a lot of this move up in some of these car rental stocks. So I just wanted to address that. That's not the main reason I want to talk to you guys. So I want to mention we have some more headlines in the oil space. Media reporting that President Trump is actually looking to have another round of talks before further escalations with Iran. USO, again, you're kind of the lower end of this range. You're pushing back a little bit of earlier intraday support as we get this headline. Nothing else that I'm seeing here on that. But again, President Trump reportedly looking to have another round of talks. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, continuing to watch MNTS. This one's at the day high, 477. It's showing 75 right now. I think it's only been up above this level at 1045. Was that the 77 high, or we just got into 77? How come they're all showing me okay, whatever. I think we just made the high of the day, pardon me. MNTS up 36%. Definitely keep an eye on this. But we did get a $5 super chat from JKL Toddler Premium. It goes on, but it's cut off on my screen. Adair heads up the White House. Oh, I think you meant Adara.
Yeah.
Heads up the White House just called press to gather in press room. This was not scheduled. So there you go. Thank you very much for the information.
Nothing on it yet. I've already seen people speculate about this. If this is a thing, I'll find it.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the notification, JKL. Keep us apprised. Should change. Here's the deal.
What's this?
I'm looking at these two here, man. CMCT. This one's really kind of waking up, and it's picking up the bid here, man, off that 77 and change now. I had a bit of a bias that this might be a short, right? Loses VWAP. Drops back down, holds 75. Now it's well above VWAP, mind you. I think like kind of rejecting 87. It's still a lower high trend. If I really, had to say, this could be a bit of a downward channel, and it could be just using the volume weighted average price here as more of a line of best fit rather than any really area of support resistance, because it hasn't respected it too much on the day, to be quite frank. So I'd be looking for and a decisive move above 90 definitely gets into long. If this loses the trend right now and breaks the volume weighted average price to the side again, he breaks current candle low, then I think it's probably a short setup. CMCT definitely in focus here, and it looks like it is breaking trends. But MNTS as well, as we talked about this one right at that high of the day. I don't know, man. I don't like MNTS because of the volume, and picking it up at the high of the day, given the spread, given the volume, is not something I'm going to do. However, if it comes back into that $0.50, maybe a little bit higher at around 60 pennies where the 10 EMA is, I could be a winning participant then as long. But for here, for now at this price, I'm going to say no go. But there goes CMCT, Joseph. This is going to take out 90 pennies. So this one's on its horse, man, and it could take out that previous area high. If it is, then this one likely hits that dollar, 95 penny high. We already talked, whether that 95 penny move was its attempt at the dollar. Looks like maybe it's got a second wind over here. So if you're looking for something to trade in the world of small cap gappers, look no further than CMCT and MNTS, Joey.
Market really moving here, guys. I mean, let's get involved in some Palantir for the potential to make a nice consolidation off of these lows. So that's what we're looking for. The market absolutely screaming. Let's see if we can get this name to participate. Never caught that fill at 60s. Here, essentially on IBIT. That's all right. I think we're going to head towards the high of the day right here, Adara.
Yeah, we're hearing here Fox News reporting that Trump could be speaking at any moment. I'm still trying to find the stream on this White House stream. I checked like a couple minutes ago. There wasn't anything there. But again, as we wait comments from President Trump, this market pushing higher. It's also worth noting we just had Axios reporting that there is continued engagement between the U.S. and Iran. They're trying to get. We've heard a couple reports to that effect. Let's wait to see what Trump says. Back to you.
All right, get the agreement here because it's going to help drag the market higher as it is right now, and Palantir is starting to climb a little bit for us. So if we can get this continuation, that's going to be absolutely prime time. We were trying the rack that didn't work for us. It didn't break out. Lots of volatility. We got out at a good time. Shreve had a nice trade on that one, but other than that, we're up 4% and a third here on Palantir. A nice little pop, but no continuation thus far. We are on the backside of this trend, so we have to take that into consideration. I mean, we have to hold it until the break of this level right there. If it does, then by all means. Man, oh man, IBIT is the trade that we wanted. Continuous move. I mean, that's 30 minutes of straight buy program here on Bitcoin. That's a positive sign of strength. Now we just need it in Palantir, essentially. I posted up at 30s, but then it gave me a horrible fill up here at like 65. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, exactly, is going on as Bitcoin's continuing to climb. The overall market is as well, and Palantir just not participating. I mean, just my luck at this point. Anyways, aside from that, Intel continuing to move higher. We can run through our scan and see what we got going on here, guys. CoreWeave, Palantir, we've been talking about it nonstop. Oracle, I heard, has been putting in an absolute monster day, and that has been the case up to $152. That is substantial here on Oracle as it's now bounced off of that 137 low, engulfing this essentially whole consolidation zone and then continuing to climb a little bit higher. So good look on Oracle. And NBIS with the downgrade, I believe, this morning, but then continuing to climb higher. Nebius Group, wow, what an absolute monster run up. 157, punching through that 142 previous high. Holds it almost to the penny there, folks. And then off to the races it goes. IREN. I know my boy Jose was trading on DAS this morning. Let's see with ONDS and see what they got cooking up over there. ONDS. Bang. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Anytime. Yeah. SoFi. What's up with SoFi? Pretty strong session. How's our boy Robinhood doing? Strong names across the board, and this is what we've been seeing the past couple of days have been relatively strong, and that's pretty good for some of the names that have been absolutely beat up and destroyed, like Robinhood up to, that's SoFi. Platform's so
FBI just raided Altman's attacker's home.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. We're going to get those guys out of here. There it is, 768. We're still down 45% off of that high, maybe a little bit more. So we've been getting destroyed on that one. 53% to be exact in Robinhood. Not too good of a look. Apple, not performing. I mean, the overall market continuing to climb higher, and Apple's just breaking through the volume-weighted average price. So that's a little bit tougher of a look there in AAPL. Now, as for Ethereum, how have you been doing? Not too bad. Market slowly starting to come back in here. Palantir breaking down off of this consolidation high. So, I mean, tougher look here this morning, that's for sure. We had some trades on last week, but today, to start the week, a little bit tougher of a start, Sharif.
That's the way it works, Joey. You know, I don't have to tell you that. Yeah. You obviously know. So do I. The trading game. All right. President Trump will speak soon at the White House. So as soon as that happens, we will, of course, bring that to you. Adara's locked and loaded. I've got it up on the side as well on Fox News. I'm sure a lot of different networks will be covering that. Zion, my man. Sharif, think ALMU can take up higher, holding VWAP, and great government contract news. Shout out to you. Let's have a look at ALMU for the OG Zion. Quick look over here. I think I looked at that one already, but, you know, I do have it up 41%. It's a good look. I like this, man. I do like it, but it just hasn't given me the reason to weasel in at the moment, because look at this. It's a plethora of lower highs since I sat down, Zion. This one has been making lower highs. Also, the spread is not my faves. Right now, it is 22 on the ask, 18 on the bid. It's not bad. I don't want to crap all over that. That's not bad. What I'd like to see, though, is a decisive area hold. So, you know, it's been making its way down oftentimes to 15, pops back to like 15.75, no continuation. So then it ends up making yet another lower high. And then all the while, it's coming into 15. All right, it just keeps coming back into that 15 area. So to me, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one. It just hasn't given me the setup yet. Now, if you want to put maybe a resting order between 15 to about 14 and change, 14.80 and change, pardon me, where the volume weighted average price is, that could be a move as well. And if it loses this area low, Zion, I'm talking about the 945 to 1015 bar, the low candle, which is this one here, the 950 one. The low is 1438. If you can stomach that kind of move, that's also acceptable. I think also you could put at around 1450 for possible out there. That's not a bad one. ALMU is the one I'm talking about. But here comes RMS freaking G again, Joey. Into 63. We're waiting in the mid 70s. It's a 68 penny high. We can't seem to shake the sellers in the mid 60s, but I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to hold on to it. And if it fails at 45. I'm in at 44. I'll give it 1 penny, right? I'm not even giving it 1 penny. What am I saying? I'm going to make 1 penny on the last remaining amount if I get stopped out. But I'm interested here in RMSG. If we can take out 68, I have a bias that we probably work into 2. If that's the case, I'm going to add to the position. We're going to Adair.
President Trump posted a whole bunch of stuff on Truth Social, at least 2 posts over the last couple of minutes. Here's the one that's related to the market, though. Quote, 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since its foolish closure began. President, all caps, Donald J. Trump. So President Trump, I guess, saying that ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Quite a few, actually. We know they have this blockade that started at 10 a.m. We also were supposed to hear from him at a press conference. I'm locked and loaded waiting to see what happens here. But again, if this happens, when this happens, I'll let you know. White House live stream for what it's worth. Still not up for this.
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be the Strait of America soon. Madness, man. Wait, it's true, man. I mean,
Oh, my days. Can you imagine?
no, I mean, I could. I literally could imagine. Yeah.
No, bro, come on. He wouldn't do that.
You know,
He doesn't do that kind of stuff, Joey.
that was crazy.
Rename bodies of water, you know.
Only a matter of time until it's called that.
Sorry, guys. That would be the laugh, but it's funny.
Yeah.
All right. MNTS hanging out the highs. CMCT hanging out at the highs on the way to stop, chat. On the way up to 97. Look, it had a topping tail candle into 97. That's never a good look. Current candle has a lower high and a lower low. So this could be, you know, a little bit of a sell area here on CMCT. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to see if we can pick up something maybe off 85 pennies. I think that's where VWAP is, kind of overstacking a little bit with the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one. I don't have a move on it yet, in the same way that I don't have a move here on RMSG. Moves into the mid-60s, and yet another rejection of the mid-60s. In fact, there's only 2 candles that actually closed above 60 pennies on the day. And one of them is where we made the high at 68. That was a 1205 candle. And then the one that we just got into that got me all excited, the 1230 candle closed out at, what was that close there? 61. So whip-de-doo. Yeah, nothing continuing right now. So MNTS just got into the high of the day again. 483 is the high. The spread's tightening up too. 81 on the bid, 83 on the ask, and moves up into 84 now. So that's another area high. This could be on the way to 5 sooner rather than later. Trade it carefully, though. It's a lower volume stock and not exactly always liquid. It does have tendencies to open up the spread. Pause for a second. We're going to Adair.
Yeah, RKLB pushing up higher here, guys. Receiving grant approval here from the FCC. They've granted Rocket Lab approval for experimental operations related to launch vehicle and recovery activities. So again, RKLB getting some approval here from the FCC. Back to you.
Good stuff.
All right, Opshi.
Yeah, I mean, not much going on here, man. We're going to hold on to this Palantir. The market was climbing. It wasn't participating, so maybe it's losing a little bit of its steam. And we can see on the 5-minute time frame, it's not looking too good right now. So, I mean, if it breaks through this support level, then we just get out of Dodge and accept it for what it is. So, a slower start, man. Sleepy this morning as well, too. I actually had the intention of not. Yeah, I didn't really want to. I'll let this thing cool out, wait for some volatility spikes.
Bad idea.
Yeah, and just hop in sim, considering, like, I mean, we've had a couple of and see if we can get something else rolling. Bitcoin's continuing to climb. The market SPY, the Qs are a little bit higher. Palantir not doing too much. Still hovering around that highest consolidating. A nice move higher here. It just decided to go on a race of its own. Now, head up into that 135 mark, especially if we get one more volatility. It just needs to absorb. It's consolidating. There is higher lows on the 5-minute time frame, but the buying pressure just seems relatively weak. So we have multiple trend lines here that we can take into consideration, and the ebb and flow of this little miniature secondary channel that we can have going on right here on PLTR. Adara.
Yeah, this is I can see here on Sharif's screen and my own screen. And it seems like it's McDonald's, because I'm not joking. MCT spiked a little bit. I had the chart up already. I saw this and then I wanted to connect this. Yeah, it looks like here we had a spike. Gets a delivery of McDonald's. So nicely. DASH is also spiking. Again, things that we cannot make up over here at Trader TV Live. Furthermore, NBC citing data saying it's actually 4 ships, so 30 less ships than President Trump claimed went through the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, yeah, thank you, Dara. He is now talking. DoorDash grandma. Dash got 85. DoorDash is at the White House. McDonald's is at the White House. I don't know who this Dash is, but she looks like she's a sweet old lady. So we're gonna shout her out. Shout out to Dash grandma. But President Trump is talking to her. It looks like he's taking some questions now. So here come the wild cards, okay? So get ready now for the volatility. Could come in at any moment. Who knows what he's going to say? Who knows what he's going to get asked? So it is a wild card time. High, and here it comes again into the 50 pennies. I know it's 44s on, and there it is, and that ends the trade. It moves into 45. We get out at 45. So as Obi would say, what is the next trade? Okay, and here it is. MNTS rejecting 490, coming back down now into 77s. Guys, there is a buyer previously at 75. This could be an interesting area here. Look at how long we rejected 75 pennies. I'm just going to get in here for you know what and giggles. I'm going to take a negligible amount of shares just so that I can actually practice doing this, all right? We're in at 78. Let's see if this one actually defends 75. We're going to go ahead and throw in our stop right below there, and then we're going to send you to Adara. She's got news.
President Trump chatting outside the White House. And Iran saying that we've been called on the other side of this front to Iran. We want to make a deal very badly. So in addition to moving DoorDash and McDonald's today, President Trump also said they've been called by Iran and Iran wants to make a deal.
You want to start singing that Adele song, Hello from the Other Side? Or should I? You can start. Oh, man. Oh, man, Joey. No one calls, bro. No, my calls, bro. What does that mean, melodic? I don't know what that means. Okay. All right. We're on MNTS over here. Super tight stop. If it loses 75, it loses me at a trader. But there goes CMCT into $1.99. Here comes the dollar. There's aggressive selling there. It's an official dollar high on CMCT, and that puts it in triple-digit territory on the day, up over 100%. Gamble, but I certainly eye on this one. You can't have them all, but there goes MTS again in the area high, which is what the peak there in the mid-80s. Roll back to there.
More comments here coming from President Trump on oil, saying that many ships are heading to the U.S. to load up on oil. He also said that Iran did not agree to not have a nuclear weapons. So we already knew Iran was not going to make those agreements with the U.S. on nuclear, though he did say that they agreed to go almost everything. So this seems to be the one holdout. Also said the blockade, they could resolve Iran before tankers get to the U.S. in terms of, I guess, having these other countries get oil from the U.S. So we're going to have to wait and see. He's been, as he has been on this a lot, there's a lot of comments one way, a lot of comments the other way. Back to you.
Hello, what? Many ships. Many ships.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go with that. They're not going to, the ships can't put death on you, you know what I mean? Like maybe the captain of the ship, the commander, the rear admiral, they can all wish death upon you.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think the ship personally would be wishing death upon you.
Destroy it, man. Destroy.
Works.
All right.
Yeah, guys, MNTS, here we go again. Joey just showed 87s. We got 78s here. We're looking for continuation above 90. This looks strong. So even though the prior bar on the 5 did close as a bottoming table hammer candle, we are not above prior bar high quite yet. To get above prior bar high, I'm talking, of course, about the 1240 candle on the 5. We got to get above 486. I have my order here at 88s. We're showing 86 right now on the ask side of the level 2. It has tightened up into 1 penny. So let's see if we can get into $5. I'm going to be waiting at 88, and then I'm going to be waiting in the mid-90s. Let's see what this one has to offer. Let's show that I'm back and patient over here as some of these others pull back.
All right, good stuff. Coin's still continuing to climb here. See if this thing's going to break the high of the day. We'll go through a couple more names and see if we can find anything. And so you're trading like that DoorDash fade, that pop and that fade right here around that high 58.60. I was looking at this one, sure enough, decides to move a little bit lower. So that's not a bad look whatsoever in DoorDash. And we were talking about this. I mentioned that Neil had a really good trade on the fact that it's like, hey, on that volatility spike, we're going to just fade that pop. That's exactly what happened on DoorDash at 3.25. You're still negative on Bitcoin, but I wouldn't be surprised if it really starts to close that gap, guys. Excuse me, I ate an orange. Now, that's looking pretty good as the market is still hovering. There's so many indecision prints around the highs. Like, okay, you have selling pressure, buying pressure, selling pressure, buying pressure. It's just like, it's absolute madness right now. And some volatility spikes would be worthwhile, considering it's like, come on, like the market's at its highs, Palantir's not doing anything. Come on, Carbon Company. All we need is one more comment. Just put it in brackets. Put Palantir in brackets one more time for the boy to see if we can find potential trade over there. Let's head back over to our small cap scanner. You know, Sharif's been all over them today. RECT, how's that been doing? Okay, it's forming this edge, right? It's kind of like, it's somewhat attractive over here. Like you were talking, Sharif, I like this, right? Like for this triangle, yeah, that compression, yeah, that descending triangle compression pattern. Who knows, man? Eventually, if you have some candles, some 5-minute candles start to open up on the back side of this, on the top end of this range, it snaps this down. There's a lot of wicks that are in play, but if it opens up here, then maybe off to the races it can go. Market's screaming right now. Palantir's starting to recover. That's over there. That's what I'm talking
Market's
about.
screaming.
Market is screaming. What's it screaming? Manny, man, is it screaming? All right. We'll call it that. Man, you know, for the longest time I was singing this guy's songs in elementary school, without no idea of essentially what they mean.
Like my window shop,
or like my buddy.
Yeah,
my buddy. I'm like, I didn't know what that meant at the time, man. I'm singing that in the hallway, but they're like, do you know what you're talking about, Joseph?
Yeah.
No, not a clue. To be honest with you, CMCT at the high almost printed that dollar. That $1.03 was around the high, but RMSG was him today as it's starting to pull back a little bit here, Sharif.
All right, here we go. China Chi wants to see again, yeah, because he wants some oil. I mean, he's been hurting lately, and we know that.
oil's at, Shreve.
Where's the oil at?
States has more than the Gulf countries apparently, and Iran all combined. So.
And yes, absolutely. And they've got political pressure that doesn't allow them.
Why didn't they just start shipping a little bit if they knew that this was going to be wrong?
Energy independent now. And, I mean, I think that they produce as much as they consume on a daily basis. I could be wrong. But there goes MNTS into another area high. We got 78s. There's 97. We're looking for 5s. I'm waiting at 99 as a liquidity tester to see if we can get something there. MNTS is on its horse. Here comes 98. The sellers are running scared here, man, and they're going to probably have a little bit of support at 5 as the profit takers likely will be hitting the sell button like myself, but it's the shorts that we need to be concerned ourselves with. They're going to take advantage of the selling pressure by the longs taking profits at the whole dollar level. So that is something to watch out for. Let's see how high we can get. It looks like, we're getting more size coming in here at 97, but I'm going to be looking to see what kind of resistance we're going to be getting at $0.50 right now. It looks pretty decent. Doesn't look like anything monstrous is coming in. If we can move up to 98, I'll get a bit of a better look. But for now, we're going to Adair.
Yeah, and more on oil from President Trump. He said oil companies will do well there and here. So kind of a blanket statement here. He also said that it will not be pleasant, quote unquote, if Iran does not make a deal within 2 weeks. So President Trump upping the pressure on Iran, saying that some oil companies might do well amidst all of this. We know, as Sharif mentioned, put that headline up there on the screen, that China is also being mentioned here. He said that President Xi of China also wants this to end. And then, quote, we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this meaning Iran.
There was an interview with President of Cuba on the weekend.
Yeah.
I think it was CBS or NBC, somebody like that.
Yeah.
The reporter or the journalist put to him, she's like, if President Trump would strike a deal with your country predicated upon you stepping down, would you step down? He refused to answer the question. He said, did you ever ask any other leader?
That question?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to crap on the guy. He can answer what he wants and not answer what he wants.
Absolutely.
But the fact of the matter is, this is in focus now. You know what I mean? Like, we are talking about regime change countries. That's a fact. That is a fact. We already got it in Venezuela. People say taco all the time. I think it's an absolute misnomer. This guy's literally and figuratively pulling the trigger.
This guy literally went into another country, extracted the president, the prime minister, president, whatever it is, and just threw him in jail. Talk about complete. It's who else can do that?
Whether it's legal or not, it's not. I'm not arguing the legality of it. I'm just saying he does.
That's insane. How do you do that? You just ran up into another country, snatched their leader, and are yeah, we're throwing you in jail, bro.
Yeah, bro. I've seen worse, but yeah, I get your point. I love all the different opinions in the chat, and bring it all. As long as it's clean, bring it all. If it completely disagrees with what Joe and I are saying, I love it anyway, man. Bring it all. Just make sure it's clean. That's all. All right, guys, continue to watch here. MNS, it's just hovering at 496, 497. There isn't enough buying clearly to move the sellers into this level, so I'm going to have to watch to see if there's going to be a big flush, because that's what it feels like there is. It's kind of like the calm before the storm. All right, back into 97 we go, getting a better look here at what kind of size we're expecting at this 97 penny level. I got to tell you, unless there's a monster hidden seller, I'm not seeing too much in the way of size, with the biggest size there being 1,100 lots there on Memex, right? Nothing really scaring me at this level. We know in the world of small cap gappers, that can change in a heartbeat, and you can find yourself on the wrong side of the trade. So keeping a close eye on this one, and I don't want you guys to forget that CMCT is also doing its thing 25 over here at 99 pennies, because it is trying to work back into that dollar again. So CMCT is still not, I don't think it's done, and it's up 100%, give or take, 99.5%. I would not want to get into this one until it has decidedly cleared the $0.50 and or it drops back down into a key area of technical support that I can say, yes, this is the right area to pick it up. I'm thinking more about 90 pennies, give or take. And there's the flush. Sadly, on MNTS, looks like the shorts are winning out for now. Now, here's the deal. So I'm in at 78. It's showing me 90. Prior bar low, which is the candle that closed green at 12.45, the low of which is 44. I can give this 4.79. So we're going to give this to 4.79, and that will be 1 penny above my entry, which is fine with me. And that gives it more than I should be giving it, because I should be giving it to prior bar low, which is 84. So technically, I should be putting it at 83. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, lest it, zig and zag. Staying in here is for an attempt at 5. That's all I've got for that. What are you guys talking about? Cool Brioche. Sky Q is back. Neil actually pointed that out to me this morning. I was like, Neil, this is a second day play, because Sky Q, I had some banger trades on Friday. Let's take a quick look. Okay, it's breaking down. It definitely had a nice move in the beginning. I want to say at around 9:15, and then it didn't even make it to the open. It started tanking. So I got to tell you, cool Brioche, that is, I don't like this until about 13 to 12 and a half. And the reason I say that is, look at that 13. Well, we know 13 is whole dollar, so that could be an important area. And then the closing print from Friday that doesn't take into consideration the aftermarket, by the way. The closing print from Friday is 12.60, give or take. So I don't know, man. I don't like it. Right now, if it bounces back above 14, given that it just put in that kind of bottoming tail candle, we could have a conversation for a possible move back up into 15. But for me, I'm steering clear of Sky Q on the day. It is not setting up for me in the right way. Still up 9.45%. I get that, but chart pattern locally is not that great, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's just get out of this Palantir, because it's not working. It didn't participate in that rally higher, and I think at some point it's going to tank. Bitcoin's coming back in, and RECT. Okay, there it goes. It broke that trend. I mean, this is what we were talking about in this specific name. It's just the fact that it's like, all right, bang, you're on the backside of it now. Maybe off to the races it can go. Yeah, Adara.
Yeah, just an update here. President Trump has concluded his comments for now outside of the White House. I mean, we know he ordered food, so I'm guessing he'll probably eat said food. Then a little bit while later, we will hear from him. As we've heard, they've already gathered the press, I guess, to wait to hear his comments. Apparently, he'll be in the Oval Office today. I was seeing some reports suggesting that. Once we hear from Trump, I will keep you posted. Worth noting, still no White House stream for this live. Usually there will be some kind of stream. So once I start seeing, I've been refreshing every 2 or so minutes. Once I see stream open, I will keep you guys posted. I'll continue to let you know. But yeah, it looks like we might have a couple minutes of no Trump news as he, I'm assuming, eats his DoorDash.
Oh, man.
Yo, let the man eat, man.
McDonald's?
He needs his energy, man. You got to do
So
him
McDonald's is energy?
It is. Any calories are energy. It's not good energy.
It's not good
Yo,
energy.
we booked, my cousins and I booked the Colombia trip. So it's going to be me and my 2 younger cousins. And by younger, I mean 40 and 39. So, yeah. So they're about this.
Where are you guys going? When?
So listen to this. So I work August 13th would be my last day.
Okay.
And I fly out August 14th at 1 a.m.
Damn.
So I take the red eye. So I go home. Right? So it's a 6-hour flight. So I leave 5. I land 5:55 in Bogota. So 6 hours. So you sleep on the plane, right?
5:55 a.m.
5:50.
Yeah.
So I get there 6 a.m. essentially.
That's
right?
good.
So I have the entire day of the 14th. So I stay 14, 15 in Bogota, and then 16 in the morning, I fly out from Bogota to Medellin.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. So then Medellin, 16, 17, 18 in the morning to Cartagena.
How long you going, man?
Another 6. And then we're going to stay 18, 19, 20, 21 in Cartagena, and then 21 at night. So I come back to Toronto 7:20 a.m. and I get the entire day in Toronto, and then I can actually rest on the 20th.
Yeah, that's good. All right, man. Okay, so you got the August thing. I'm just letting you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's your
You know what I mean? So, but I see you have the days. You have enough, my friend? Are you gonna have enough vacation?
Yes,
days?
I have enough vacation days.
All right,
but
man.
look at this guy, man. He's Hey, bro, Sharif, thank you for the $2 super chat, Adam. That's all we're going to read from that. But I appreciate you. But guys, I would really love some help with this trip. I don't know too much about the country. I have a few Colombian friends, obviously, that I can bounce ideas off. But I'd love for you guys to give me some direction. Like I hear Cartagena's beaches are not the best in terms of like white sand and turquoise. So you go to like nearby islands. Apparently, they're fantastic. So I'd like some suggestions, guys. I'm ever in your debt for that. Stop, Joao. Wow, Kuna, man, you guys are killing me, man. 06. You guys are really bad. Yeah, I'm gonna stop reading these comments in the chat, but you guys are funny. This one is popping. Thank you guys for the trade going on here. ARAI. Let's go. I'm gonna stop reading these comments. ARAI. Let's have a look. You know, this is the first time I'm actually going on vacation with these little punks, eh? Like, these are my first cousins. They're not distant cousins, but we've never been on vacation together. So I'm kind of really pumped about that, I'm not going to lie. ARAI. This is good. Breakout. Big boy breakout. Have a look here. Here comes the dollar. This is just, guys, this was, the closing print on Friday was about 81 pennies. So we just got to green. Negative majority of the day. It's only up 14 and 4/5. But look at this one. Get on its horse. Into 93. This one could see the dollar very, very soon, with the area high being, you know, that Thursday area high, I want to say, into that $1.40. Good look here. Shout out to Taylor. Look at all. See what this one does with the dollar. I'm certainly alive on that. But RMSG is back, and it is doing damage here. The shorts right back into that 160. I want to say, what's the high there? 166. So this one kind of breaking trend, eh? So it's broken trend now. It's broken that double top into 163 that I got pushed out of. And here comes 168. That is the official high of the day. If it can take out that high, we're talking about 75. And then above 75, of course, we're talking about that $2 area. So RMSG needs to be in focus for you here if you're small cap gapper inclined, in the same way that MNTS is in focus for me. We're still holding here 78s, and it's showing me 94. So great strength on MNTS. As well as another one, ARAI. We have to change that one here. We're going to put ARAI over here, and this is almost at $1 now. So trade this carefully, knowing full well that it hasn't put in a red candle since 12:35. So maybe just like we're due.
For the
start the news.
Yeah, let's do that.
Are we not?
Fire it up.
You ready to go? Yeah. Okay. All right, Assassino.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Apple. Apple is developing 4 different AI-powered smart glasses designs, which is a serious push, I would say, to Meta's AI wearable glasses. Now, designs are ranging from Wayfarer-style rectangular frames to smaller oval circular frames. There's a bit of design here, I like that. The product is internally named N50, and there's a target launch window of late 2026 to early 2027. Now, Apple is aiming to deeply integrate the glasses with the iPhone ecosystem, which is very cool. Apple is focusing on premium build quality using acetate materials, not just standard plastic. The camera system is also and may feature vertically oriented oval lenses with surrounding lights. So now the focus, I can see, is on polish, ecosystem, and user experience. But any updates additionally on Siri improvements and AI integration could definitely bring more material catalysts tried just to this product. And currently, Apple is down by 1%.
That visual into AI, that visual like kind of skewed AI that we've been talking about for a long time. Before they release this, and I guess it's going to be a late 26, early 27 release, I hope that we get the new AirPods Pro that are reportedly, if you believe the speculation, going to have cameras on them. The reason I want to see what those have to offer is I want to see how well Apple kind of blends that visual intelligence with its ecosystem, because we know that that's what they're looking to do here. It's not like that they want, build an entire category on glasses. I think those in the first or second iteration, the iPhone, right? See how well visual intelligence executes in real life on the AirPods Pro if they have those cameras, and then maybe we can get a better understanding of what to expect from Apple for these headsets. But Is this in just more of the same, you know what, from Apple, where they let everybody go in first, you know, innovate, make mistakes, see what people have done right, come in there, dunk on everybody, charge twice the price.
First to the market, then they perfect everything, and then essentially what they release is significantly better than what everybody else has. And then they also specifically, I think out of the gate, the Vision Pros were a complete dud. I mean, no one's really using them. They're like swimming goggles or whatever. Yeah, obviously cost them. They do have, Sharif, you and I were talking about this. With using Meta in their glasses, you need to have that neural band on it. They already have the technology where you don't necessarily need that.
Know that.
And I think that's going to give them a massive step in the right direction and probably surpass right out of the gate what Meta has to offer. That have the logo on it.
Like that. You know what we don't know is whether this is going to be augmented reality glasses, just or recording. Maybe they have some.
I bet you they have the
audio
basic,
inputs.
like you could on them.
Yeah, then it would be augmented because then it would be projecting on the screen.
Via like Siri, because you can already do that with Meta, can't you? With like WhatsApp.
Yeah, one of the glasses.
So I mean, the big ones. So I mean, for a product release. Man, they have that MacBook as well too that they let go not too long ago. $700 for that thing.
Oh, by the way, MacBook Pro, new version coming out. Guess what, Joey?
What?
Exactly, like welcome to like 10 years ago.
About time.
But I think they didn't want to destroy their iPad categories. My guess why they took so long to make it a touchscreen. Because don't tell me they don't have the technology.
I mean, it's like, hey, you have an iPad. You could just slap a keyboard on your iPad as well too.
Yeah, and which is what I've done.
Right.
You know that. Yeah. Got the big one. Guys, there goes MNTS into $5. We wet the beak at 99. We're looking for continuation above 5. There goes RMSG into the high of the day, 178. I want to say it around, where was that? 66 or whatever. He's dead. They killed him. It's a 178 high. Watch this one. 78 penny high. There's a new high of day into 79. RMSG needs to be in focus of 275%. What we got next, Sia?
Yeah, next we're talking about Tesla. There is an EU FSD breakthrough here. So Dutch regulators have approved driving system, which is for use on highways and beaches for the first time in the European market. The system still requires active human supervision, but it can handle steering, braking, and acceleration. So the approval has come 18 months after testing by the Dutch vehicle authority, that is the RDW, and now Tesla is planning to begin the rollout in Netherlands immediately. And it's ambitious about expanding across the broader market in the EU. Now, RDW will submit for EU-wide approval, and as I can see, the Dutch regulator is to send, as by Reuters, Dutch regulators is to send this approval, EU-wide approval immediately. Now, this can potentially unlock a much larger addressable market, and an important distinction to make here is that the EU version of FSD is not identical to the US version. This is due to stricter safety requirements in the EU. And Tesla's expansion into Europe is critical because it is the company looking to validate for global scalability of its AI-driven software. And Tesla has been dealing with slowing EV demand in Europe, as we do know it, partly due to the aging vehicle lineup and brand backlash that is tied to Elon Musk's political positioning. So I would definitely say that this is the breakthrough in the EU market for them.
That you brought that point there, that it's not the same system that we see in North America. I'm talking about unsupervised FSD, so steering torque and lateral acceleration limits. So European regulations strictly limit how much force, like the torque, right, the car can apply to the steering wheel and how hard the turret can be at specific speeds, lateral acceleration. Also, it's trained on different road signs and whatever. That's fine. But what really gets my attention is the hands-off and the driver monitoring sensitivity, much more strict in Europe. Both systems are what we call supervised FSD, I get that, but European regulators are significantly more stringent regarding the driver monitoring systems. For example, in Europe, the system is tuned to be much more aggressive with nags, right? If the cabin camera detects eyes off the road for even a brief moment, or if it doesn't sense a capacitive touch on the wheel, it will disengage faster than the North American version. So regulation still rearing its head out in Europe when it comes to Tesla. When it comes to the needle moving aspect of this, I don't think this can hurt them. You can't say the release of full FSD in Europe is going to be detrimental to their sales. I just don't think that's a plausible argument. So I can only see positivity coming from FSD being rolled out in Europe.
I think it would be more attractive to buy the vehicle. Would it not? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, hey, okay, it has to be supervised FSD, but it's a step in the right direction for the company. This is what you want to see from Tesla, sitting at $1 trillion valuation. If you want to see that essentially 8x, he's going to have to get FSD and autonomy AV vehicles in every possible corner of the globe that he can, regardless if sales are dwindling or not, right? That's just my opinion. He needs to step into Europe. He needs to get the ball rolling a little bit more in North America as well, too, in order for him to hit that target. But it's definitely a step in the right direction because what comes after FSD? Autonomy, right? So exactly. So again, it's taking a lot of time. Yeah.
But you're obviously, you always talk about, the smaller roads, smaller cars on Europe. You think FSD does okay over there with those smaller roads? Tighter, narrower passages. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. I mean, who knows, man? Like, if you go to the bigger cities like London, I think it's the larger cities where people are just like sick of sitting in traffic for so long and rather just let the robotics essentially take over, then yeah, I think it'll be all right. Is it going to be as strong as North America? Probably not.
At least initially, right?
Yeah, exactly. Probably not. But I mean, his objective, I think, is to really tackle the North American market and get as much as he can out of it. That's where he's going to really climb. And what happens over across the pond is essentially bonus money, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Dara, give us your take.
Really brief. I just want to run an update with this story. So right here at the opens, you can see a little bit of a spike to the upside in TSLA. That's because you actually had the Dutch regulator come out and say, not only do we like Tesla, we think if we believe that Tesla's FSD is good for us, why should it not be good for the whole EU? So they actually vouched for Tesla's FSD, not just for themselves, but they said we're going to talk to the European Commission. We're going to start the process to get FSD regulated across all of Europe. So I think that's a really nice step here for the Dutch regulator. I like that they didn't just say, hey, we're just going to do this for us. We're going to try to do this for everybody. So I wanted to provide that update. Also, as there tends to be, there's some more headlines here out of the Middle East. CBS now reporting that the U.S. delegation is still engaging with Iran's leaders. We've heard reports to this effect for the last 45 minutes or so. But CBS also reporting there's actually some progression in terms of trying to get to an agreement. I'm still not seeing any kind of stream or update here in terms of when we're going to hear from the president beyond his DoorDash order that we got, 30 minutes ago now. If we get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Very much. All right, see what are we talking about next?
About U.S. next. So crude oil prices have surged after the U.S. announced a naval blockade off the Iranian ports. Now, U.S. crude has jumped over 6% to 103 in the range, and Brent has gained 7.2% to 102. Now, what does this reflect? Vessels daily to a fraction of that, which marks a major disruption to global energy flows. And this is how we are all and Kuwait. Iraq is the biggest hit, and it has collapsed 60% per day in February of this year to 1.6 million BPD in March. The output in Kuwait has plunged 53%. 10.1 million BPD to 7.8 million. Following peace. Blames the country and saying that the United States wanted that Iran would not seek a nuclear weapon, and it has reportedly refused. into and out of Iranian ports, with enforcement being as it has as 10 a.m. this morning. I saw a report at 10 a.m. this morning that ships were being prohibited into entering and leaving the Strait of Hormuz. Attempting to still effectively controls access to the strait, keeping the risk of retaliation very elevated.
Flow normalization, 75% of pre-war traffic. We were doing, as Sia mentioned, long ago, exactly at 12:33 actually. So a little bit, about 45 minutes ago, President Trump going to Truth Social saying 34 went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since. So 34, obviously, it is nowhere near to 100 plus, but it is better than nothing. I don't know how to feel about this. You know, I feel like maybe we're on the precipice of a deal. Didn't have a deal. President Trump right away went to Truth Social, basically said, you know, well, there you have it. You know, we had a deal on many things, except he blamed Iran for saying that they don't want to give up their nuclear ambitions. If you believe that, a little bit more. But I do feel, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like maybe we're coming at least to a temporary tail end of some of this belligerence.
Essentially with the ceasefire, step in the right direction. And I think as long as it blockade and everything along those lines, the negotiation terms aren't going to go as smooth of a conclusion. I think it'll be cool. Then you have to deal with obviously the Israeli and the Hezbollah situation. How much of an effect it will have on the North American markets? Obviously, rocketing isn't good whatsoever. Headlines when it was extremely headline sensitive not too long ago. You're in the talks. Within the 2 weeks, but that you will find some form of a conclusion to this conflict.
I had actually an interesting question to ask you, but yes, remember when President Obama gave Iranians the nuclear deal, if they gave up their nuclear ambitions, President Obama gave them a whole bunch of money, and President Trump criticized President Obama for doing that, basically said you gave them a ton of money that they're going to go and use either for nuclear weapons or missiles. Now there's like this part of the discussion where Iran wants some money. They want reparations a little bit to fix up their country, right?
Rebuilt,
Yeah, and so that's going to be money transferred. Unless you can kind of somehow restrict that money, don't we kind of go back into that catch-22 where we're getting the money that can be used for weapons, et cetera. So I feel like, you know, that...
Well, think about how many missiles and rockets they've used in this conflict. If they get any form of a dime, they're just going to buy more, build more, essentially, right?
Exactly, and that's kind of popping tails through the mid one or the 180. So be careful there. It's holding trend generally. CMCT also really looking at breaking through the dollar. Keep an eye out on that. MNTS, the one I'm involved in, back into $5 it goes. I'm going to hold this one until and if it either fails the level or breaks and goes through 5. I've got no reason to take it out, and I'm not gonna unless I got stopped out. So those are the three that I'm watching at the moment. There are others like ARAI, RUCT, ALMU. These are all kind of really good look. So that's kind of what I'm watching. There goes MNTS into another area high, 501. Cool Brioche saying also DEVS is moving, so keep your eye out on that one. Shout out to my man Cool Brioche. And see ya. What we got next?
We're talking about China's tariff threat, which is adding a bit of macro attention here. So U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened a massive 50% tariff on China if it's caught supplying weapons to Iran. Now, this warning is followed on reports that China may be preparing to send MANPADS, which is shoulder-fired air defense system, to Tehran. Additionally, he's also said that we have a very good relationship with China, and we hope that they want to see this conference today. So China has historically been a key economic ally for Iran, and it has purchased over 80% of the sanctioned oil exports. There's no confirmed evidence yet of direct military support, but even the smallest speculation, you guessed it right, does move markets here. Now, gasoline prices in China has already risen 11%, which highlights an economic pressure just from the conflict. And we're waiting for the Trump-Xi summit in Beijing in Midday this year, which will also become a macro event for the markets.
This is what man pads is, Joey. Man pads. What do they call them? Stinger or Stingray missiles or something like that, the American version, where they're just basically put on the shoulder. They're heat-seeking, so they're not radar-based, my understanding is. So they're going after the exhaust of the engine. They're a constant annoyance to low-flying aircraft. That's my understanding as well. So you've got there's different ways to countermeasure them. I think it's flares because it redirects the missile's heat-seeking function to the flare as opposed to the back of the engine. But this is what we're talking about here when we're talking about China possibly supplying them with that. Now, that's obviously not a good development, as that will put probably China and the U.S. at odds. And I feel personally that the Chinese relationship with the U.S. was, at least started off on a positive note. Who followed the story over the weekend where the leader of the opposition of Taiwan actually met with President Xi? He went over there, they shook hands, they did this whole thing, and a lot of people were saying, this could be the start possibly to a cooling of tensions between the island of Taiwan and China. Now, that was the leader of the opposition. It wasn't the actual government leader. So there was some criticism by the incumbent government, but the leader of opposition doing that. But I liked where this was going. And then you get this headline that, they could possibly supply Iran with arms. Maybe they already are, Joey.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like, you've seen some, in the Russian conflict, you're starting to see African troops and some Russian munitions, Chinese munitions and soldiers as well,
in
too.
Africa?
No, in Ukraine.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, there's Africans and...
that I knew.
Yeah, essentially. I don't think China would do that. I don't know if they want to poke at the United States right now, considering their tariff conflict has yet to come to a conclusion. An additional 50% on top of what it is, or 50% in general, not too good of a look whatsoever. And I don't think that's the case, considering they're hurting for oil and they want to get the Strait back open. So them or Iran with missiles or whatever it may be, I don't think it's going to help them any good.
All right. Man, Mopar for life 189. Back blast area all clear. Let me just go back up. Oh, there we go. Sam, yeah, I did hit this one. Thank you. I don't know. Find out. This is Indian rupee, 500. Sorry, 500, yeah, 738. Thank you, Sia. She's on point with that. Thank you, team, for all the live trading. We couldn't be couldn't be more thankful that you're joining us. Very, very, very appreciative of that, of course, and thank you very much. 500 rupees. We appreciate you, and stick with us every day, man, because these markets, they get more live every single day. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there, Joey. Let's send it back to Sia for the next story.
Yeah, let's talk about Goldman. So Goldman Sachs has had an earnings beat, and sorry, that was a year ago. 14. Despite the macro volatility and geopolitical tensions, equity trading revenue has surged 22% to $3.53 billion, which has from from increased market volatility. Fixed income, currencies, and commodities revenue has fallen by 10% to $4.01 billion, showing mixed performance. Management revenue has risen 10% to $4.08 billion. This is reflecting a push towards more stable income streams. And investment to $2.84 billion. And Goldman continues shifting towards asset and wealth management for stable revenue, and currently GS down by 2%.
So this was a really good report for one area, like we talked about in the morning. Percent, bringing in a little bit more than $4 billion in revenue on the quarter. That's obviously mixed, but what I'm reading is to view kind of this FIC as a gauge for raw market activity, and a miss there suggests, despite the volatility in the market, wasn't able to capitalize as effectively as maybe some of the whispers numbers that we were hearing, right? So I think, maybe a short-term sell here, because I don't think the market's going to be on that currencies and commodities. I don't know how did they screw up on the commodities? I mean, oil, silver, gold. I mean, these are the best traders in the world. How did they not take advantage of this? But who am I to talk? Asset management looks like a resilient bunch over here. Their advisory revenue up 19%. Investment banking revenue 48%. So there's one measly category, FIC, and it sends this one down too.
Yeah, I mean, the CEO seems pretty optimistic here. He still believes there's strength within the private credit market as well. They're going to be investing in a lot of cloud infrastructure. That's a smart play considering where we're moving from a tech standpoint. The report's good, and this is essentially what you... And sure enough, it's going to take a little bit of a slide, but the numbers are there. I think these are the type of numbers and growth that you want to see from a quarter-over-quarter, year-over-year standpoint, especially... So record asset under management, you have good retail investment and good trading numbers as well. So, I mean, it's just only a matter of time until these banks, they tend to dip, but then eventually they do climb back towards new all-time highs. A dip.
Called SLM here. This is I guess a group that's run by David Einhorn. So it looks like they actually initiated a position in SLM. So I looked into 1.5 million shares traded on the day. So nothing massive, but nothing too small either. Back to you.
All right. Thank you for that, Adara. What do we got next?
The inclusion is effective before market open on and replacing Atlassian. Now, this is a major milestone because index inclusion typically drives passive fund buying. Force the index fund and ETFs to buy SNDK shares, which will create a mechanical memory and storage. Now, stock is up 259% year to date after 2,439% over the past 12 months. Citi has raised its price target to $980. 75 while maintaining its buy rating. Analysts are also citing a strong supply-demand balance in place for storage markets. Now, Atlassian 5% drop in 2026 alone reflects a pressure
Look, I mean, anybody who's seen SanDisk lately knows exactly what this has been about, getting added to the index as CMS. Good, because a lot of these index tracking ETFs will add said addition to their own portfolio, and that creates passive buying. That's why we have this trade on the floor called additions and deletions that are basically based right on that. That's why I do like it. I really haven't touched any memory names, whether it was Micron, SanDisk, WDC, or anything else on in the Korean markets. You know, maybe it's stupid of me to do that, but I just haven't. I've seen kind of a glut of inventory, then insane demand, then a glut, then insane. They're saying it's going to be different this time around. It looks different this time around because the hyperscalers can't stop buying so much so that, you know, these companies like Micron, SK Hynix, Samsung, they're all prioritizing data center RAM as opposed to, you know, RAM for smartphones and PC markets, which is having obviously pressure in that industry. Definitely got this one wrong, but in any event, I didn't participate in it. This looks fantastic. It looks like this Altasian is dropped 65% just this year within like the 4.5 months we've been trading this year. So it looks like their ass is out. And SNBK, which is up 439% in the past 12 months, is in. Yeah. What do you make of this whole thing? You think this is gonna be a real deal? Where
I think
it's in for a while?
Yeah, I think as long as the capex remains elevated, then sure enough, but it will cool down eventually. They're not going to be continuously building at this clip rate. As for SanDisk and positioning, it's so hard to chase it all the way up here, considering it's been on an absolute monster run the past year. But yeah, I think that these memory storage names are going to remain elevated. You have the Microns as well, just due to the fact that these guys are spending. Look at those secondary plays within this capex spend, and that's going to fall into SanDisk and Micron and other memory storage. And
what's really interesting, I was watching a video over the weekend. They were talking about the importance of packaging.
Yeah.
So it's like you get a bunch of different CPUs, and then you have to kind of string those CPUs together. So it's like you put them together, and then you got to put the RAM around them, and packaging about how all these things basically act as one processor is becoming so much more important, so much so that your boys there at Taiwan Semi, you know, they have that Arizona fab, and they have a couple of other fabs under construction in that same area. One of those fabs is strictly packaging, and they're having to go to the likes of Intel through these other suppliers just to get the packaging done right. Yeah. And the reason I talk about this is because RAM is integral into that, NAND, DRAM, whatever you want to call it, into the packaging. It's getting even more complex. Good video, by the way, put out by, I believe, the Wall Street Journal or CNBC. You don't have to double check over the weekend. Explaining just that. But Joey, this is all for you here, buddy.
Read it out.
Son of Daniel, dropping 20 in the chat. Hypothetical question. Let's say someone sent a crate full of nunchucks to Iran in order to make them look like China was helping them. Would the SCDI cheese dispensers then be less expensive than tariffed than the tariffed Chinese ones? Bro, you're killing me, man. I love this cheese grater thing, running gag that you've got going on. You've got a great sense of humor, man. But Joey, I feel like that's probably a little bit more down your alley right there.
I don't know about down my alley. Don't send the nunchucks or don't send anything from your local Bass Pro Shop, which I know you have had the urge to do so. They're saying he's got the inflatables and everything along those lines. I don't know how that's going to perform on the stock. I know you already talked about diluting the shares, Danny Boy. So I don't know how much of a pop you're looking to get.
There goes RMSG into another intraday high, 192. Limit up is 192, guys. Here it is, showing the whole perimeter now. It's zigging and zagging. This could change momentarily. 192, though, is limit up. That is the high of the day. It's up 300%. It's on the way to 2. Let's see if it gets halted or whether the whole perimeter recalculates and then moves up closer or above 2. But RMSG, very, very much in focus. Casey, 526. You make me laugh, man. All right, we're going back to see it.
NEO Hong Kong listed NEO shares have surged 7.6%, and this marks the biggest one-day gain that the company has had since the 1st of April. Now, the move comes despite weakness in the broader Hang Seng Tech Index, which was down 1%. That highlights stock-specific strength. Citi has reiterated a buy rating and raised price targets. U.S. shares target has lifted to $7.60 from $6.20. And this upgrade is driven by stronger sales forecasts and improving order intake trends. NEO's battery swapping business is expected to break even by the year 2027, which is a key milestone for profitability. AI-driven EV demand and product pipeline is expected to drive volume recovery into 2026. And Hong Kong shares are up 27% year to date, with U.S. listed shares that have gained 27.5%, which shows a consistent global demand, and currently NIO up by 1%.
So we used to crap on them for this, swappable battery technology. But, in an era where you really can't differentiate too much from these EVs, this is a key differentiator for them, right? Whether you think it's kind of like a novelty item or serious business that you can see it adopted en masse, I guess reasonable people can disagree about that. But, my understanding was that they were supposed to make this kind of like a high-end experience where you go in to this Neo charging port, you either stay in the car and get it done quickly, and it automatically drives itself in, from my understanding, or you were supposed to have like these adjoining coffee shops or whatever that you're supposed to get out of the car and, kind of rub shoulders with like-minded millionaires or, rich people like yourself in China and kind of network that way. I never really think that took off, and we didn't really see too many of these sort of hubs open up for Neo. Look, Joey, they're saying their battery swapping business expected to break even by 2027. So by definition, that means they're losing money on it.
They're losing money.
They're losing money on it right now, but they're going to break even. Do you think with so many different Chinese EVs out there, this kind of helps move the needle because it differentiates them?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with this name, I mean, they're looking to release. Is it going to make a major difference? Maybe as the vehicles get older, if you're referring to the battery swapping, right? Like, because then you have to, every once in a while, and we know it's one of the most expensive things. The issue with Neo is that it's falling into the realm of one of the more luxury car vehicle, EV vehicles are relatively expensive. They're looking to release a new model as well, the ES9, which is coming in around $77,000 USD, relatively expensive. Also, the CEO stating the fact that they're looking to grow at a 40 to 50% clip rate, which would put their deliveries under just $500,000, 489,000. That's quite a big jump in 2026. So, I mean, as for Neo, in a space that seems to get polluted, is slightly polluted right now. I think what really the focus is in the near term is like, what are you going to offer from an autonomous standpoint? As for the charging stations, didn't they sign a deal with Tesla where they're going to have the same fixtures, like the same plugs and outlets? Because I thought they did sign.
North American standard?
Yeah. I swore that they did that. So they're combining. So it's just like with those vehicles, you just plug in. Obviously, not
I know there was
here.
a bunch that did.
Yeah. So but aside from that, that's a pretty big range to grow. And if they do grow at 40 to 50%. First quarters grew at 98% year over year, so that's a total of 83,000 in the first quarter, which isn't bad.
And an American,
I mean, that's the reason why the stock could pump.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because you don't see too many of those. We got to pause for a second. We're going to Adara.
Seeing some comments from Feds, Goolsby on Fox, that in a situation where oil was at $90 per barrel, price spilling over to other prices. So again, concerns here about term oil price hikes and their overall impact on inflation in other areas coming from Fed's Goolsby. He also said that oil futures pricing suggests markets believe Fox News. I'll keep you guys posted.
Honestly.
True, man.
All right, brother. Deep Cheeks AI. Thank you for the... I think from your comment there, you probably don't know too many Persian people. Because if you did, you'd say something a little bit different. But in any event, Sia, what do we got next?
Moving to acquire a major stake in Liberty Bank, and he's a California-based lender. So the plan is to use the bank as a platform. This is regulatory approval. Liberty Bank has roughly $440 million in assets, and it serves both individuals and businesses in California. Zook is partnering with investors including Stone Point Capital and into traditional banking workflow. The strategy is to combine AI
figured, this had some more broader context. And I can't for the life of me see how this is going to help them other than to kind of understand the intricacies of cybersecurity when it relates to banking more. But, as an income generating source, I don't know. What I'm worried about with all these cybersecurity names is disruption. Disruption from AI. Palantir throws their hat into that ring. But, what we've seen is that these names are ripe for disruption based upon how the market reacted. I don't know how you feel about this, Joey, but I get the overlap. You want to get into diversify revenue. Yeah, how better nuance to protect certain banking institution clients. But the thing is, not all their clients are going to be banks. I mean, they got clients everywhere. So how much could they really, how much cross?
They're going to pay for it. Sector to acquire that. $440 million. So Liberty Bank has $440 million in assets. That's nothing substantial, to be honest with you. A small bank. But at the end of the day, I don't know how good of a little bit more of a bigger one going from cybersecurity to AI. I don't know how. I don't really
outperform you right now. So crapped on by Wedbush, where we're going to get to next.
The acquirer doesn't. It usually sells purchasing something, right? Like so. Wrong. I don't know how I feel about that play. I think it's a big pivot from what their foundry.
RMSG into another area high, dominating that $2 area like it does. Unless it bounces off 2 or this kind of triple, quadruple top into 182, 185, I would say buy area from 190 if it comes back down there. But RMSG, probably so MNTS, RMSG, CMC, they're all making a move. They all look fantastic, but trade them carefully. And what are we talking about next?
RWD, CrowdStrike is being highlighted by Wedbush as a top cybersecurity pick amid the recent tech sell-off. And the firm argues that markets are overreacting to macro fears, which is creating buy-the-dip opportunities in AI-linked software. And CRWD winners. Markets are also dealing with heightened volatility, which is driven by Middle East tensions and oil above $100. Wedbush is viewing this as a temporary distraction rather than a structural shift, and emphasizing that AI adoption is accelerating across enterprises and deployment is expected into 2026.
Ones where it's like the reason for that's given we're seeing it go down. So they're saying, look, AI adoption is accelerating at the enterprise level, and as such, it will need the requisite cybersecurity to go along with it. So AI is the reason Wedbush is bullish on CrowdStrike in the entire industry. And then from the same token, we see, or on the other side of the token, I should say, we see Anthropic and others coming out with these models that may be able to a software as a service cybersecurity kind of company like the Pandubs, like Zscaler, like Net, like some others, right? Fortinet and CrowdStrike, obviously. So I don't know how you feel like the reason they're giving for the bullishness is the exact same reason as well, or part of the reason we saw these sell off.
With I think there's exactly. You're not going to hop on the cloud or build something in-house that's going to be as equally as seeing in PanW and CrowdStrike. Sure. Zscaler has been getting destroyed as of late. Still a favorite, apparently. But aside from that, I don't think this is the first thing you brush aside, considering the AI build-out. Everybody using these tools more and more often, getting more integrated into your point. And I thought that we would see a little bit more of a climb here in some of these cybersecurity names. That hasn't been the case. The software, and I don't think you're just going to be able to hop on the cloud and build the models that have the same efficiency and the same capabilities that the CrowdStrikes and the PanW have.
I agree, and some people are looking for some people to respond there in the chat because they have some good opinions there. But JL82 basically says not happening overnight. He's like people thinking we can build this with Scotch tape and hammer wheel sounds a lot like deep point bacon there. Pizza Gang was basically replying to me, says, "Look, Dan Ives, outlet push Uber pull on cyber, agree on crowd, disagree on Zscaler." He said to me, explain your position on Zscaler. Understanding potential integration risks with the recent ZS acquisitions. My understanding, though, with all these bad boys is they've all been acquiring. PanDub's been acquiring. Crowd was acquiring. Not sure about Zscaler, to be quite honest with you, but I know the latter two were. Much to the chagrin of investors who don't see the immediate runway to monetization through these acquisitions. I know that PanDub has been doing that specifically to kind of push out their platform, for lack of a better word, which is basically encompassing all aspects of the cybersecurity needs all in one by acquiring different companies that do different things within the cybersecurity umbrella. My understanding is CrowdStrike was doing the same thing as well. Maybe not as an aggressive of a scale, but doing basically the same thing, trying to have that platformization, all-encompassing push. So I don't know. What is your take on this whole thing?
Names and integrate their technology and their software into your platform, I think that's a step in that's good, right? Like, that's going to benefit your business. It can give you more of a total addressable market.
Yep.
But yeah, I stay in the exact same place. I don't think this is going anywhere, and I thought we'd see a little bit more of an acceleration within this space, considering of what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we're talking about that company that showed up at President Trump's house.
Not DoorDash.
Yeah, for sure. We're talking about McDonald's. So McDonald's is planning to launch energy drinks in the United States, which includes a Red Bull flavor. Very interesting. The rollout is expected later this year. Additional beverages like dirty Dr. Pepper and refreshing drinks. Now, this marks a strategic push into higher margin beverage categories to drive incremental traffic, and new drinks are expected to launch as early as August of this year. And McDonald's plans to price below competitors like Starbucks. So this is going to create a certain pressure on Starbucks and other brands that price a little bit higher than usual. And the focus is on affordability and accessibility, which continues the company's value-driven positioning. And the move comes as low-income consumers are pulling back on spending, which McDonald's has already begun responding with. $3 and under menu items and $4 breakfast bundles to drive volume. Currently, McDonald's down by almost 1%.
Look, I can't say that I dislike this whole thing. Obviously, more product offerings is good for them, especially if it's a higher margin product like these fountain drinks. Looks like they may be able to make some money off them. But I don't know if you had an opportunity to see this. Did you see McDonald's CEO getting crapped on social media?
No, what happened?
So he was eating a Big Mac, and the Big Mac was like, I don't know, it was really small.
Oh, really?
And he yelled, you saw that, right, Fabian? Burger Wars all anyway. So that it was like taking like this bite, and he's trying to make it seem like a big thing, and it's like,
what's up
yo,
with that?
that thing is tiny, man.
He knows. They're like, yeah, I shouldn't be eating this.
Well, I don't think he knew it right away. His kids started sending him. They're like, yo, you're going viral online, and it's not a good viral.
The bites he were taking.
And Fabian says that he cut her all around the bites, and then he's like, oh, I'm going to eat it during lunch. So I think, yeah, anyway. The point is that it hasn't looked good for McDonald's lately, but he came out, he did a bit of a video to kind of explain his position there. But you have to see what people were doing. They were tagging him in the videos of them getting like Big Macs that look like big minis, you know what I mean? Like, or is it hideous, right? Like, I don't know. They don't look good, like, in real life. They look different on the commercials.
Yeah, I mean, it never really looks like that.
But I don't mind this move at all. I don't think it's needle moving for McDonald's, but they say it's a higher margin product fountain drinks. They make some money on it. What's your?
Yeah, I mean, you have the dollar drink, I'm pretty sure, in the summer. You guys know where I stand when it comes to McDonald's. I'm not a fan of it. There's a reason why it's illegal in some countries. Aside from that, listen, high margin, that's what you want to see within the business. We all know sugar is highly addictive, so why not pump out a little bit more of that? I mean, Sia brought us some of the names. It's like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, some more beer drinks. I don't know. You would think there'd be alcohol in it or something.
That does not sound good at all.
Yeah, it sounds like an alcoholic drink.
The spicy Sprite, like that sounds like you're getting that mixed with maybe that's going to be the kind of a, as the Americans would call it, a Bloody Mary with some Sprite in it. What do we call them here again? Caesars.
Yeah.
Caesars Sprite. I don't know. I don't, like, again, their burger releases, I think that the business that can continuously run on just a couple of burgers, a couple of variations of it for this long in their fries, they're famous for them. It's going to add to the bottom line, but it's for the lower end consumer. You're going to get those drink deals, slightly margin compressing, but when they're not on, you're spending like $4 or $5 on a drink, and they're coming out of the fountain. That's where they're really going to bank.
That's making big money. Go ahead, Sia.
Also, Adara just said that apparently it's not alcoholic, but they're gonna add cream in it.
Cream.
Yeah, okay, yeah, even better now. I add the cream to it. Great idea.
Is that protein cream? Adara, you're going to comment here, so let's hear your take.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're done. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mike, that's cool too. So yeah, I think the thing with McDonald's is, like, as you said, Sharif, I don't think this is a needle mover. I can't say that word today at all. Like, I think it's interesting too, because I checked the stock this morning when I saw this news, because I saw a lot of people talking about this news. Wasn't doing anything. There is, if I can pull up the 4 hour on here, which I think I might be able to. So let's do like what? That's the 3 hour. I gotta add another. But yeah, anyways, we'll go out here. We're like 240 minutes. There we go. So this chart, I think we kind of needed to see a breakout of that 305, 310 range. We actually broke below that range. So rough look here for MCD if you zoom out a little bit more. In terms of, though, like the actual, meat and potatoes, or meat and cheese and bun and other cheese of, the Big Mac of the story, I don't know. I don't think it's that exciting. And I get the dirty soda thing kind of weird for me. I get they're trying to be exciting, but honestly, in my opinion, a bigger catalyst is President Trump showing up and getting some McDonald's. That's probably more interesting, and it ironically moved the stock more, at least in the short term, than this situation here with the sodas. We'll have to see how these are received by the consumers, but yeah, right now I don't think anyone's loving it when it comes to.
You remember?
Didn't Warren Buffett always go?
Yes. And I was just about to say, remember your buddy RFK over there?
What was he
and
doing?
your other buddy Elon?
What's Elon?
And then your even closer buddy, President Trump. Where is he at?
Yeah.
Get him, Donald. Remember them on the airplane?
McDonald's?
Yeah. Remember? Hold on. Trump.
Out of everything
RFK,
that you can get in your airplane, you're getting McDonald's.
Elon, McDonald's. There it is. This is the image. Hold on. Let's pull it up. There it is, man. And even Don Jr. is there, the little guy. What a guy, bro. Open image in new tab. There we go. Yes, this was like one of the best McDonald's advertisements ever. You would have Speaker of the House there. Get him, Mike. Elon and Donald were talking back then. Now it's not happening anymore.
Yeah, but you see, Elon's built like.
But this was the best part to me. Why is RFK eating McDonald's?
Yeah, isn't this?
And why is that Coca-Cola a classic Coke, not a Coke Zero?
No, it makes, RFK Jr., I was saying this to Sia off camera right before you said it. Him being there makes no sense. Also, I love that Mike Johnson is like a little elf, angel devil on his shoulder. Mike Johnson looks so uncomfortable. Physically, I mean, not emotionally. Because he's smiling. But why is he hiding? I love this picture. I could write an essay.
The fact that these guys are crushing 2 burgers each, too, is crazy.
Exactly.
I have seen from Donald Trump. I have never seen him smiling like that for the press. That is amazing.
It's
McDonald's.
so good. What's that, Katina, man? Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about what we're talking about over here. All right, Sia, what do we got next? Take your time.
We're talking about CEG. We're talking about Constellation. Constellation Brands shares are moving higher after a TD Cowen upgrade from buy to buy from neutral, and the stock is showing relative strength versus a weak broader tape. Now, TD Cowen assigned a $190 price target, and the call is based on multiple expansion potential as confidence in the growth is returning. Analysts are expecting a 1.5% sales growth in beer in year 2027, which is outperforming a flat broader beer category, 0% growth. Now, key tailwinds for this include easier year-over-year comparisons, World Cup demand boost, and that was about it. Sending it back to you. My bad.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that these guys reported not long ago, and it was not a good report for the majority of their categories, whether you're looking at spirits, hard liquor, wine. I think there was one category where I think they did better, and that was beer. I think it was Corona and Modelo. And that's kind of, am I right on that? Yeah. So I remember they reported like last week or the week before, whatever. Is the analyst expecting 1.5% beer sales growth in full year 2027? Okay, that's outperforming a flatter beer category of 0% growth. Now we do have some tailwinds, as Sia was talking about the World Cup. We're going to have a lot of games. Those are going to be in big stadiums too. A lot of American stadiums, 80,000, 75,000 plus. So you got to assume there's going to be a lot of drinking, right? And a lot of the drinking in the hot. You're probably going to have some beers. You're not going to be wanting to. You're not going to be drinking shots. Hold on now. Hold on now. Run that back. No, but seriously, we've talked about Gen Z as well. Yeah. Not drinking nearly as much. Millennials as well, coming down with the alcohol as well. Yeah. Self-included entire year, right? I've been trying, Ed. Go ahead, Sia.
I'm so sorry, but I think you're a bit wrong about Gen Z.
Well, I'm pretty right with that. I'm not talking about you.
No.
You.
Okay,
If that's what you're getting at.
We're not talking about me, but
go ahead.
Freshmen on college, you should see that.
Yeah, I do believe you. I definitely believe you.
I think with school, it's obviously different, right? Like when you're in college, you're in university, you're looking to have a bunch of fun. Yeah. You gain the freshman 15 and everything along those lines, as they typically say. But alcohol sales are down. They're like, I'm not going to incriminate myself or anything like that, but from a younger age, it started. I think it's starting a little bit later than what it is now, or compared to what I was when I was younger. Yeah. And then I just don't think it's as popular because you also have other recreational substances. You see what I'm getting at here? Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, why am I going to wake up all hungover even though you get to have all this fun? But other individuals are partaking in other things for sure.
Yeah, and there's a whole health kick as well. There's a move towards just being healthy in general in society.
Exactly. And during COVID too, like some of the the younger kids that would come and play pickup with us, they're like, we don't even really drink, man. They don't do anything.
Kids are total squares now. But anyway, Deep Cheeks AI. I love this guy, bro. Drop into in the chat. Have them all fighting for the toilet after on Air Force One. I hope they have more than one bathroom on Air Force One.
Can I say?
Pretty sure they do, but that's
you know what I've noticed, and it's absolutely disgusting. In Liberty Village, the amount of human puke on the street is absurd. Yeah. It's so gross.
The Rio Republica, you can walk like 10, 15 meters without seeing somebody passed out on the side. Like,
it's just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I hadn't seen party stuff like that in a minute, man. But all right, we have I think 3 minutes left. I think we'll end the news here. Let's just go through some trade reviews. Thank you, Sia, for that. Thank you, Adair, for your participation. RMSG, guys, continuing to go here. Above $2. Bottoming tail candle, kind of broke trend with this candle breaking through. I saw some people in the chat saying there was a big seller at around 210. It kind of feels that way with both these candles. 208, pardon me, not 210. This candle rejected 208. This current candle has a 208 high, so it looks like somebody's selling up a storm at 208. I know the position board doesn't show it, but I'm still holding MNTS, which will end now. It's a 508 high, drops below 5, back into 490. on this one. Let's see if it can get above prior bar high. It's got a higher low at the moment, but MNTS has been a bit of a slow mover. So for the person who pointed out that it's been a low volume trade, you're not inaccurate on that. 7.6 million shares traded on the day on a $5 name at around 2 o'clock. It is a little bit lighter volume, but it was good to me, so we're not going to hate on it too much. Also, CMCT. For those who may be looking out for a dip trade, here comes one, 90 pennies, and that's the whole, it's not the whole dollar, it's a 10 penny level, but it also has some support here with the volume weighted average price, something to be looking out for there, that's CMCT. And then RECT, RECT, lost VWAP. I don't know if you're in the chat still, Luis. I know it's getting late over there, brother, and thank you for hanging out with us because I saw you not that long ago. This one lost all sorts of trend into 185, trying to make a move back into 2.25. Why do I say making a move back? Because that's where VWAP is, and that's where this one could be a short. I wouldn't say, live and die by that 225 number. Sometimes they retrace above VWAP only to lose it, 1 or 2 candles later. The point is, though, if you're small cap gapper inclined and you're looking short, RECT, RECT could be one to keep your eye on. And then last here, before we send it back to Joey, ARAI, another slower mover. It had a big pop at around 1 o'clock, lost the trend a bit, but here it is with a bunch of higher lows and higher highs, trying to take out area high at around 94, 95. This one has a 99.9 high a day. So basically at that $1 area, ARAI was the ticker I was talking about there, Joe.
Yeah, I hope everyone had a fantastic session. Sharif was going over some of the small cap names. You have NVDA hovering around the volume weighted average price. The market's still holding up around its highs. Bitcoin not too far off either, guys. We were down only about 0.9% on the session. A little bit more as it's starting to pull back in. Nonetheless, still plenty of time. Some potential closing trades as well, and I hope everyone's put on a pretty good session. Volatility spikes starting to cool down. You can see we're not as reactive as we have been in the past couple of weeks, and that's totally fine. And that's something that I personally want to see within the market, a nice steady upcline, some strong sessions, and considering this is still looming and a weight over the market shoulders, we're not too far off of the all-time highs. I think after the end of the earnings season, we can be sitting in a pretty good position, especially in names like NVDA climbing up to 190 almost, still stuck in that consolidation zone. But I think the report, it's either going to stay there or it's going to take a massive move in either direction. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Bro. Joe,
yeah, that's it.
You back?
So here you guys.
All right, and we're going that way. And we got one in the bag, too, so that's not a bad look. Oh, are we going to Neil at the board or to Sean over here? We're going to Sean. All right, we're going to Katina first, baby.
Put on. So thanks, guys, for all that news briefs there. Thanks, Sia and Adair. But welcome back. The market right now pretty exciting, I guess. Nice upside player for, you can see the kind of trades though. I'm still in that NVIDIA trade and the Netflix that we both put on the chart. The upside, trying to tick out near the highs. Who's over there? Andre's over there. Okay, so just there's Neil in the background. Yeah, we're getting ready to talk about a less coming in into the moving average with that one today. Here a stop order, we canceled it, so we'll talk about that when we do get back, of course, right there. Look, on days like today, what we're markets is news creates opportunity, but is it opportunity for you? Is it something that you need to jump on right away? Let's go over and talk to Neil about what kind of a catalyst news can bring.
Everyone's looking for the big opportunities, the big trades, the very specific price action, which is going to cause that big move. And well, first of all, recently a lot of it's been in oil. See something big news hit. The easy way to tell whether it is or not is what is going on in the overall market. You can see normal at the open, and then boom, headline. you've had a headline that structurally changes things. And the first thing that's going to happen is going to open up. Nobody wants to make a market. The market makers pull. The algos are nowhere to be found. And it's absolute rinse fest. You go from a range of basically like 50, 60 pennies to, in one 3-minute candle, you're talking $4. That wasn't the only time news. There was another chance where in the afternoon or a little bit later on, you had another spike to the downside. Thing that you've got to keep in mind here when you have spikes like this, they create liquidity vacuums. When comes in, a key telling point will be, where do the buyers or sellers want to in? You can just around 129 quarters. And what happened the second time? Same price area. What you understand here is when market makers pull back and do not want to make a market, a lot. In this particular case, you end up with the same support level that you had before. And there's an opportunity to trade off those, which we'll talk about in.
Look, the first reaction that you get always isn't the real reaction, right? You're looking to see what are the follow-up plays. Sometimes you do get that liquidity vacuum, and I think it's very important to understand the time of day when you're looking at this. Sometimes you just get that little whoosh up or down. That's not the real move. Liquidity can disappear right when us traders need it the most. Liquidity value, entry and exits.
And if you are focused on those, showed before, when we made that low earlier, with the same support level, and then all of a sudden things reverse. Now, if you chase that move short, you're going to be in trouble. But the other side is second order of, there's a bottom coming in here, and find something which went parabolic in reaction to that news. In this case, that bottom stop. You're confirming. So it's still holding that bottom. So I'm still going to like it as a reversion trade. So even though it comes out, I jump right back into the trade because my confirmation's telling me you've bottomed out on a double bottom, the same before. When I have a vacuum in the other direction, react to the same kind of vacuum to come in. The only place that you could have caught the top was waiting until confirmation was going to hold. Times it can be a reversal candle, but you're sitting there looking at it. How do you have the that caused them going down? Is coming back into a little more confidence, and that's a great setup. Not chasing to it after the fact with the information given.
Analyst can trade amazing opportunities, but only to the traders who let the dust settle. Okay, someone in the chat asked me about this SLV position. Yeah, so I think it was Trader Trader 6. At the top, both like 2 units. So the most units will have about 5. So we'll say it's about half position or so. Yeah, okay, I have to switch this. Have into
I'm going to here.
The problem is
Use the clips too, but like it's magic. Maybe, that's right. No, I don't want to get demonetized. Up next. Oracle, it's 11%. Well, go on. It is booming. This is something we've been able to say since October of last year. On Oracle. 11%, dragging everything with it. Thank you very much, says the Vizzle, VZ, I don't know. Which one would it be? Was it IG VZ or IG Vizzle? IG VZ sounds better than, yeah. Getting a nice bounce. Not as good as Oracle, but up 5%. So maybe, just maybe, the bottom is in on these software names. I mean, one day bounce doesn't exactly break a trend, but at least in Oracle
software names. Okay.
In Oracle closes about average, and it can hold it. Well, you got to hold it tomorrow. Hold over 150 tomorrow for the confirmation. I think that can be a nice little attempt for a breakout. That's really only a first order move, but I like the 50 period. You can find worth battle because. So only really trade battle when USO did this. Oh, we were just showing you guys. You already know what USO did that flush and then battled back higher and decided to hold the lows. So it just kind of stuck with that one short. Looking for it to, as usual, fill in the entirety of the gapped up 11%. I don't know why I didn't like VWAP at the open on this, but that's neither here nor there.
I like that. Battled back. I like that.
I'm glad to rewatch Breaking Bad.
Yeah, that was another thing. It wasn't even that many seasons, I don't think, Breaking Bad. As many episodes as we think. I think maybe
6 or 7.
6, yeah. 5. I'm gonna go with 5 or 6 instead of 6 or 7.
What is in the brains?
With that. Okay, so yeah, this is the Netflix trade. This was the me, and I know people back to because we put this out early. It was Netflix 102.50, and we were able to grab that right away. And we could always do lessons of the day on these kind of trades as well. But vacuums and whatnot that do occur in space, and we have one right here on Netflix. So it kind of was to withstand this dip down. I mean, we were able to cash out of some of our shares. We did have a keystroke error there. We talked about that. Then it came back in, and we were able to buy the bottoms of the range. And this is what we put down, 102.50. So we get a 102.20. So what are we long range? 102. So there goes the a little bit more as we start to dip down in. But Netflix right now, pretty good trade. Going to be my P&L number one. And then we also, as well, that we nailed that long, was able to get out. And when we got back, sort of finished off those ribs, which were actually pretty good today. I got to give 2 thumbs up for the ribs. I mean, you're not.
I'm going to give 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I'm not going to compare it to rib or anything like that, but as far as like the ribs fell off the bone nicely, I thought they were. It was like an okay barbecue sauce, had a little bit of a tang to it, considering you don't want to make it.
I enjoyed the ribs more than I enjoyed the chicken on Friday.
Yeah.
Let's be real. You can't put 2 ribs on a plate and be like, this is enough for a grown ass.
You got to put more than 2 little.
You got to.
It's not ribs.
No, I want one real. Like, that's what I felt like.
I think you need, what do you think? I mean, the minimum, someone in the, I think if you had 4, I mean, racks. I wonder what that
but
is.
this was also bigger.
Anyways, Joe is eating it now, and we'll get in. No, don't. Andre. Okay. But I think we got to go to Adara.
Well, before we have a review
Neil.
on ribs,
Let's go to Neil.
how about an update from Orogenics?
Yeah.
Ticker OG. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next.
Okay.
Developing targeting and traumatic. That capital, resolving lives, exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical assets under evaluation. Shout out to Orogenics. You can find OGEN over on the NYC American. Place where BM&R is no longer, by the way, because they moved to New York. And how are they doing? I just sort of randomly remember that. And back into the red. How? Such a strong day for Bitcoin, but what is ETH doing? ETH kind of a meh. Yeah, but ETH is actually stronger, so a little bit stronger on ETH is what it is. Like if USO doesn't do anything except continue to slide, then this should fill in the gap. If there's a up in USO, like I keep on moving the trail, so it goes from shorting it to here to moving the trail to, it's right now the trail's in here. Whoops, I should show you there. I haven't pushed it. Gonna keep your eye on USO, see what does happen overall. Let's be real. One has percent worth now. Usually I have this alphabetically and it'd be easier to just go over. Yeah. And the chat had agreed with this on Friday was after with consecutive days above the 50 period that we get back to all-time highs on the SPY.
Mm-hmm. Of course we do.
And I think we said 2 or 3 weeks. Okay,
middle of the summer.
Okay, so what happened was Joe said the middle of the summer. I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not we can't make a call where it's.
It'll easily be back there by the middle.
No, but I said end of the pretty sure the month, which still looks pretty good, but we're gonna have to get.
How far away are
season.
we from the highs right now? I mean, you're up in. You could be up
$17.
Yeah, today you might. Friday.
It's earnings that you have to get. The only thing holding us back is Goldman Sachs.
Slide City.
And this time we didn't get back to highs. So Goldman reported it did bounce. We've seen it before. Like the banks, big earnings, they beat top bottom. Goldman makes a bunch of money. And they bounced in clean trend to the upside, but it didn't fill in the gap. So a little bit short of. On Thursday, come earnings, then we start getting back into the swing of things. That much, like Nvidia is not going to report before we get to the end of the month, but I think the SPY can still get back to the highs.
Oh yeah, the SPY. I thought you were going to go either this week or next week, and then I heard middle of summer there.
Well, the thing is, summer, like we could have pushed it, but because you said middle of summer,
You know, now we have sort of a little bit more calmness, hopefully. I mean, I don't know if we do or not, but Strait of Hormuz talk seems to be a little bit better than maybe it was on Friday today. I don't know. Oil only being up 4% seems to be here. There. But we're getting right now. So we'll see if it comes in, you know, the 200 period's always let's give it a little higher than that. So this break was 50 break. So this 18 cents. We're now in the money 40, but we have half left. So that's about right. We're going to play with house money. See have that on the time. We'll see if won't mind this one set is net as that's trying to push just a little bit lower here as well. We get a piece out as we break through, and now we have actually we have 15% left on this trade, but we just broke through the 200 period moving average, and that generally for me is a cause for a bit of concern. So we'll offer up so put it come through there. Yeah. Neil and I both, although went to separate Mario movie, which in my opinion, we did the saving grace for us was we did the D box. So
we did 3D.
We did the 3D as well.
Half out of 10.
Do you know how much it costs? It's $28 to go to the D box, which is the moving 3D. $28. Well, otherwise it's $23.
Was it for kids?
I don't know. I don't know.
Still, it's
yeah. An adult is with 3D is $23.
I think I'll be real. If loved it, so we took my daughter and her best friend. They had never seen it. Neither one of us seen it. I have a feeling that if it wasn't for the 3D thing, I think even they weren't. Usually, just all over.
Yeah, Minecraft.
No, man, like the second we left the theater, they were on to like other stuff. Like they came.
Yeah, no, for me it wasn't that big of a deal, but
I was disappointed. But that sequel's 40, man. I don't know what's going on with this, but you have some decent starts with the box office. But you know what? It bounced pretty cleanly. It never broke 90 cents. It's breaking out above the buck. It seems like you're getting a bit of a relief rally here off the dollar level. For sure. And the question was, is it a possible play to $2 or do you need new glasses? I think a lot of times, like the first thing you look at is average is 220, so your is 180, and then 220 is a 200 period, which is the real rejection zone. Like kind of doesn't really have sustained moves above it more than like one whole hasn't ridiculous. Like it'll go up, it's had reversals. Like look at that, rejection of 140, rejection of 140, rejection of 140. This time it's breaking through, but all the time it's sort of higher. Shorts have to cover at some point, right? Like anyone that's been shorting this to death for the last however long, you got to make. That's weird. We got another super chat in here from Calls. Sorry,
Calls. What's up, Colonel Custard over there?
Yeah, Colonel Custard.
What is it?
Canada.
Colonel Mustard in the museum with. I was gonna say what did I said museum with the candles there in the candle. I think I actually have. That's one of the games I think I still have board game.
Yeah, I know we have lots of board games.
Like you have an
we
old
don't
Monopoly.
Have,
It Takes Two. Can you all go over? Oh, didn't this halt?
Avis.
Avis was a halt last
ridiculous.
week. What was the story behind this?
Squeeze. Another site said 20. I mean, to say it's getting out of hand, it was already out of hand. At the beginning of this, there was at least some chatter that this was related. Oh, the rental car names were getting a bump because of the TSA strike, and people be driving. Like that didn't even make it. People will be renting to travel more. Like, okay, fair enough. Like, but this is just a little more play. But every single day, it just seems once it catches a bid, and it's had big time pullbacks that make you think it's done. This one into 300 and continuing to go. I do believe it was and how far F squeeze.
Ukraine is weak.
At least that. Yeah. So remember, Abercrombie on a monthly did something. Just was going. It didn't stop. From 30 all the way before it. But the thing on the month, it made the high. Third month after the high was the actual turn candle. So I'm not I don't know where the top is going to be on Avis. Just if you're really thinking about it, this started on March 24th, so we're not even a month into it yet. If it were to pull an Abercrombie, then this is just getting started. Or heck, man, this could be over tomorrow. So when it's a squeeze, you can, and if you happen to be in, start. I don't know. Maybe some people use Fibonacci, some people use trend lines. Whatever it is that you hold and wait for a pullback to get out, ride the wave. It's a squeeze. This is what people super chat about AMC. This is what people AMC would do. Meanwhile, it happens nearly enough the cred. It's always oh no, look at the old meme stocks. Now look for the new meme stock, and right now, it's car.
I think that's good advice.
Yeah, we got meme stocks. We got AMC, and then we got a car. I think the meme stock craze. Now, it was no offense to anybody from Ukraine. I mean, that was just if you guys remember. The game for the board games, and I don't know what popular board games are happening right now, but Risk
was with Risk. I was all about you had to go get Australia. If you from there, because then you had your base on the island.
Yeah. I think everyone has their own strategy.
Everyone
okay. Even that, yeah, you're right about that one. There it goes, man, up just to 300%. I mean, obviously, it's dropped all of our money on Friday. But RMSG, just joking. Nice move there to the high side for RMSG as it's up 300%. They got, Neil brought this to our attention earlier as well. I mentioned that they had some sort of letter there that they received on Friday. Last week about having to get above $1 because if you spend a certain amount of time, 60 days under $1, the NASDAQ will say, hey, what's going on? You guys need to get above or you're going down to our friends Jeff Mendel and company over there on the OTC market. And then all of a sudden today, I don't know what got under it today, RSMG. I mean, I can check it out here on let's go in RSMG. I don't think we really had too much of a highlight today. The performance of the sponsorship intelligence. This was this morning. They announced they would be adding some site platform to their current client offering. Okay, so there was some sort of a consumer insights from social media. Okay, so maybe some AI-based stuff here. I'm not going to go in and read this because obviously I have no idea about it, so we'll get rid of that. But RSMG, the one thing that we can tell you is it is like 3 billion share float, if not underneath that. RSMG, My enter button is not working.
What's our MSG?
Oh, is that why? RMSG. That would make sense. There it is right here. Real Messenger Corp. So there it is right there. 16% short float. That'll be way higher later. 3.4 million, share float on that. So that's something to look at there as well. Market cap just 4 million. And yeah, really ripping. But thanks for bringing that to our attention today. RSMG, and often of $1. So that's what happens right there. And that was very rough open. Actually came back in. Wow, look at that.
$1
exactly. Look at that, man. Retested $1 again and blasted up. So not only is this thing at $2, there's your initial break and the halt. There's the second break and a halt. There's another halt. But it continues to click higher there. As I'm assuming traders are getting shut out of this.
I don't know if this is free locates, but if the locates are cheap on this is the one that destroys people when it's this much up down. Like you think every time you think there's a curl.
Yeah, the business is probably not up on this.
Yeah, like you go like because this is why I like trend reversals on things that are not like this because it's less likely that you'll have some normal stock's not the right word, but you know what I mean when I say normal stock, like non-penny stock. Small cap gap, or like it'll break a trend and you have a better chance it'll revert. These ones don't necessarily have to. That said, if you happen to be a small cap trader, forget about when it broke $1. Like you had 5 minutes. Actually, this is a 3 minute. This is a 3 minutes. So you have somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 9 minutes, depending on when you get in. That this bounced off 101, like $1 and 1 cent. You don't see that very often. Usually, the $1 bounce when it comes back. Give it to 95 cents, give it to something. You're having to hold it to something against you. This one, you could have bought 101 and held it never against you, and then it ends up a double. And it bounced VWAP the whole way. So worth watching. It isn't free locates, by the way. I did check.
Okay.
So it's not like you can't. US just tried to bounce and put in this rejection of 130. So when I saw that, immediately I was like, oh, is battle going up? Not really. It was sideways, but I took a little bit out because USO was going. But realistically, it's still just another like topping tail, and the trend is going to end up holding. If we retake the 130 and start closing above, probably a reason to get out some and look for potential curl. We'll see.
I wanted.
Dev just said something interesting.
Okay.
Saying SNDK is a classic rug pull candidate. The thing about that is, I would agree, but people were saying that at $700. I think people were saying that at 500 as well. At some point, I think we know timing. Yes, it is. Like, it's almost impossible to time yet. Now, they report in 2 weeks, in 2.5 weeks. I think it's like the 30th, whatever that works out to. So maybe the end of 2 weeks from now, like Thursday or Friday. Micron's last earnings was a blowout, and they fell. I think that's what people are looking for this time for the highs. Is that, well, that fantastic report didn't do Micron any justice, and SanDisk just continues to fly. So maybe that's a signal that this next report for SanDisk, it's not going to matter. But there's still 2 weeks before that, and Micron literally waited until that report to turn around. So I don't know if this one, it might have a couple of weeks of juice left in it, but I do think that earnings report is going to be a big deal for them. If it's still going parabolic, if this thing is like $1,100 going into the next earnings report, and then the next day is down 5%, I think, people are going to be hammering the crap out of it that morning to the downside. But for now, this thing's just a rocket ship.
I just wanted to bring everybody's attention. Does a great job with the watch list, and I just want to say, like, right into here today for everybody that's thinking about this RSMG. I mean, this is today's watch list, right? And if you go down, obviously we had oil and energy stocks. I mean, that's going to be number one talk today. We had Palantir. We can look at that again. Goldman Sachs, of course, with their report as you go on. But right at the end, Adair tries to put in maybe a couple of odd names, or at least one that's running in the pre-market. And today we had Real Messenger Corp, and you can see right here up only 100% when it was posted. And right there, and here's the talk. This is why we talked about how many shares there were approximately, and so on and so forth. So if you are, looking for maybe some sort of a post that you're trying to follow early on in the morning, definitely check it out. Go get our watch list at Trader TV Live, and be part of the team, and get onto that, because we did have RSMP for everybody real early, so go find that, and hopefully you guys are able to get some success off of the watch
list. It's definitely something that there's a lot of time and effort put into, so it's completely for free. And you guys can definitely have a look there. All right, so the last bet we got was $68 here. We told you that we were getting a little lighter there on the SLV trade, so we are light on it. So we're just going to wait to see where it goes from here. I do have a bid back at 68 flat. It's actually at 68.01. Hopefully that does not fill. Hopefully that does fill, and we don't have to worry about it. But that's going to be one bid that I'm looking for, and we're still going to stop out if it does break above 50. Those of you looking for a trade idea on SLV, I don't mind going short again if it does come up here, but it's a pretty clean bounce off that 200 period, which is why we were sitting there and making sure to take some out on the way back into that. So we're able to do that and get out. And so now it's kind of like, okay, even though it's moving upside, I have, I'd say about 25% on, so about a quarter of a unit. And I know when we were down here, we talked about having half on, so we get out of a quarter, and now it's starting to go. I actually don't like the fact that I'll put another bid right here for 5% at 14s. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But that's what I'm going to wait for, see if we do get that fill back in at 14. We're breaking above the 50-period moving average, and that's something that's not, for me, not something that I'm too cool with. So we'll see if we do get a break area here on that, and we'll work off of it for SLV. And then we do have our good friend over here, Netflix, as well. That's going to be a trade that I'm working off of right now. Have a piece. I just don't know what tomorrow. I mean, we don't need to worry too much about what tomorrow is going to bring. It's just we still have an hour or any kind of more. But I feel great. Trading technicals is what's going to work for me this afternoon. I just got to find something that's setting up, and we're going to go to Adair for a story, and then we'll look for some potential trades. And those super coming, right? You guys have Neil or so.
One of the news catalysts that I've seen over on this desk, it happened today about 2 hours ago around 12 p.m. and it concerned mostly DoorDash. So as well as you can see DASH spiking here into new highs of day. MCD also did get a much smaller move to the upside. But basically what happened is we had a very unusual DoorDash order. Grandma Sharon Simmons delivering some McDonald's to U.S. President Trump at the White House. This is the first ever delivery to the White House. So now with DoorDash and the White House. This is the 1 year anniversary of the no happened to. Now, it's interesting, too. I want to talk a little bit more about DoorDash Grandma, because as she's referred to here in this DoorDash article, Sharon Simmons from Arkansas, we'll go back to show you guys her here. I've heard of some people on X because I was doing some research, and apparently Sharon Simmons has previously promoted the no tax on tips initiative. She actually was at a meeting held by House Republicans in August of 2025 promoting this no tax on tips and again, in the initiative or at that event, she said she was from Nevada. So a couple different states being represented here by Sharon Simmons. The plot thickens. Wildest I've seen here to move this market. How do you guys feel, audience and Neil and Sean?
I feel like if stocks are looking for excuses to go up, if that's an event, is going to $3.5, $4, like make a 3% move intraday. That stock's like it's used to go higher kind of thing, because like it shouldn't. If it came out of nowhere and nobody knew this was going to happen, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here action. But I think it's just that pent up buy. And I don't know, we got sidetracked, and that's my bad. So I'm going to start the voting on a custom poll we have right now, which is where do you from here on the spot? From here, everybody in the chat. Not like I know we're up 0.5% now. So are we up from here? Are we down from here in the SPY? Or are we flat? Are we looking at a sideways action? your votes. And what are you doing? Get in the chat. 40. Like, yeah. Chast coming like it low. You're going the other with
Never go. Jump backward.
It's
Yeah, about Netflix. And I was going to say you and I both there, Tycoon man.
Those are on one.
Oh, Assassino,
two.
that's
Those are
Andre. There's Andre. We can get maybe say hi if he wants to. If he's not too shy, he can do that. But he's okay. Good. You do that. Started with us doing some graphics.
Yeah.
And now, oh no, go walk around. Walk around so you can stand back there and just where Darren. Yeah, they can see
it's
you.
just easier to
Yeah. And no one's switching right now, so it's going to stay on this. There he is. Why don't we on the bottom? Yeah.
Okay.
And get out of here. But there's Andre. Great. So much. I guess it's Portuguese for assassin, or is it Spanish? I don't know what that is. It's a name created by Sharif.
Yes, called him.
So
I don't remember.
he just looks too nice. You know, nice looking, handsome gentlemen like that. Those are the assassins.
Well, it's like the Day of the Jackal, right? It's that regular looking dude.
Yeah, like that does. He does exist, and he is also an assassin. So, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, we've actually coined these like random like funny or kind of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that type things, because he's usually like very calm, all low key and chill. And I came up, so it's like a secret assassin or whatever. Anyways, it's a good nickname.
He's very, very chill, for sure. That's true.
You got right. If you're an assassin, like you have to have like no emotion.
You can.
Like nothing like
can't
that.
be
Andre's
overly-
always like, guys,
can't be
we have a read to do. You know, it's like if you don't listen to him, gotta be careful. Who do we fear more though, Andre or Ramin? You know,
Remain.
Ramin. Okay. Yeah, I
Ramin-
don't. I'm not really. I more. Fear,
Although right now,
I fear Rob actually.
Ramin is
most.
the sweetest.
People don't
person
know who Rob is, but
always
he's the
incredibly generous, incredibly.
You fear Rob the most, and now you're sucking.
Always willing to.
Oh, you want to see if there's any chocolate over there? Is that what
She
you're
has
doing?
the Snickers bar in the.
You could always tell, like Neil's being nice to try to get something.
Ramin always eats something. There's something around the desk. I'll go by and it's like,
Schnacky-ish.
oh, do you want some of this or that?
What's
He had like
going on?
goldfish crackers. He had
Whoopsies.
we had the
Goldfish,
super
my
chat
kids
here
love
from Son of
goldfish.
Daniels. He's Tycoon. We should
Yeah. Oh, I kind of answered this a little
you
bit.
did?
But
Okay.
Not really. I was just saying, like, you and I both. I mean, I think that is the problem. First of all, look on maybe. Forget a. I know. Right. Okay. All right. So yeah. So you and I both, Cheese Tycoon, had it number one. We do. I believe Netflix. So I won't be here, but I feel like it's going to be a great earnings report. They got that $2.8 billion breakup fee, you know, from that Time Warner deal that fell through with Paramount, PSKY. So they're putting that $2.8 billion somewhere, I'd assume, as well. And then increase of the prices as well. So they increased pricing per month membership, right? And so that's a thing. And then also we do know how we are going. Oh, by the way, do with ad tier, the kids found Beast Games 2.
Yeah.
So we watched first Mr. Beast games there. Now they're on too, and we didn't have ads the first time around.
And now you do.
And now we
You see
do.
what I
So
mean?
it's like every 30 minutes you
It's
get
a
like
lot, man.
you get like a minute and a half or something. I'm fine with it because it gives us a chance because you're watching Beast games. It's actually okay. I feel like because there's talk.
It's more than
Yeah, exactly. The ad properly. It's almost like kind of like an ad. So we can say.
it's like a TV show, but when you're watching a movie,
I know it kind of cuts the wrong way. What's up, Adara?
It's also not all TV shows either that are, I think, good for these ads, Neil, because I was trying to watch Law and Order SVU on there, and it's like mid-sentence, we had ad got when they come
Right.
back from the, like I'm joking, obviously I didn't, and it's like 5 ads, and they're each like a minute and a half long, and I'm like, this episode is not long enough to warrant these.
And you lose.
yeah.
I think like unless it's like you said, like the Beast games where you can actually, there's something to talk about between, it's probably not worth it.
How could they? Okay, I don't watch like.
Like I don't mind it in sports.
I haven't watched anything Law and Order like kind of a show, but that come on, Amazon, you got to do. That's a little bit lazy to not be able to figure out. Is it in the time? That's it.
Yeah, they must just have the algo, but that's an AI thing. That is so easy
That's
to solve.
so easy to fix. But at the end of the day, people don't care. Like I've complained about it, but I still sit there and think. Just very quickly.
We're talking about people looking at Beyond Meat. Why? What's
Is
going
that
on?
moving? I saw a couple
really.
of people mention Beyond Meat. Is it?
Yeah, it's up 12.5% today. Is someone sending us those Beyond Protein shakes? I mean, we're supposed to be having. They're not in Canada. So like, I told you we would. If you send it COD, we'll pay for the shipping. I just.
Well,
you gotta get it over here.
what were we deciding? I think because I was making a big stink about not.
Yeah, Joe. We're all gonna. Just saying what
From.
There's
I guess Starbucks
has it.
I liked it.
They all have it. Yeah, it's the same kind of stuff. Right there. We did get out there on SLV as well as this. We were able to get that by in break higher right now as we get less and less. We told you we had about 20% into 15% or so left of SLV. And we told you, I mean, it doesn't matter what we told you that, but I was like, we were getting out of that and we're trying to hold on. And I was voting long. I mean, on that poll, we're above afternoon now, we're above VWAP and we're going. I'm not shorting the market anymore or longing it if we're underneath. I'm going to try to play trend, get burned on trend. I can just punch out on trend break or right there on the future. So if I was long the futures, which I'm not, but there it is back to the. Actually, first thing trading TQQ.
By the way, U.S. oil just broke low of the day as well, so it's not like it's.
Yeah. So the market's reacting properly. Have oil moving one way, and I guess the Strait of Hormuz being open and or closed and blocked and or not blocked seems to be moving in the right direction here for oil and for everybody at the pump. As I think it was like 7. I don't know what the national average is, but I thought it was 7, again 5 or 6. So the pump. I don't know what it is where you guys are. You're about $1.80 a liter here right now.
David,
here we go.
Forgot you were going to send them and give you a drink live.
Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry.
It's not
I didn't mean to ask to send it in. I just thought it'd be fun if we could have it.
We were just curious, and it's one of those, because we can't get it here, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, if there's like a 6-pack or something.
If I had known last time.
You guys, you can go to Trader TV Live and give you the address, and you can send it over here. There should be only
if it ended up.
I mean, it might be horrible. I mean, I have no idea, but I would assume it's fine. We didn't even talk about it.
Because that's the high of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but you know what?
Up 30. Was there? Sorry, on meat.
Oh, no, I couldn't find anything. I'll check now, but they are the type of company to do like random, what do you call them, news releases? Like they'll do the random press release that kind of means nothing, but it gets people excited. They did have a random press release that means nothing this morning, actually. Beyond Meat rolls out new plant-based breakfast sausage across major U.S. stores. So this is the headline that, I guess, I don't know if it's moving Beyond Meat as much as it is for people to trade Beyond Meat, but BYND rolling out a new plant-based breakfast sausage.
You know the thing about it is, I know there's like the 3 things you need to hit on. You need to hit on the fact, does it taste similar? Does it have the same Well, obviously, and then does it have the same, close to the same nutrition level? But the underrated aspect of all of this is when you cook it, like if it's a burger and you grill it, sausage, same like feel on the grill. Is it harder to cook or easier to cook? The only reason I use that example is like I had an ex, and I remember you know what it is. It is what it is. You get like a bunch of celiac products or whatnot, and what was really challenging was like possible. Like I have no trouble making pancakes, but with the celiac pancakes, like for the love of what, it was almost impossible to get it exactly right.
Oh yeah.
Cooking it was difficult.
It's like there's gluten-free pasta, but it doesn't taste the same.
It's not, yeah, but like the pancakes, they tasted okay, but cooking it was just a problem. Like you got to make sure, because that's part of the experience. I mean,
I'm vegetarian, but vegetarian. So are there Beyond Meat products? And do you like? Okay, can they hear you? No, okay, that's okay. Keep going.
Now I think they can hear me.
Yeah, so Beyond Meat then?
It's like all the time, but sometimes, yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Not that good, but it's good.
It's good. It's not that good. It's good. Okay, so there you go. So I just wanted to see, because I think you and I obviously used to eating the ground beef, like a real patty there for burgers, but
we had those live too. Like
we used to have. I've ate Beyond Meat before.
No, we did it on the show.
Oh yeah, no, but I've cooked it. Like we've had.
Oh, you've actually grilled it at home.
Yeah, we've had it in our house.
I've never done that.
It barbecue up the same or anything like that, and
That's
it was probably during COVID and.
Working on it. That it's not just about taste and nutrition. You've got the nutritional aspect of it. You've got to make sure that it's at least as healthy. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it can't be worse for you.
Beyond Meat's problem is comparing it to meat. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
It's
but it has to be compared to meat. I don't think they can win without it.
Yeah, but when you compare it, I mean, that's a losing battle. I think they just have to say, this is what we are, this is what it tastes like, and, that's it. Beyond Meat burger, right?
Here's my thing.
It's not really a substitute for beef.
I love meat. I want to root for it because all that goes into producing meat, there's a lot that goes into it. Would it be, if there was a way that everything about it was exactly the same? I couldn't tell the difference in taste. I can't tell the difference when I'm cooking it. I can't tell none of it matters, and it's somehow plant-based. It's cheaper, better for the environment. At that point, I won't have a leg to stand on. And someone like me, you'll get me to convert. I think ultimately that would be a good thing. But you know what? Happening yet. Also, I wouldn't be deceived by this because I'm looking at Beyond Meat's chart. Now we're talking about 13%, which is all trend up. There's the last good up day. What did it do? Topping tail, and then the next day, downside. Almost every single good green day is a topping tail and then a rejection. Topping tail, rejection. And it looks like where it closes, it tries to open and then fails the same price. Here's the one example where it had a follow through, and even then, topping tail and rejected the prior day high. So it has a long history, recent history. If I zoom out, you can see it's a long history too, and boozling you in the short term. So I actually might have this one on the radar this afternoon. And we have to pay for locates. Because from VWAP, that's a very clean trend to the upside. So if it breaks it, there might be a bit of a trade there. USO just made another fresh low of the day. So
I mean, the market's at the highs.
Yeah, the market's at the high, oil's at the lows, but the acceleration, volume and volatility not there. So yeah, this one for a trend break, it'll probably be free locates. And when I say free, I mean like 1/8 of 1 cent or whatever the number is. So I'm looking Beyond Meat. Good luck. I wish them the best. The problem with them too is like, can they survive to get to the point that they can capture more?
They can't. I mean, they've already failed. It's just a matter of, I don't think it's an investable thing. I just do hope that it does survive. Their stock has been diluted, and it's sub $1, man. I mean, that thing was $90 or even more than that at one point, of course. Oh yeah, I think it's easily.
I think it was 130
at one point for sure. All right, so I just wanted to talk just quickly about. Oil taking out highs, and there we go. The market has just broke the high. I think generally speaking, this would be the mark on my screen over there. This would be a nice high break to take. So I was just looking here at a 1 minute chart of the TQs.
this 50 period, it hasn't been great. It was really choppy early there. And then that break, I mean, that could have been maybe a long right there as you break underneath and then back above it. You don't even get close to the 200 period moving average. So it's not like we can say, wow, I mean, that was an awesome takedown there at the 200 period, but yeah, you'd have to think long, and I wasn't really thinking long, the market today. But right into there, 49.80, that's a good little bottom. I was thinking about if we could come back in and maybe have a look, if we zoom in, maybe if we could have a look, it's not like a crazy long look or anything like that, but maybe 05s, and then give it down, like 10 cents seems so silly, because I can, you can get wicked out. The problem is like when I see trades like this, even if you put on 1,000 shares or something that you would consider a lot of shares, right into there, 10 cents down could happen just on a headline, and then you get taken out, and then it's kind of like, what have I done? I think I'm going to wait until we can get, if we fall back in, maybe a little lower, 49.90, something like that, where then we can maybe use these as our spot. I don't know if you can tell by the way I'm speaking, like I'm not very convinced of a strategy right here, right now, to trade the market. I don't. Too scared is probably actually the right word. Just nervous about a headline that wicks you out of a possible trade, because it's just so tight right into there right now. I think I'm going to look at stocks instead for now. Okay, Marvell. Marvell's a good situation here. We just dripped down. We know we like the stock. We talked about this a couple times here, how well it's done. It's extended out. I didn't have it on the sticky note today, but there goes Marvell. We did get out of some at 133 this morning to the dollar, so to the penny. So that was a good trade for us, just getting out of 20% of our position on Marvell, so that's good. Coming back in, there's the move. So you do have a breakout. It's kind of like Netflix there, where we've broken, through the top. Netflix broke through 100. Now we've broken through that 127 top, and we came right back in and sort of has absorbed this 129.50 area. Was good in the morning, was kind of good there at 10, although we got into 129, then we came right back. Now you're looking to take everything out. More love back in at 130, 130 and a quarter. If Marvell can come back down here, you got support of the 200, the 50 and the 25. Looking to go higher. I like Marvell down here. Hopefully this one will come back and we'll be able to grab along. But trying to stay long on strong names, and Marvell to me would fit that as we're trying to get a little higher. What's up there?
So SanDisk is joining the NASDAQ 100 as of April 20th, so 4/20, 2026. And with that in mind, I decided to do some research, because why not? And I have a new infographic. So the whole concept for this was which were companies that were both added to and removed from the NASDAQ 100 starting in 2020 all the way up to the present. So that basically means that these companies were added basically around the start of the pandemic, and they were removed sometime before now. So these companies spent anywhere from 4 years to, in one case, and I'm not joking, 4 days in the NASDAQ. These are, we call them NASDAQ 100 visitors. They didn't stay too long. Famous examples here include SMCI. We also had Versant, which was briefly in the index after it was split off from CSA, and then it couldn't even last a week. You had MongoDB, which had a pretty brief run, Enphase as well, and Rivian also spent a couple months here in the NASDAQ. So if you want to take a look at the, I guess what's the opposite of the greatest hits, the worst hits of the NASDAQ 100, you can check this out at TTV Research. I just posted this, and I will put the link here in the chat for you guys if you're curious to see some of the saddest runs of the NASDAQ 100. Also, if you're wondering why is AstraZeneca up 60% but removed from the NASDAQ, that's because it was going to become a NYSE name. They were going to basically move their listing to the NYSE, and Walmart had just become a NASDAQ name, so they kind of did a flip-flop. That's why this is the only green name on this list. Back to you.
We were just wondering about, did you double check that Lucid one?
I have no idea. I checked this because I didn't believe this, but this is apparently real.
I would not have, $200
I don't remember
on,
that being true.
Trebek on names that you didn't know were included in the NASDAQ 100 for $5,000. Answer Lucid? Like, I'd have no idea.
I would honestly never.
That was, how do they even qualify to get in there would be a question.
That's ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense.
I don't know either. But, all right. Lucid, maybe it was having one of those dreams.
It was basically only.
It was all a dream, yeah. I mean, whether or not you were reading Word Up Magazine or not, I don't know. But there it goes for Lucid. Yeah, so I did reload just a little bit there. We didn't get our full reload because I was waiting at 45s. But we did get a little bit more silver at 42s there, 41s. I did have to punch in a little bit, so it's not a huge
reload by any stretch, so giving us an average price of 34. My reload was at 45s, and we just missed it. I was only going to try to give it to 50s on a break, so I was being real conservative with this move back up in silver. And when you get a bounce off the 200 period moving average like that, that's not something that I would want to layer into, because it has that support. It's been pretty good down there. We bounced off of it right here as well to the upside. Oh yeah, so I went red on silver because I did take a position there, and my stop order, I went to the gym, and it was just a small one, thankfully, because we already got stopped out there. But I had to run it all the way to the upside, and we had to average in to our position there. And I like the silver short. It was on the note today, but definitely lack of. I mean, I thought I had to stop it and didn't. So if you see that, I let it run against me basically $1 all the way to the upside there, but we did not have a big position on because we had already done this. We were just kind of trying to reload a little bit there. So we were able to get away from it. But red on silver, hopefully this will come back in. And if we can get a 50 period, we'll take that 68, 10s, 15s. And then definitely, if we get anything out at 60, we're still far away from this, man. I mean, I don't know. We're entering the hour of power, so maybe we'll get something. But I'm not super excited about this trade. Let's see if we can get it back into $68, and that's that. I think it's well worth the risk to reward. We just took a 42s there, and to give us 10 cents worth of risk, so we're almost in it. We're bidding 31s to take some out, and then we'll work off of it from there. But yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Not a whole heck of a lot as we wait for this market to try to make a move one way or the other. And like I said about the futures, I liked it, right? But we would have already got stopped out, I think, on that, or maybe close on that long. Like if we were taking sort of a break there, it gets up to 16s and now back in. So watch out. This looks like a good long here, $50.05 or so for the TQs. That's something that I'm looking at.
Actually, the name Beyond Meat just broke the trend line, but it's actually another name that I like as well. So it's Power Hour. See, that time, every now and then I'm like, I don't hear it. We don't notice it. Is it even happening? It's like the Pokeroo, but that time we know there's only an hour left in the market, so there's a trend breaking Beyond Meat. The other name I was looking at, because of the market's at the highs, I wanted to look for things that I think are a little bit extended, that are weak stocks, and the market makes fresh highs, and you're making a lower high. SMCI falls into that category for me. Like it's been a disaster for them. It hasn't filled in the entire gap. As long as it's underneath this like 2670 level, I just still like it for some reversal plays. And because you have already pulled back, you try to put in a higher low and then work back into the downside. I like that. So in addition to Beyond Meat, as long as USO goes down, I'll just be holding battle, and that's still happening. But I like this one. Try to get into this short here, hopefully around 80, and then give it to the prior high as we go over and back to the left.
Volatility, as we all know, does create movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 are designed for daily tactical trading, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers a flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. And with that, we're going to go back over to Miss Adara.
Yeah, let's talk about USO because, not much of a move here, but there is a headline that I think is kind of interesting. CNN reporting that U.S. officials are considering having a second face-to-face meeting with the Iranians before the expiry of the 2-week ceasefire. And as we know, the ceasefire has been tenuous, is putting it really mildly. But either way here, it looks like U.S. and Iran might come to the table once again, or at least the U.S. is considering that. Back to you.
So that would make sense on this market move to the high side right now.
Yeah, U.S. always bouncing a bit.
Yeah, I want to tell everybody this. $1, we'll take out some more on NVIDIA. NVIDIA just spiked right into this area. We would be, I don't know, ill-advised, I think, not to take something out. We topped out right here at 12. We topped out at 1. We topped out at 12:30, then again at 1, and we just did it again right now at 3. We top out high side on the NVIDIA trade. So we're going to sneak a little bit more out and get lighter and lighter. And by the way, here we go again. It's another hot dog cannon. What's up, guys? Have those glizzies, but don't have too many of them. And if you're interested in Beyond Meat glizzies, those exist as well. But there it is. Nice move right here on silver. We'll take another bid there at 30. I was waiting for 27s. We did. I think we got a little piece. No, we did not at all. So here it is. There's the reload. There's the move down. Look, man, it's only 30. It's only 12 cents right now. But still, you know, what we're trying to do is stack it up right now. So we can start stacking up our day. We'll do that. Positive day. So we're happy with that turnaround on silver. But we are still looking for a takedown here and then here. So there it is. Okay, we get our 27s finally, so that's good. And now we'll wait for 15s, and then we'll wait for O's. And then maybe we do get a splash down to the downside. Congratulations to the Toronto Raptors as they now qualify in there for the playoffs, 5th seed. So they get out of that whole,
get who the Cavs,
you know, 6, 7. Oh, said it again there. What is it? 8? How does that work again? It goes 9, 10, and 7, 8, right?
You get to do the playing games.
Yeah. I just can't forget which who gets that there.
Who's an athlete that did? There was an athlete that randomly did the 6, 7. It doesn't really matter. No,
let's not try to remember.
No, but we get the Cavs. I love the Raptors. I don't know, but
who knows? Whatever, however it goes.
Ship in a chair, right? Like
Yeah,
you want to get in the playoffs, get the extra revenue, all that kind of good stuff. It's always nice to make the playoffs. I just find the NBA, like every other sport, I feel like when your team makes the playoffs, like you generally are like, hey, we're in the dance, we have a shot.
Yeah.
In hockey, that's true. In baseball, you know that like any team can make it. You've seen the Marlins have some ridiculous runs every now and then. I think even in football, you'll get some miracles. Like nobody thought the Giants could beat the Patriots. Like that, it'll happen. In basketball, that ain't happening, man. It's just flat out. It's the only one of them. It is not.
You don't have as many upsets.
You can't do it because basketball is the one sport you cannot stop the best players from having a huge impact on the game these days. It's just not happening. Like you can maybe slow a good quarterback if they don't have a good defense. In hockey, you can best guy can only play 20, 25 minutes in a game. In baseball, you don't know who's going to come up in a key situation. The pitcher can't pitch every single game. In basketball, your dude can sit there running the offense for 2/3 of the game. Just rolling. I don't know what you do about that. That's why I like the NCAA more. I just find when you watch the tournament, you always know
maybe
it's going to be.
Maybe not this year.
Okay, well, this year, Michigan was kind of one of those unfair. I don't want to say unfairly stacked team, but what are you going to do? They basically Fab Fived it again and were unbeatable the entire tournament. For the most part, a lot of the games were very, very good. Just to go back to trading for a quick second, Pops Mafia, I did not know the WNBA draft was tonight. I had no clue. And I'll be.
Well, the French,
there's a franchise draft for.
They already drafted, yeah. So the Toronto Tempo already have a lot of their players. I don't know if I guess the draft is tonight. Okay.
What do they call it? Dispersal? What's that?
Expansion draft.
Expansion draft. That's the word I'm looking for. But back to trading just for a quick little second. I did hop into the SMCI, pulled into the even dollar. You can see all the support that's there. Until it breaks this down, I think it's a scalp in the range, and then look for the breakdown a little bit further. Beyond Meat is still, BYND. Yeah, BYND. Needs to pull back to 66.5. I have 66.5. Needs to pull into 65.5, 65, 64. And the prior bar in the trend line will be just shy of the 67.5. So, Sonny, that's what I was just sort of saying. Like, every penny until we get to VWAP, I'm risking a cent. So every penny down until it gets to the volume-weighted average price on this trend break. I'm not saving my trend lines because I feel like that was part of the issue I was having this morning. So I'll just keep drawing them just for posterity. Oh, and USO is catching a bit of a bid. So as that's happening, I go back over and say, all right, battalion oil. Every time I see them bouncing, it's like, it's probably a good reason to try and hop on the mid, see if I can't grab a fill, because this is loosely following USO. If that trend's back up, then I want to be able to get out, maybe short one more pop, because we are in the power hour and there's not that much time. And Minnesota trader, short SMCI, you are crazy. I think it's necessarily crazy. It's just a lower high, trend trade, topping tail there, give it to the prior bar. Crazy is holding on to it if it breaks this candle high. To me, that's crazy, but I'll take it. I'll take a reversion trade if I like it and it sets up either way.
a little bit of a out there again on Netflix as we're trying to break down again. So, we're getting lighter and lighter, but this one is
Still going.
So we're right here, man. I mean, this is just this is what I'm trying to do, right? There's a good play for us on SLV. Let's take out a little bit more as we just did right there. I just put a bit at 18s. I mean, it came right in. So we got 21s, but that level's 18. We'll see if we can sit there on the 50 period, and then we'll wait for that 68. So that's working out for us as well. Nothing's really hitting gold. Maybe let me see what that's doing as we're trading on silver right now. So same, very similar chart here for silver and gold. The futures are pulling back a little bit here in the NASDAQ. Let's check out Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs did have their, did have their report earlier today. They got as low as 372 or so, 372, 872. It looks like they got as low as 866. They opened up in those 70s range. Nice little dip down there, as we mentioned that their conference call hit it and quit it, and then straight upside pretty much from there. Nice little pullback. Wow. Right into the 200 period moving average right there. That was pretty sweetly bought up. And then there it goes, blasting higher. Goldman Sachs ready to go take out the day's high. So congratulations to anybody that believed in those bank earnings, because you got paid off. And JP Morgan, they're coming tomorrow, baby. So we'll see if that can work out as well. JP Morgan, nice upside play over the last little while. The bank that I own the most shares in, or I guess not shares, exposure-wise there, because I own more shares of SoFi than I do JP Morgan, but my dollar amount is more in JP Morgan, of course.
Do you have more in the U.S. banks than Canadian ones?
Yes, I barely have any Canadian money left.
I've never really sold. Well, I shouldn't say.
I never really bought.
I sold some TD, but I've never really sold my.
Yeah, I bought them maybe 20.
They just don't go down.
30 years ago, to be honest with you. So nice upside play there. Yeah, JP Morgan, the largest bank that I own right now, and then probably SoFi, and then some Canadian exposure there.
Speaking of SoFi.
And hopefully Robinhood's trying to bounce as well, but is SoFi, up 4%. That's a great one. I hope people are trying to buy those dips. Right there.
17 incoming.
Yo, what up,
Don't
Chef
look
Joe?
now, but SoFi is it's recovering. 15 bottom held, 16 bottom is holding. 17 looks to break, and then when you get 18, that'll be that 50-period moving average that is always so exciting. Yeah, I like this. I like what's going on with SoFi. I think you look for some potential continuation. Although if it doesn't break 17, you're probably thinking like 16.5 tomorrow, like a buy the dip scenario, as opposed to like hoping they'll just cleanly fill in that gap. Remember, SoFi also got the whole, they lost eligibility to be added to the S&P 500 because the market cap was too small. So there's going to be that as well as it gets close. I think it's like 22. It doesn't need that big of a move. I'd have to double check, but it shouldn't take that. But that could turn into a bit of a wall. So worth watching out for that. I think it's a bit overrated a lot of times when a company that wasn't the highest to get in, it doesn't. No favor. They didn't win. Like Marvell, it's weird. Like Marvell was down that one day because they got overlooked for the S&P 500. On the betting markets, they weren't even in the top 5. So it wasn't like people down. It was like, and then some were disappointed. It wasn't even whenever we tracked it, and I'm guessing, I still have it open. Last champion. Go. See, it's pretty simple. You just go S and P, and no.
It's just SP.
Here we go.
Oh, you found it.
Switch S&P 5 this quarter. 2. They're not equal. But Al-Nilam is 1, and the Reddit 5% storage, core percent firm, SpaceX. Of course, SpaceX.
They're trying to get that quick.
They're trying to get immediately into
bypass.
the S&P.
Into the NASDAQ, I think.
That's the same way.
I feel about that instant ad type thing, because I think the thing is, if this it could be on. That could have maybe an outsized effect on the index, especially if you're going public at $1 trillion valuation, right? I think there are a couple things to consider here. I'm prepared for the hate I will get for this. I actually don't think and it's not nothing trying to be on here by clearly impact the index in a really outsized way.
Well,
So Adara hates SpaceX, basically.
Yeah. Well,
I know Adara.
I think the larger thing make it a long company to go like it be. I remember back in the good old days.
Well, there's so much money out there in private markets.
Yeah, it's just not.
They can get their funding. I mean, look at guys are going to come with $1 trillion valuations, and people have already paid those valuations, so they don't need sort of the public markets to give them that valuation. So they're able
So much access,
and then they don't have, because they're so they what a disaster cash burn OpenAI is right now, right?
Well,
So
one of the reasons it's a possible reason, and like the reason combination is then you can take all the huge losses in XAI and sort of hide them underneath SpaceX there, which is more reasonable. I mean, it's not like a little bit more reasonable. So it's just a different from when we were starting to trade. Like IPOs, like shots, like everyone came to market. Like this was like people were talking about it and excited about it, but like nobody was excited on the bid that day. Roll opposite. Look what it turned into. Here we go.
Anymore. Hey, I'm not the only one doing my taxes over there. Hey, Big Joe.
What was that?
The guy's looking for his employee number. He's looking for this and for that.
He was asking about that stuff.
And he's over here. You don't worry about your power pay, my guy over there. Everyone you're trying to hack into something.
Check the email.
Hack into Joe's account there and find the for him. I don't know. Yeah. I'm in mind. Been we have that
like it's just, you
should be able to.
I told you who
We're
to
just
email.
idiotic traders.
Okay, so, I already told Joe to email one of these two people.
Yep.
So if you did that, I'll tell you anything else. And barring that, there's one other person that you email. I'm supposed to. What? PRT and Corning. Oh my goodness. So Corning.
This guy.
I don't even know what's going on.
So the system that he's trying to log into, I've never even logged into it ever.
I
logged. I don't.
Hold on a second.
I don't know.
I want to say I've logged into it, but then I'm going to probably.
I don't even. It might be. I don't know where that is. Everything. If you use TurboTax,
you don't need to. I don't even have the app.
Exactly.
On my phone.
This is what I'm saying.
Joe, you don't need to log into it.
If TurboTax and all that stuff.
Corning, and I think it was Vistra was the other one.
It was Vertiv.
Vertiv. There. Bad. I misread. Is an absolute rocket ship. Hey man, where's my moon thing? There we go. One of my about the reason of Steve Renova so is you expect on averages so well. It's just look at the gold that it just holds there on the period. To me, you're breaking the 50. I know it's extended now. Usually on the slap on the most recent some out if I'm concerned about taking profits and making sure that I make something on it. Period to hold. And it doesn't. Fair enough. You can reassess at this point, and then it was Vertiv. For some reason, that's where my head went when I saw the V. Was I don't use Fibonacci's when things are like blue sky setups. Like I'm more of a draw a trend line and let it break. I know some people look at the last fibs on. I get it. Good way to profit levels or pullback levels. It's just not something that ever worked for me. I used to, I tried, don't get me wrong, I tried 15, I don't know, somewhere more years ago, 15, 20 years ago. I didn't have any success with it, so I just didn't. But I know some people have success with using profit as an be like dip buy or something along those lines. So against you, I'm going to tell you, I'm more of a support, resistance. I like trend lines a little bit better, but I'll jump out profit take SMC and then it kind of that prior bar. It's just not there. You get once, I think you want great. It's still what here, which was trending higher, and is now that chart. That you like. That's a better example. I don't know why that's missing so much data, but it's just rolling back over on another lower. Me an opportunity to keep the consolidation that's happening on Battle. Instead of really getting out, just kind of look at the trend that it's on, and if USO is going to roll over, I can move my stop and out, but down and the other trend. Some ominous beeping going on in the back.
Yeah, you might have saw some work being done around here.
Sounded like a battery. Or
a power, the battery backup.
The battery backup.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that breaking
I get
down.
PTSD over that.
Nothing's really now. Trying to like silver busted up is stuck. But honestly, man, we talked about how light we were. It came into our level. We almost got the 200 period moving average. So we'll just wait on that. Shout out to Chef Joe. See you in the chat, my guy. Hope all is well over there. Talk about Chef Joe, this man. I look here, see Wagwan. Right now. What am I getting rid of? It's not in. I told you that.
No, but it's the one. Oh, it's still not. Okay.
Yeah, no, they're waiting for is what will be in my money right there. Right. So now, I just don't like the Model Y. I'm not in love with the Model Y. I don't know why. I don't know why the Model Y. I actually like to continue. Maybe funny. Marissa gave me a message. Ooh, I like Fisker. You know they're back right when I get any Fisker over here. It might have been on the OTC, but I think it really trades anymore. FSKR, maybe. But okay, so anyways, yeah, good support level for sure right here at 350. I mean, their Tesla today was actually pretty much the trade every day. It happened today on Tesla, and I don't have it, so it's funny enough. But and building. I'm done kind of looking. We did a sort of a lesson on that today, right at 2 o'clock. You can go find it. It'll be posted later. And it was just on some of the noise that happened right at the liquidity vacuums and whatnot. Tesla's probably a number one violator every day. It can be like that as well. So futures back, find a base. Well, today, base was kind of up. It just kept on basically holding out there on VWAP before pumping through. And the fun part is 350. So also we're rejecting back and forth 348, 350, 348, 350, and then it broke higher there. So you could actually play it both ways. Either a low break there, breaking the 50 period, maybe into the 200, but this one you had to support a VWAP and there higher, and then right back in here again, multiple rejections and hold of 350 here today. So that just happened, and don't have it, but that would have been a great little look down there. So if and when things go potentially awry here, to see up some Tesla if and when that comes through, back down into 350 or so on Tesla. I don't mind that trade. And then because you go Rivian today, hold at $15, and wow, up. So yeah, on the Rivian there, if we would have gone long a couple 10,000, would have been able to make $5,000, and then we would have put a down payment, but we were not going to do that with Rivian. There it is, nice little movement there, 1535 low, and Rivian kind of the same way, based out at the pre-market lows and then took off. So definitely worth looking at than the market today. Adair, what you got for us over there?
For you, headline from the Iran Commerce, you will, but I guess Iran-China Chamber of Commerce and Industry said that the second round of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran is scheduled this weekend. So again, now we've heard from both, reportedly, the U.S. and Iran. They're going to try to do some more negotiations. It could actually be happening this weekend. Back to you.
This weekend, so it's only Monday.
Yeah,
so time about that over there. Well, I do think we're getting closer here, but man, events came back.
It's seemingly
empty-handed. So
it's still seemingly like better. It's more good than bad. I'll put it. At this point, it sounds like you're gonna get. It's not gonna get worse, but that's. Said that before, and that ended up not being true. That RMSG, which was, I mean, I guess it was already up 380% because it just got highs. It did halt, opened up, it's holding the high. It's having some trouble. It hasn't really taken out the top in a while, which is a bit different for it. That obvious bag hold level, but 250. But the watch, same ad is asking how much. Okay, I see you. I know you posted a couple times. How much Apple might rally up to 265 or 2. All we can do is look at the. All you can really do is look at the chart. Right now, we're warning about 265, 70 for 3 days in a row. The 50-period moving average has been a resistance. So I would almost think if that breaks away, it would seem to me like it's got a little bit more room than that. Like if it gets 260, look at here. Fail break at 260, comes back in.
Come on.
Tops 260, fail break 260. This morning, tops 260. So I think the longer you go sideways there, when it lost to the downside, man, what a bottom that was, that 245. But that was on the it was the fold story.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, well, is it? It was kind of a fake news. Wow. Well, yeah, I guess we'll call it a fake news story. That the fold was having production problems. Snapped it right back. So you at bottom and there. But I think you break. I think you got some room. The longer it consolidates there, the better. I'd say the room to 70, 75. I like Apple. Candidly, I own Apple shares, and I did dip by on that day. It wasn't because I thought it was fake news or anything. There was cash that I hadn't deployed in this pullback. I'm like, well, some things didn't come to the levels that I want. Oh, I can get Apple here. Let's go with some of that. So I just put some cash in there, just because it looked like it was ridiculous. Maybe down some full. Right. I mean,
Yeah, but
there's companies that know how to build things and have proven that. It's like, well, you deserve the benefit of the doubt in terms of building stuff for Apple, I would think. That's just my personality. Does it really? They tend to figure it out. Good engineers are good engineers at the end of the day, and they have good engineers.
of course they do. Yeah, they have the most loyal customer base in the world, and they've already won consumer product of the year.
Never built. If a company's never built anything before at scale, and then you start hearing production, that's a really big red flag. Or like if maybe they produce, but trying to scale going up 10x, and you here. I know typically been like a couple of nanometer cycles behind TSM in terms of high-end chip. Always concerns try to move up what the yield would be, and that is reasonable because I know the stock's doing well, but Intel has consistently lagged behind. Like wherever TSLA, they tend to be 1 or 2 steps back in terms of efficiency on higher end chips. Part of the reason why all the top high end chips are fabricated TSM and the rest of them basically at Samsung, and most of it's TSM. The other reason of course, is, well, if Taiwan, it's like this they call it like the Silicon Shield, right? If all of the U.S. companies have their top chips fabricated in Taiwan, there's less of a chance that you know what happens to Taiwan from China. We'll see.
Okay.
That's one of those things that doesn't get talked about a lot, but it's implicitly there. And if you did, and I know they're investing, everyone's investing and making more plants there. If that were to change, geopolitically, I think it'd be easier for them to be some fireworks. But my goodness, until another today. This is one of the most overbought, if you use RSI in the S&P, and showing no signs of at this point. Like Intel's at levels that we haven't seen since 2020, 21. Yeah, 21. Yeah, this is the biggest. This gets, instead of looking for longs in Intel, maybe start thinking about fades. This is a big level, man. We rejected this high back in 2000 for all. Look at the topping tails here at 67. Then the same thing in 2001, same thing, sorry, 2021, same thing in 2020 or 2019. Either way, like Intel's chewing into some big, big levels.
Yeah, Intel, so that was a good one there. You know what else is chewing into some levels right now is Bitcoin, and we'll see if Bitcoin wants to take this level out right now, 75,000. Yeah, like we got excited and bought back 6. Probably back in February. I would not have bought it on this move, but back into here. So this is where I bought a little bit of Bitcoin. Anything since. So we'll see if it can get going right now on a daily chart. We go here just to even minute chart. So Bitcoin trying to show strength right now, big time. Nice little break higher there off of their 200 period moving average off as well. Just looking, we're starting to get going here. Netflix finally starting to go. We did get a little bit more SLV, but there goes Bitcoin. Watch out for this 74, 75. If we even go, let's go to a 1 hour time frame just to see what we are actually looking at. So yeah, I would say like that was, I mean, you can't 70,500. If we can more, at that level instead of a little lower. I wrote down 41 on IBIT today as a possible short, but it just looks like Bitcoin starting to get going. So I don't even know what level 41 was on here. It looks like 41 actually did good to 41 downside. I'm not making it up, like it's right here. We have written down here, IBIT, $41 short, wait for a pop, then short that top. But I guess it must have been from, yeah, there it is right here. So this is what we were looking at. 41 right into here from Friday's action, but we don't have that play today as it goes right up to the top side, 41.60.
You know what, though? It was working because I had a similar level, but then there was that there was the move in oil, basically completely kiboshed. It looked like it was going to come in some lower highs and hold it again. Like it was a trend break. It kind of filled the gap in here, turned, broke trend, and looked like it was going to be the same thing all over again. And then, of course, you had that big dip down in oil, which shot the market up a second time. The level was going, I shouldn't say it was, but the level was working until you had USO start to act and behave differently. And we talked about that. Like when that bar happened at about 1240, and that's when it was trying to come back in. It looked like it could fade, but then you just go in the other direction. So you can have technicals. They tend to not matter when you start going into like big, massive market moving events when oil's going to lead. Mish. Oh, Pops Mafia first was saying, look at the move on Pfizer. Pfizer doesn't move. What are we talking about? Pfizer never moves. Hey, Pfizer's moving. Too. This is significant volume on Pfizer. That's the last closing Friday. actual closing candle and going into some highs here. So Pfizer, legitimate move into some resistance at 27.5. I liked it. The Pfizer chart's an interesting one because it's the first time it hasn't sucked in a while. It's holding up. Bad looking. Blind. It's got the volume spike. Adara?
Nothing on Pfizer. I did look into it. I checked on social media. I checked on Benzinga. Nothing on Benzinga. Social media last post tagging Pfizer was 30 minutes ago. So really nothing as of now. I want to mention as well the IEA is an energy organization. The leader of the IEA, Steve Roll, the impact in April could actually that of March when it comes to how the conflict was impacting the energy market. He's also saying that be spared and that they're assessing the need for further reserve releases to release more oil here if required. Back to you.
Okay. That was good. That was a good movie there. Like, start voting.
One of the best.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How no, yeah, good freaking. Yeah. Easy voting. Green or red? When there, push 1 to green today. Are you green or are you red? As you've already entered into Power Hour. I was going to put flat as an option too, but I just figured like you can't be exactly flat. So if you're green or cool to affect this, it's kind of wow. I think this is the case, right? Whenever the market action on average, wow, what 82% of you than the average prop trader, I'd say, because that is a great stat. 82%. Hope you guys. That's a visual. That's awesome. So, congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to everybody who is on the green side. 83. You got there. You are whether or not you're on TikTok or you're. Make sure you do it. Will calculate your vote, and you'll be part of that as well. So green v red. Okay, right off the screen right now. And there's the reloading. So we talked about reloading. So we'll we got 4, as we said, 34. We'll try another one right there. So, you know, 1 or so if we rate on 10 cents. If we had, then whatever. So, I mean, either way this is going, you know, a lot of classes get Bitcoin through some of today as well. Silver away on SLV trade there, sure. Silver and then Netflix for me today. Finally, being out that 103 area. I mean, this is for me, and we need to be when we look like we did today. We got to be green, and then there's long. There's and NVIDIA, Mr. Adam, we bringing this up, but it was a good one. Whip down, boom, up, there, 189.50, cleared out, and now we're starting to just, you know, raise it up again. And there's 89 right now on NVIDIA as well. So a couple just good recap a little bit of our trades. I just offered 88s. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. They're on NVIDIA. Missed that 189. Didn't even have an offer there. We should have. So that's my bad. As we start to pull back in a little bit here, but hopefully the market will just, right? I mean, NVIDIA and rally back as well. Right into we only a support and resistance trader, and right into there comes right into 160. And then boom goes the dynamite upside there on NVDA. So if you haven't voted yet, do it now, and we'll close this up in 5 minutes. Red, wow, I still can't believe this. 81% of you are on the green side of things today. So congratulations over there to everybody. I'm going to end the voting very soon.
I'm curious. What percentage of the viewers are versus 8? Like statistic or an observation. When you have a strong green day up, swing traders are more likely to be green. Whereas day traders, it doesn't matter what the market is doing, to go in either direction. I'm sure at some point that's when we have like the max viewers. Sometimes an AZP casino take out the for you, but you day 0.2%. Easy always super chat of his for the day, but I'll show you a live chart here we have XY, which we can pull up, and it has been arrows to the downside, which is always good. It's only going down. And the rider, like he's live. I'm having a up day, like me, a down day. But you know what? Ultimately, I never out this lesson of the day. I had a hand today, short was one big. So overall, it's a good month, but version working as well. Sometimes market has been accustomed to break. You don't trend breaks in one direction on you. So like it was one project down, market go project the other way. And I should let the VIX get that out every stage. I want to show you guys a rating here. That's the important thing is to look at where the VIX is standing. Intraday, not a big deal, but underneath 20. I think it's a point. But at one last week, like the VIX going to hold about 3, like pressing in a spot, and then now things are like now solving for both like talking about market time highs. That's increasingly more likely. Yeah, you don't really need an assassin to take out the VIX today.
But need an assassin on, like we were there, some good trades. We're happy to angle there, some credit for, but those are the ones. No matter what we talk about, it's your you guys got your there as Neil. It's never getting so that's happening hopefully. Dropping as other zinc in the chat goes, traders got to trade. Yeah, not every day. Some in your hand. We're trading today.
Dangerous. Cash.
That's what you don't every day. For cash, if I see an opportunity for taking, I think we all do. So, it's not up. We're short. There's over there it is. So if you've been sort of tagging along here with these trades, it's been a good one this afternoon, obviously. Some more, this next trade we've been doing right there as we get that around 350. I mean, right there's look at this level. We talked about resistance. Now Netflix is losing a damn self. You know, what out of that, that'll be number one P&L. It's not even close. Will be Netflix right there. So here we go. Here we can get that back tomorrow as well. I'm just tired of it. I don't want to. We less than 10, maybe not. And yeah, as well. Everything a little. Here we only have 8 minutes until now. So like and keep it going for everything provided every day. I'm going to offer some more, not get it, and there goes. Again, back into the money. We just shorted 42s there and downside play. We have GP, we have Goldman Sachs today, P Group, all of them tomorrow. If I go into research, and I look them up on Twitter, and I go like this, and I go like that, and then I go like this, and then I find video. That's how before play this week. See something video. So on that, thanks to Adair. If you go to TD Research, you will find this calendar. It's not even close. The hardest working person here is Adair. And, it's not close, but here, JP Morgan, I mean, other than the guys working in the back, Andre, Fabian, and Ramin. But JP Morgan, BlackRock, tomorrow Wells Fargo. So a little bit of a talk there. One of my new favorite names on the Johnson and Johnson. Love the way that dividend. Love. I was until week one. Yeah. All Kramer picks, man. That guy me so much stupid. AAPL coming through on Wednesday, so these are all pre-market, right? And then post-market, not too much action this week. JB Hunt, watch out for the transports as well. And then this is the one I think that a lot of traders, especially maybe Netflix, Pepsi, consumer packaging company there next to Coke. Pepsi is right there as well. And then you've got Ally, and that's it. So I just really here to Fastenal.
ASML.
Oh no, Fastenal was pre-market.
We already had Fastenal.
Yeah. ASML will be a big one. How did I not see this logo right there? TSMC coming. Taiwan Semis coming on Thursday. Going to start. Taiwan Semis really they're a different business. Yeah, they're not going to give us the exact goods we want, but
other else. I find it's like
if they want.
Yeah, exactly. Want to be concerned with their guys more than anything else. But ASML, that is I mean, some people, like, whatever. What do you call that? Like a downward sloping bull flag? Whatever the heck for a break. Like it's primed. And it's a little bit easier for the guy to make a machine here. Oh, is that for the early I don't think we showed the amounts today. Showed the balances? My bad. Showed the early look. It's just CNQ, 3 million buy, Pfizer, 1.8 million sell, Kenvue's always there. UiPath, 1 million share buy, Pinterest, 860. Nothing that really stood out. And I had a look. Like Pfizer was a sell imbalance. Oh, well, actually, it would have worked. So Pfizer was for no news. Turns out there's a sell imbalance. How much of that comes in because it was making pop and so much higher. But none of these really stand out as a matter. Like just liquid that 1 or 2 million shares doesn't really matter. Just liquidity. It would need to be at least 3, 4, 5 where you move. And we're going to go to 4 million ounces.
This is keep an eye on some chatter on social media. Is claiming to be selling a pretty large data set here of data from Live Nation Ticketmaster customers. Apparently, it's roughly 560 million users' data, which has been stolen. Again, this is just a claim from a threat actor. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way here, be aware of LYV with this story.
It's funny about Live Nation because I heard a story that honestly throws me a little bit. There was a Dana White interview this last weekend because Trump showed up at UFC. And he said the only way that they were allowed to do the event on the White House lawn is if President Trump himself got 1,300 tickets sent to him himself. So about where do you think that's going to go, right? Watch out for StubHub, so on and so forth. There. Why does one man need 1,300 tickets? And the guy even asked Dana White there, why would you give that many to the president? He's like, does that include like everybody for the White House? And you can go find the interview. Unless it was AI, I don't know, but it looked pretty real to me. And he goes, I don't know what the president's going to do with the tickets. He can sort of do whatever he wants with them. So I'm thinking like, people got to get paid around here. So always something about tickets. And that's why I just came up there with Live Nation, Ticketmaster and StubHub and all that. So, 1,300 tickets, I think you can probably fetch a pretty penny for each of those. Even 500 tickets, still not horrible. Trump one involved there. And, hey, look, maybe it's going towards, underprivileged youth. I don't know, or veterans or something to watch UFC. Who if that's what's going on, or is that $1,300 just going to someone's Ticketmaster account and then to be distributed elsewise? I don't know, but interesting there about Live Nation, about some of the are taken there. So I think that should be an interesting one. I can't wait to see if that is everything of what that should be. Some WWE is outdoor.
Amazing event.
WrestleMania is coming up.
It's April.
Yeah, pretty soon. I think Trump will hawk. I just think he'll give them to Barron to do it. So, you know, someone got to make some money around here.
Barron is like.
By the way,
boy,
Netflix
man.
is coming back down. Yeah, he's
Boy.
6'8".
Yeah, like he could easily be. He could easily
Like I said, my Barron is 14 years old. 100,000 Barron monsters, I guess. They're move on Netflix. I don't know what happened right there. But we got out there and it broke right into there. So I'll punch out something. Was a break level at the stop order, but you're looking. I always have it up here on the side, right there. Yeah, no, I don't think President Trump. I'm seeing in the chat. I don't think he needs to sell those tickets. It's just funny. Like I don't know why he has 1,300 tickets. We'll figure that out.
My guess.
Hopefully, it's to go to the army.
But he's going to give them away.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he has. I mean, he can. I mean, you know,
Veterans and first responders.
That's what I'm hoping for, anyways. I just saw that interview. Anyways.
Yeah, it is what it is. In 1 minute to go to the is nothing. I would tighten up stops on anything, but BME's not going to have it in balance anyways. It almost got to VWAP. Looks like one more shot it'll get there, but with about 30 seconds to go, basically Pfizer could be if it goes more than 1.8. Oh, and reminder, we found this out. It's a SNDK, not today. Let me get this out of the way. SNDK is me going into the NASDAQ 100, but not today. So that should be, whenever it does happen, probably be a decent size.
April 20th, it'll be Friday.
Exactly. But that, you never know how they will go, but sometimes it can be pretty exciting. NVIDIA is 0.6, 2.5 side, 0.4 side. Apple has $1 million to buy, tell one to buy. What else? Cisco's a buy, 900,000.
So silver's going to go up like normal. But there's NVIDIA. Let's go, man. We talked about that. You know, good to have longs. 1% right there. So I that came out. We got 15s or so on NVIDIA to enter, to exit that trade. And I mean, this is what it looks like there. There's the entry, only one entry. If we're a little more aggressive, I mean, we definitely bought there. Waiting for VWAP, we talked about that to not come through. Go there to the upside. He's kicking it off nicely, man. Today, Goldman Sachs way back, probably getting on to it. Almost right there. We got within 1%. Now you're down 3. Let's see. Next will be up earning friends, or they for AP Morgan, Fargo, all on going as we maybe the markets. And then we'll have a quick look at the financial back over this thing up after a success. Again, happy in war, but I do patient. You know, he is a little 40, then we can get over there and that's why get beat up with a little better opportunity there. Eli at least 1% down, not very utility down there. Look a little see where it came through all downside. These guys are real quick on their the package today. Not great things. As we mentioned about the success of some of these names today. The only ones down, Goldman, who reported, and I don't think there were financials reported today.
Correct.
Yeah, so they just came out early. No.
Today.
That is what it was. Yeah, for Goldman, at one point, I think was a good. We started down 4% to start the day. Still can't get it. And then NVIDIA positive, Apple red. Just
surprising it's only up that much. Intel with the big banger today, man, up 4.5%. So yeah, big congrats go to that one. AMD. There's been a talk recently morning and Boeing, so that's really good too. I was looking at the portfolio. It's almost like I don't even far off in portfolio. It's because the market has battled back great. Yeah, I mean, and I've only been, I've been debunking the SPY and NASDAQ during all of this, and yeah, well rewarded right now and well spotted as we get up near the highs again. And as long as you weren't buying up here, you're probably doing okay. Although there is that stat about buying highs, and always seems to be working. So NASDAQ 2 all-time highs, just in a couple wars right now. Not us, but there's the now happening in the Middle East. So
we got Dave here. We have a few minutes to go. Watch out in about a minute and a half, or about a minute, we'll have that pairing event for any imbalances. Dave's, that's Dave's swing trade. Banks going to do great tomorrow. Today's exuberance is about that, not pricing in Taco. Here's the thing. I think banks do good. Goldman did do good. It was a blowout. It's just they tried. I think, you was a financial. I'm not in XL in a couple of weeks. I was last year, and I just thought better individual names, which ended up performing better on the bounces in the XLF. They've been weighed down a little bit by some of the credit companies. But all that said, you can say XL's up 1%, above the 50-period moving average. The turn has already come here. So you can say whatever you want about Goldman. They've broken the trend. They're headed on the way back to the upside until proven otherwise going in a report. And the first report was good. So about dip buys do a good enough job. Well, up 12% from the low and looking just like the overall market. So I like the financials as well. I'll be most interested in Morgan. I think the deal makers, trading banker, that's just me, and I like what's going on with them. Don't have as many of the credit concerns with these bad boys, but I do like them. I think we can get back into those highs. XLF looking good, but I just think Morgan looks a little bit better. The only issue with them is typically day of Goldman earnings, they tend to sell off on the day of Morgan Stanley earnings too, and then do exactly the same thing and try to bounce. So that'll be on Thursday. I think it's probably a better bounce play either sometime in the afternoon that day or maybe on Friday the day after or on Monday. But I think we're headed highs either way.
I don't know if Apple was on here or not, but Apple really going for a move. Yeah,
it was a small buy. But
okay, going for a huge move though. Small buy, huge move. Right there, 257.50 all the way to 259.50. So $2 straight upside for my good friend and hopefully Apple. So that's a nice one there. Right back into day's high and I guess. Where did we almost back to the opening prices as we've seen the NASDAQ really rally. So no surprise. We look to see what's been, happening on these imbalances. Nothing really left as we try to sort it by size. One more time. Broadcom right there with a buy. Look at Broadcom. That's continuously going higher as well right now. So AVO, there's Apple. So Apple it keeps on showing up and going back again. Snowflake 134. Oh my God. Maybe we got to buy some of that down there. Chipotle Mexican Grill. Get that guac. There's Apple. So yeah, Apple with a nice buy. 400,000 shares, still going. 7 million paired already. So Apple trying.
Oracle on there?
No, but I know Oracle. We'd actually talk about that.
It caught a spike. It did catch a spike.
There's SLV, by the way, making a move.
Oracle.
Yeah, Oracle's up 11%. What's it up?
12.5.
Yeah, there you go. Love Oracle.
It was 11% before, but that's the one. Forget about the IGV for a second. I mean, Oracle, and we knocked on wood when we were saying this is going to, but almost locked. It's going to finally be above the 50-period moving average. Last time this closed above the 50-period SMA was October 29th of last year for Oracle. So the destruction has happened, whether it's complete. But this looks like a nice little swing opportunity. It has to hold on a daily chart. It's one thing to close, but until it shows it can hold it tomorrow, it's just a wick on a chart. So the confirmation is the second day, and it's made play back into the prior level 133. So it's setting up to be a swing risk. I don't know, 15%. I remember for what quarter. I could ask Daryl when Oracle earnings.
They last reported in mid-March of 26. A long wait. It hasn't even. It's like a month after last report. So we're not expecting Oracle until to put them roughly June.
Either, but like to me, it's plenty of time for the 50 period to move. I think that it gives room to run. So I like that we hopefully get to all goals, but we're always one really
not June 10th expected.
That's speculative.
Yeah. And
not confirmed yet.
I knew it was later than you guys.
I was concerned with, well, is it far enough? Like how far out? And I think that's again. 200. That's where it's swing for the rest. Or at least the entry midway end of not something that has room to get up into the better for it.
Too much, and today we don't got too much to worry about. There goes silver right back in, so we do get this little move back now. So I'm sitting at 27. We might as well just close this whole. Some 29s, and that's it. We are now out of that trade for silver. So hopefully you guys are riding that one. We talked about trying to take the greens. Obviously, he gets out there, back. There's this trade, and then back in, and absorb the 200 moving average with only 20 seconds left. There it is, man. It's a big day as the bulls come crawling back today, up another 1%. Always creates opportunity. That's your new taco right there. Some of the best times for traders is when President Trump is around. To be the case. It is, man. U.S. markets are now closed. Good day overall. Nasdaq up 1% as well. The farm boy. Right, so we'll be eating and we'll figure out what's going on. Maybe some steaks, maybe some sausage. Tonight the kids always like shrimp.
Pie we
we got to get a pie for Joe at some point. And that's it. And that not much going on. The wife and daughter are getting their nails done, so that should be good. And after that, we'll just we'll relax tonight. Yeah, lunch.
Ribs.
Go ahead.
You want me to start it? I don't know if you guys want me to start, to be honest.
Oh,
why not?
What's wrong with the ribs, man?
Ribs, hold on, man. We got to break it down, okay? Macaroni is a 2 out of 10. The ribs give about a 6.5. And then because they're vegetables, they get a 7. But the macaroni and cheese, bad rating.
The mac and cheese wasn't as good as normal. I'll grant you that. But like, ridiculous. Ribs at 6.5. So we're comparing to what the caterer usually does, and on the standards of what our caterer has, that's a solid low 8. The only problem was volume, but there was plenty of extras you could get here as well. You can't put 2 little tiny ribs on a man's plate. Come on.
Who are you guys? Gordon Ramsay, star chef. I was perfectly happy with the meal we had. Frankly, I'm a mac and cheese person. I love mac and cheese. I was actually quite happy with the mac and cheese today. And I also thought the ribs were more than fine, and I like the salad. And you know what? Here's the thing: like you guys know when I'm not happy with the situation with the food. But I didn't really have too much to say about this meal.
All right, Katina, man, what do you got?
I'm proud of all this content. I mean, it's lunch, and then now just sitting father and everybody. Absolutely incredible. I'm I have that many macaroni my plate there, so the vegetables are actually really good. Roasted veggies. I mean, today they had peppers and cauliflower and all that. I thought the ribs were easy to take off the bone. I already talked about this.
Ribs are solid.
Yeah, ribs are solid. I'm at like mid 7s on the
more
whole.
Sauce, maybe.
Basically, I had a couple ribs, a salad, and veggies. So for me, it's almost like a perfect lunch. I'm at 7-7.
7-7. That's not too far. That's good.
Mac and cheese at 2.
Yeah, it deserves it too.
It's hard for mac and cheese to be that.
Dude, it was noodle and oil. There was no real cheese on there.
I'm just a proud father right now. All right, thanks, Joe. It's been a great show to end it with a couple bangs. there. SLV, a couple on as well. We will be back tomorrow. Thank everybody for watching us. Everybody that participated in the chat. So thank you so much. All the super chats, everything. And Dara, thank you for all the information. It was absolutely fantastic. We'll be back tomorrow. So Ramin, Andre, the assassin, we now saw him. He does exist. Thank you to Fabian as well. Thank you.
When no one knew.
Yeah, it was kind of better when nobody knew. Everybody just what a Andre is. So to everybody today, tomorrow I believe I checked everyone to see you. I didn't see her tomorrow. Thanks and Shreek and Joe. Thank you so much for that. I got to do my taxes and food. See you guys.